Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Shocking words fell into everyone's ears. Inside the main hall of Hongxing Palace, Lo Hu and the others silently closed the door through which they were peeking. Even though they were very unhappy with the news, they had to admit it. This is the most sinister ancestor in the world of curses. It cast a disdainful look at Tian Yuan and said disdainfully, "Obviously, your plan to let Zhang Xiang test you has been discovered. Zhang Xiang is now being beaten meaninglessly, and no valuable information can be obtained." Zhujiu Yuki couldn't hold back any longer. "That's enough. I have the confidence to defeat Nose. At the very least, we can drag him down with us." Although the ridicule of the Nosuk was directed at Tian Yuan, as a member of the high school, she also felt uncomfortable listening to it. This timid tactic is really not suitable for her with her bold personality. Not to mention, thinking about this, Zhujiu Yuki glanced at Lo Hu and others. She believed in Xia Lu's ability, and these people must be here to deal with the noose. Well, if they join us, we will definitely catch the enemy off guard. Tian Yuan slowly opened his eyes and said calmly, "Wait a little longer." Upon hearing this, Zhujiu Yuki felt a little unhappy. He always felt that Tian Yuan was paying less and less attention to the score. To put it bluntly, I am too afraid of death. Even if it is good at planning, can it really win the game with a lasso with such a mentality? Although the 9 phases diagram of the cursed fetus is a product of failure, its hidden potential should not be underestimated. The strength of a first-level sorcerer is already at the top in the sorcery world. Their powerful spell power output and spell manipulation make them the only ones who can be compared with them in the sorcery world. Nanami and Mei Mei are the goals that students have always been pursuing. However, there's an unbridgeable gap in front of the special grade sorcerer. The noose-trapped Sang Sang did not give up. His blurred vision gradually revealed the figures of Itadori and his brothers. In a trance, 3 hands appeared behind him, and a constant stream of power was being injected into his body. The extreme anger seemed to break through the shackles in the body. Every cell in my body is cheering. As long as one remains as the 9 phases of the cursed fetus, one will never be able to escape from the grip of the noose. But now, he has given up this identity, and from now on, he will live only for his brother. Zhang Xiang jumped up directly, and a vortex-like blood ball in his hand condensed rapidly. The 1,000-year-old monster in the distance looked at the bloated figure in astonishment, as if he had been reborn. For the first time, he was shaken by the word death struggle, and one can vaguely feel that the reason why Zhang Xiang can be reborn is because of the power of spirit. So, this time did the soul win the game? During the last Shibuya incident, when he used this body to meet Gojo Satoru, he unexpectedly had an uncontrollable strong reaction. So at that time, I thought that the power of the body was stronger than that of the soul. But now, Zhang Xiang gave him a big surprise. He had a hunch that if he could thoroughly understand the mystery of the body and soul, he would be able to make further progress. The spiritually inspired swelling phase has been reborn, and the blood is flowing out more quickly. However, the noose just stood there without caring. He once lived as Jia Mao Xianluan and is extremely familiar with the core secrets of the red blood manipulation technique. The initial speed of this technique is its fastest speed. As long as you dodge the first attack, there will be no more threat. Thinking of this, Luosua's body suddenly flipped backwards, and the blood arrow almost brushed his scalp. The next second, a fog that confused the vision suddenly appeared around the venue. Looking at the ghost lantern flying out of the fog, Zhang Xiang knew that this was a trick used by the other party using the cursed spirit. In that case, let's use my brother's technique to deal with it. He raised his hand and swept it across the air, drawing an arc. Then, the blood-piercing arrow seemed to have eyes, and it quickly circled around the surroundings and then shot towards a noose in the fog. "You can still track me?" Seeing this scene, even the calm and composed Xiaosuo couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that Zhang Xiang could actually integrate his brother Bad Xiang's technique into his own blood-piercing technique. Thinking of it, for the first time, an excited smile appeared on his face. It's really eye-opening. Is this still the failed experiment he abandoned back then? It's really amazing. Although he said this, the movement of the noose did not stop at all. A scream. A huge eyeless owl suddenly soared into the sky, and sitting on it is the noose. The blood arrow of the enhanced expansion phase drew a strange arc in the air, as if it had a navigation system, and quickly chased after the noose in the air. Laugh! The extremely sharp blood arrow pierced through the owl cursed spirit without any hindrance. Without its mount, the noose could only fall from the air. Zhang Xiang's eyes were determined. His goal was to shoot the noose down from the air. Next, it's time to borrow the power of my younger brother Shui Tu. Wing King! As he shouted, a pair of blood wings formed from blood appeared on his back. Bang! As the noose fell to the ground, Zhang Xiang's fist was already at his face. The two began a crazy physical contest. The punches were so fast that they left afterimages, making people dizzy. The more he hit the noose, the more frightened he became, while the more he hit the Zhang Xiang, the more excited he became. However, the noose will not fight according to the opponent's rhythm. He dodged the incoming punches and kicks with his body like a loach, and instantly circled behind Zhang Xiang, creating some distance between him and him. Then, a giant octopus tentacle attacked silently. At the last moment, Zhang Xiang condensed a shield made of blood in front of him. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The sky was stained with blood, and the tentacles and blood shields canceled each other out at the same time. When the blood mist dissipated, I saw the noose sitting leisurely on the branch. Don't you understand? I know all your moves. What's more, the toxins in your blood will have no effect on me as your father. However, these words had no effect on Zhang Xiang, who only wanted to avenge his brother. He exhaled a breath of foul air and said firmly, "Just like my brother's bad face, elegant." Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, the swollen fist has already struck. The roaring voice sounded again. "Be as free as your brother Shui Tu." The palm of the swollen hand actually flew out of the arm, with a long stream of bright red blood acting as a link to the body. The unexpected move finally allowed him to grab the noose by the collar. Then he suddenly threw him over his shoulder. Boom! The earth cracked, and the trees were broken in half. Just when he had stood firm, he saw a flying hand again. The 5 fingers, like machines, locked onto the collar of the noose tightly. The blood recycling ability made the noose fly backwards uncontrollably. A terrifying roar rang out in the sky, and the rage for revenge was completely ignited at this moment. Like my younger brother Yuji, full of power. Boom! For the first time, the noose showed a solemn expression. After raising his hand to block, he was still blasted to the ground by this strange force. A huge deep pit was smashed. However, a special grade is still a special grade, and the noose that was smashed into the deep pit by a punch did not suffer any damage. Instead, he used his palm to block the fatal blow from Zhang Xiang. The superb spell spirit manipulation technique allowed Najuo to summon the spell spirit at the last moment to block a large amount of damage for him. Susuo laughed and said sarcastically, "You tried your best to attack, and this is all?" He was so angry and retreated. He had already expected that he couldn't defeat the special grades so easily. But no matter what, at least we have to use 1 or 2 moves of the noose. The blood beads that had already condensed behind him quickly attacked the enemy. At first glance, it looked like 8 spider lances bursting out. The cursed spirit attached to the sole of his foot, and he pulled away from the swollen phase and retreated violently. Looking at the swollen phase in front of him that was not going to die, he couldn't help but feel a headache. In order to find out his own technique, he was so desperate. This doesn't seem like Kujuku Yuki's character, so it can be confirmed that the cautious and fearful one must be Tenjin. Sure enough, the longer an old guy lives, the more afraid he is of death. The more confident Xiao Suo is, the more afraid Tianyuan is, and the greater his chances of winning. What's more, I've already prepared a big move for Jujo Yuki. He has never revealed the secret of the open field to anyone, and absolutely no one knows it. This will also be the trump card to kill Jujo Yuki. Thinking of this, Luosua became more and more excited. It seems that he is going to accomplish an amazing feat today. Assimilate Tianyuan and kill a powerful special-grade sorcerer. Who else can achieve such a feat except Sukuna? Najuo simply stopped retreating, looked at Zhang Xiang, and said, "Don't you understand? Such a speed and rough attack can't cause any harm to me. And how long can you maintain this state? The cursed energy in your body is almost used up, right?" However, Zhang Xiang suddenly clenched his fists. I saw that under his control, the blood arrow actually surrounded the noose in all directions. The sudden operation made Luosua a little confused until he saw the countless blood balls floating around him, and then he widened his eyes in disbelief. "What time is this?" Zhang Xiang grinned. From the moment the battle started, he never thought that he could harm the noose through ordinary techniques. Therefore, during this period of time, he kept leaving blood bead seeds everywhere. Now, under his control, all the blood bead seeds scattered around were gathered in one place. Now, the noose has been blocked from moving. There is no other choice but to take it head-on. Supernova! As the deep voice was spoken, countless blood beads around the noose instantly exploded. Boom! A large blood mist rose in the air, completely covering the noose. The huge force instantly blew the surrounding ground into pieces. Countless potholes come into view. Zhang Xiang stared at the location of the noose. This move will definitely make him feel uncomfortable. However, wait until the blood mist completely dissipates. The old monster who had lived for 1,000 years still stood on the broken stones unscathed. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, my pupils shrank, and I felt powerless. This was his strongest killing move that he had been preparing for so long, but the noose didn't even have a scratch on it. Obviously, at the last moment, the noose didn't have time to summon the cursed spirit to block the damage. But why? Could it be that there were too many blood beads, and his control was not enough to detonate all of them at the same time? Wrong. There was no mistake in my fatal blow. The only explanation is that Noose finally used his own unique technique. The shocking bullet holes under his feet are the best proof. I did it myself. Tenjin Kujikiyuki, did you see it? Damn it. Luosua wiped the blood off his face, and the calmness on his face had completely disappeared, replaced by a solemn look. The blow from Gang's face made him feel the breath of danger. He had no choice but to use a technique other than the cursed spirit manipulation technique to defend himself at the last moment. Although the blood mist blocked the vision, Zhang Xiang might not have seen it. But I can't hide it from Yuki Kujuku, who is also a special class. As a 1,000-year-old scoundrel, he attaches great importance to intelligence. Even in many cases, a tiny deviation in intelligence can determine the outcome of a battle with a strong opponent. He wanted to use the open field and this intelligence gap to kill Jujo Yuki. I never expected that this arrogant person whom I'd always looked down upon would push me to this point. This was a situation he didn't want to see. This scene on the battlefield was naturally seen by several people in the main hall of Hongxing Palace. Jujo Yuki moved his body, his eyes full of fighting spirit. This is enough. Wait a little longer. Tian Yuan's voice came from behind. Zhang Xiang still has some strength left. Now is his best time. Perhaps he can force out more techniques from a noose. This way we win. That's enough. Before Tian Yuan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yuki 19. Don't forget, I'm also a top-grade sorcerer. My Phoenix Wheel, and I can't hold back any longer. Jujo Yuki touched the jointed snake form god that was wrapped around her, and then walked towards the gate. So, you finally chose to believe the words of those cursed spirits. Tinyuan's tone was unusually solemn. Tingyun's words made Jujo Yuki pause, and he turned around and smiled confidently. Wrong, I chose Yalu. After saying that, She turned and left without even looking at him again. Lo Hu and the others who were watching the show seized the opportunity to mock him. You old man, do you really want to squeeze out the value of Zhangxiang to save your life as much as possible? To put it bluntly, the noose is insidious, and you are a coward. Hearing this, Tian Yuan looked deeply at the four natural disasters. You seem to be looking forward to the battle between Kujuku Yuki and Nozomi. If Kujuku Yuki rashly goes to fight Nozomi now, it will be the perfect opportunity for them to stab him in the back. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Moreover, no one can guarantee that these natural disaster cursed spirits are still under Xia Lu's control. Lo Hu sneered. Of course, we have been waiting for this moment for a long time. If Jujio Yuji can't get up, how can we find the right opportunity to beat up Nozomi? The real person sighed in a pretentious way. My kindness is really taken for granted. Tian Yuan, it's better this way, otherwise. Seeing that Tian Yuan was going to threaten him, Lu Hu immediately got angry and asked, otherwise, what will happen? What can you do in your current form? I'm afraid of Xia Lu, not you, Tian Yuan. No, I'm not afraid of Xia Lu either. I'm afraid of his illusions. Okay, Lo Hu, don't fight it. The opportunity to beat up Noose is coming soon. We have to seize the opportunity. When the time comes, I will open my domain and slap him in the face. The real person made a gesture of expanding the domain and said excitedly. Lu Hu's eyes lit up. Then I will burn all his hair with fire. Hua Yu said calmly. I'm going to poke him with a giant tree. Togen, outside the hall, Zhangxiang's body flew out at high speed. Flying backwards in the air, he was startled as he looked at the noose that was rapidly approaching him. Ever since Luo Suo became serious, he was no longer his match. At this moment, he completely felt the gap between the first grade and special grade levels. It's like heaven and earth. What's more, he is a top-notch special grade sorcerer like Nozomi, who has lived for 1,000 years. But as long as I still have breath, I must not give up. We need to force out the noose technique as much as possible to provide more information to Jujio Yuki. As long as he can kill Zhuo Suo and avenge his brothers, he would not care about his own life. What's the pain? What's the special grade? Suddenly, a loud female voice was heard from the sky. Zhangxiang, let me take over. Boom! Jujio Yuki jumped directly from the top of the hall. She put one hand on her waist, her eyes burning with fighting spirit, and the Shikigami behind her was also hovering excitedly in the air. Itadori is so lucky to have you as his brother. You've done enough, step down. Hearing this, Zhangxiang breathed a sigh of relief and said calmly, for my brothers, these are just the most basic things. After saying this, he decisively withdrew from the battlefield. Although I don't know why Kujiyuki showed up so quickly, but I'm already at the end of my strength. If I stay here by force, I will only become a burden. I hope that the information I just desperately tried to find out can increase her chances of killing Nose. The moment he heard the sound, the lasso that had been pursuing the enemy decisively gave up the attack and retreated. He also didn't expect that Jujio Yuki would appear so soon. However, being able to kill Chosho without consuming cursed energy and directly fight against Kajuka Yuki is a good thing for him. Jujiyuki always had an excited smile on his face. The upcoming battle made all the cells in her body boil. Her body, which had not been active for a long time, was ready to go. At this moment, her condition has reached an unprecedented level of perfection. She looked across at the calm and composed Nose and said, "We meet again, you maggot that steals other people's bodies?" Nozomi raised his eyebrows slightly, squinted his eyes and smiled, and said in a gentle voice, "You changed your words so quickly. Last time in Shibuya, you called me Xia Yujia." Jujio Yuki spread his hands and smiled. "Don't blame me. This title was given to you by Xia Lu. If you don't agree, you could go find him." Su Suo was stunned for a moment. Then he said casually, "So it's Xia Lu, then call him whatever you want." However, his heart was not at peace at all. Looking at the confident woman in front of him, he was quickly calculating his chances of winning. Judging from the aura alone, Jujio Yuki is completely not on the same level as Zhang Xiang. This woman who had already become a top-class sorcerer at an early age might be even more powerful than I expected. Moreover, there is absolutely no valid information about this woman who became a special grade sorcerer, the earliest in the upper echelons files. Nothing is known about her abilities or techniques. The only thing that can be found out is that she can know. She is a strong woman who gets paid, but does nothing and spends her days lazing around abroad. If you're not careful in fighting with someone of this level, you will lose your life. Therefore, my best hope for victory is still in the open field. Although she already knew one of his techniques, she knew absolutely nothing about the special field. Thinking of this, Susua laughed and said, "Why didn't you ask me what kind of woman I like this time?" Having been cautious for 1,000 years, he wanted to take advantage of the conversation with Kujuku Yuki to recover as much of the cursed energy he had wasted on Shosang as possible. That's not necessary. I have no interest in people who steal other people's bodies. Really? That's a pity. Xiao Suo pretended to be disappointed and continued to ask, "It has always been you who asked others what kind of women they like. So what kind of man do you like?" Jujio Yuki sneered in his heart. Do you think I can't see that he is trying to delay time to recover his magic power? But it doesn't matter. The phoenix wheel behind him is not idle, and is also accumulating imaginary mass. In contrast, I am more advantageous. She smiled, stroked her chin, and thought, if you were Dongtang, Zhangxiang, a bold and combat-crazy person like that, maybe I would take a second look at you. Even if you were a mysterious, powerful, and seductive man like Xiao Lu, I would be more interested. But unfortunately, you don't even deserve to be looked at by me for a second time. So, I'll beat you up so that I can look good to you. After saying this, the veins on Jujio Yuki's arms bulged, and his body, which contained infinite power, was filled with murderous intent. The Shikigami Hurin behind him also roared in dissatisfaction at the noose. The smile on Luasoa's face froze, replaced by extreme vigilance. He felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy, and no longer had the ease he had when he first fought against Zhang Xiang. I don't like you either, so don't come near me. As he said this, he released his few special-grade cursed spirits without hesitation. With a roar, a huge cursed spirit appeared behind the noose, and it looked like a Buddha statue wearing a monk's robe. Jujio Yuki, sensing the aura of the special-grade cursed spirit, guessed. This cursed spirit was imported from a foreign country, right? Having lived abroad for many years, she is very familiar with the aura of foreign cursed spirits. The rope slowly retreated to the back of the Buddha statue and proudly introduced, "Yes, it is the cursed spirit from the country of the third brother. Its ability is to remove all obstacles. It should be enough to give you a hard time." Luosua showed a sinister smile and introduced his pet with pride. The technique is revealed. At this moment, both Jujio Yuki and Tian Yuan and others hiding in the hall were extremely surprised. What on earth is Nozomi doing? Why did he openly disclose the technique? Could it be that this is another conspiracy of his? Lo Hu and the others looked disdainful. Humph, it doesn't matter whether you are in Daxia or abroad, as long as it is a cursed spirit. You can never be compared to us, the natural disasters. However, I have to say, this news is really a shady old B****************. Such a powerful helper is hidden. This, after a brief moment of shock, Jujio Yuki could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Who cares about your third and fourth brothers? Just blow them up with one punch. As she finished speaking, the Shikigami Hurin behind her changed into the shape of a football and was held in her palm. As the phoenix wheel was thrown down by Jujio Yuki, his powerful left leg was lifted back to accumulate strength. A very standard football shooting posture has been formed. Bang! A loud bang. The powerful shot volleyed the soccer ball-shaped phoenix wheel out. Looking at the earth-shaped Shikigami, flying towards him at high speed like a cannonball. Luosa, Lo Hu, and others were also shocked by this scene. What? The intimidating-looking Shikigami behind this woman was actually used by her like this. This is too cheap. However, the terrifying power contained in it made the expression of the Najuo even more solemn. What an amazing strength! Boom! With a loud bang, a blow containing imaginary mass poured out. In front of him, the special-grade cursed Buddha statue that he was so proud of was actually pierced directly by the Shikigami Phoenix wheel. The blood mist sprinkled on his face, and Luosua's eyes widened in disbelief. What a terrifying attack power! The special-grade cursed spirit that I summoned was killed instantly? What exactly is this woman's technique? However, Kujiyuki would not give Nozomi any time to continue thinking. She killed the Buddha statue instantly without stopping, and ran towards a noose standing there at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying aura was already in front of him. You must be curious about what my technique is, right? It's okay to tell you, my technique is very simple and brutal. It's called quality. As soon as these words came out, everyone present in Hongxing Palace was shocked again. Another technique revealed? Are these two people crazy? One first revealed his special grade curse technique, and the other was even more outrageous and actually revealed his own technique directly? Lu Hu took a deep puff of smoke and asked in confusion. If that's the case, wouldn't that mean he has told Luo all the information about himself? What a crazy woman. We curse spirits all know the importance of intelligence. Doesn't she understand this? The real person behind him also shook his head, expressing his incomprehension. It was the first time he had seen someone take the initiative to reveal his or her skills during a battle. If Xia Lu had been so reckless and disclosed his technique to the public, perhaps we would have one. Lu Hu shook his head. That guy can't be treated as an ordinary person. How many techniques does he have that you don't know? Just to make it public, I'm afraid it will take 10 minutes to talk about it. Can you remember it? The real person's mouth twitched. It seems to make sense. Isn't it because of Xia Lu that they can stand here and discuss in this half-dead state? He can even use the dead for his own purposes. God knows what incredible technique he has mastered. At this time, Tian Yuan on the side spoke up. Her choice is correct. Although revealing your skills will reveal your information to the enemy and put you at a disadvantage, you will also gain benefits. By making a bind through a public technique, the effect of one's own technique can be enhanced, thereby increasing the lethality of the technique. It is especially suitable for sorcerers like Kujuki Yuki, who use simple and crude spells. Lohun nodded, thinking to himself, I knew it. How could Nozomi and Kujuki Yuki do something that would do no good but harm? This old monster Tian Yuan actually knows a few things. As for the other half, Juju Yuki's heavy punch had already arrived in front of Nozomi. As a veteran top-class sorcerer, her spells are not only powerful, but her combat experience is also unparalleled. Bang! A heavy punch containing powerful curse power landed firmly on Nozomi's cheek. Xia Yojia's appearance has been completely distorted by this terrifying power. The huge impact force caused the noose to fly backwards at high speed like a cannonball. An attack involving imaginary mass cannot be described by common sense. Inside this huge, empty barrier, Noose's body flew backwards at a high speed, completely out of control. Boom! Finally, the noose flew backwards and hit the edge of the barrier before it stopped. Dense spider webs appeared on the barrier, and sand and gravel flew all over the sky. Ahem! Veloso sat on the ground, holding his aching stomach and laughing at himself hoarsely. Does that count as being literally beaten to a pulp? If it weren't for the void nodule set up by Tian Yuan, he might have to fly in the air for a whole day. In 1,000 years, this was the first time he was so embarrassed. He was always cautious and careful, and even when he was plotting against Gojo Satoru, not a single finger was touched. But now, he was beaten into this state by Juju Yuki. He looked down at his two broken arms. One was covered in blood and completely destroyed, and the other wasn't much better, with only some tendons and skin connecting it. Looking at Juju Yuki in the distance with one hand on his waist and a provocative smile on his face, Nozomi thought quickly in his mind. Is the term quality? I have personally experienced the specific situation. Although it was very powerful, it was still within my expectations and not as troublesome as I thought. Let her be proud for a while longer. The moment the domain is open will be the day of her death. On the other side, although Kajuki Yuki appeared to be proud and underestimated his enemy, he was not careless at all. She always kept in mind the open field that Xia Lu reminded her of, and now she seemed to have the upper hand. But this injury is nothing to a noose master who has mastered the reverse curse technique. Moreover, she felt that Noose had taken the punch just now intentionally. The purpose may be to test one's own depth. One of your cards has already been played, and it depends on how you play the next card. Sure enough, the Noose in the distance had already repaired the broken arm using the reverse curse technique. He brushed the dust off his sleeves and looked at the woman in front of him who was like a ferocious beast, his heart filled with uneasiness. Although the mask that Jojo Yuki controls is simple and crude, it is extremely powerful. It can even be judged that there is no upper limit to its power, and the amount of mana consumed doesn't seem to be much. In other words, the high-level cursed spirits that I collected in Shibuya will not be of any use at all, because no matter how many are released, they will all be killed instantly by her punch. Geto Sugiru's cursed spirit manipulation technique was perfectly restrained in front of her. It seems that I can only rely on my own skills to hunt this tigress in front of me. Thinking of this, Susua chuckled. You 4 special grade masters should have a ranking, right? Although I don't know where you rank, you are definitely above Geto Sugiru. After all, such a useful cursed spirit manipulation technique was completely defeated by you. Really? If you hadn't told me, I would have thought I was the weakest. After all, I'm the weakest girl among the 4 special grade girls, right? Jojo Yuki responded jokingly, but at the same time he was constantly analyzing the ability of the Noose in his mind. The duel between 2 strong men is not just a fight. The battle of brain power is also extremely important. Previously, his ability to avoid expansion phase supernovae should have been related to gravity. At the moment before countless blood beads explode, force them to fall to the ground, thus greatly reducing the damage to oneself. However, he definitely does not only possess the gravity technique. However, if a person masters too many techniques, it will lead to excessive load on the cerebral cortex. But for a guy like Nozomi who has been changing his body for thousands of years, we can't judge by trying. Thinking of this, Xiaolu's figure emerged in her mind. Until now, everyone seems to have overlooked an important point. Xiaolu should have the most techniques, right? And this is still a known fact. So how does his cerebral cortex bear such a huge load? Logically speaking, a person who mastered so many techniques at the same time would have become a madman. How did Xiaolu do it? Isn't he a human? It's really tricky. Jojo Yuki couldn't help but sigh. In just 1 minute, she consumed more brain capacity than she had in the previous decade combined. After all, in the past, even when facing a special grade curse spirit, you didn't need to worry too much, just blow it up with 1 punch, and if 1 punch doesn't work, then use 2 punches. But this 1,000-year-old demon, Zuisua, is so sinister. When she thought about the fact that he still had a trump card hidden, she couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. Even if I know now that the other party has an open field, it can only serve as a defense. Then the only way is to use Star Fury to continuously consume his physical strength and reduce the strength of the opponent after he deploys the domain as much as possible. In this way, Tian Yuan might be able to eliminate the opponent's territory within a minute. The plan in her mind was already finalized. She took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and prepared to attack again. However, the next second, cold words from hell reached my ears. Oh my, what a difficult guy. Since both you and I are very afraid of our own techniques, why don't we compete in domains? When this was said, everyone was shocked. The most worrying words have finally been spoken. Are you planning to expand your territory so soon? Tian Yuan, who had not yet fully prepared himself mentally, had a few drops of sweat on his forehead. The sudden change from the beginning of the battle to a showdown in the field made Tian Yuan panic. a bad premonition came to my mind. Nozomi gave up fighting with Kujikiyuki and instead decisively opened his domain. Doesn't this prove that he has great confidence in his field? Is it true, as Xia Lu said, that the noose is an open field? But Lohu and the others on the side were completely different. Excited smiles appeared on their faces. Has this moment finally arrived? Lu Hu's eyes were gloomy, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Huayu, Master, Tuat-Jin, are you ready? It's time to go. Seeing the noose with his hands crossed and starting to form a seal, Jujio Yuki was shocked. This sudden situation instantly shattered the goal she had just planned in her mind. She had never expected that the noose did not use gravity or other spells, but chose to directly launch the spell. Tianyuan, get ready. Jujio Yuki's urgent shout reached Tianyuan's ears, but there was no response. The eerie word spread throughout the entire void barrier. The field expands. The fetus is everywhere. Boom! The entire ground of Hongxing Palace suddenly began to shake violently. A huge pillar of vengeful ghosts suddenly rose from the ground. The ghost pillars, which looked like creatures from hell, were covered with horrible, twisted human faces. These people's faces were all bleeding and crying. Their mouths were wide open, begging for mercy. Countless cries of pain were heard everywhere, as if they could directly affect the human mind. Looking at the domain ghost pillar behind him, Shu Suo felt emotional. This is the ultimate killer move he has learned over the past 1,000 years. Shell. Where's his domain shell? It's actually an open field. This scene, even though Tian Yuan had been prepared, was still confused. I didn't expect that in this world, besides Sukuna, there's actually an open field for talents. Xiaolu, what you said is true. Tian Yuan looked at Lohu and the others helplessly. Thinking back to his previous doubts, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed even though he had lived for so long. Lohu and the others were also shocked by the domain of the noose and turned to look at Tian Yuan. Why are you still standing there? Didn't you hear what that crazy woman said? Start removing the noose from your territory. If you don't release the domain, how can we go up and beat the noose? Originally, they planned that the moment the noose opened its domain, the 4 great natural disasters would attack directly and surprise the enemy. But it was not until they felt the horror of the open field that they realized that they could not rush forward. Otherwise, even if the 4 of them opened their domains together, they would be directly breached by the domain of the noose from the outside and would not achieve the effect of surprise at all. His open field is close to Sukuna in terms of solidity. I'm afraid I won't be able to remove it in a short time. Sweat was already oozing out of Tianyuan's forehead, and words of loss came out of his mouth. He realized that he had made a serious mistake in his judgment. With his own background, it is indeed possible to unlock the open domain, but he overlooked a crucial point. That is, even in the open field, there are strong and weak ones. At first, it thought that even if the noose was an open field, it would definitely not be as solid as Sukuna's field. But the fact is, the domain of the noose, in terms of solidity, is probably not much weaker than Sukuna's. If this guy with terrifying talent is given 1,000 years to grow, he might have a chance to become the next Sukuna. What did you say? Lu Hu and the others were all upset, and they wanted to rush up and beat Tian Yuan up first. He had vowed before that even if the opponent's domain was open, he would be able to crack it within a minute. And now you tell me that it cannot be resolved in a short period of time? Then how can they teach the noose a lesson easily? Wouldn't Zhang Xiang have been beaten for nothing? The most unlucky person is probably Kujuki Yuki, who is fighting against Nozomi. On the battlefield, Jujio Yuki looked at the huge ghost pillar with human faces hanging on it behind Nozomi with a solemn look. There is no mistake. There is no domain shell at all. This is an open domain like Sukuna. She had called out to Tian Yuan just now, but hadn't received a response yet. She had given up hope. He had completely given up the Tian Yuandi plan in his heart. Fortunately, I believe Xia Lu's words. Otherwise, I would have foolishly opened the field and fought against the noose. The one who will be shattered and enter the spell meltdown will definitely be me. At that time, I will fall into an irretrievable situation. So, now, the only way to deal with it is simplified field. Nuing flow. Boom. In an instant, a simple small circle of 3 meters in size appeared under Jujyo Yuki's feet. The Nuing flow can effectively resist the erosion of ordinary areas. However, when facing the Tai Zong Pienya Venus, it was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Such a strong corrosive force. Jujyo Yuki was extremely shocked. But the more this happened, the more she couldn't open the realm now. Fortunately, I didn't listen to Tian Yuan's plan, otherwise I would have foolishly opened the domain now. In this way, the real killer move will be completely placed on the 4 natural disasters. And Xiao Suo, who was standing opposite, was also very puzzled. Simple field. Jujyo Yuki did not open the domain directly, as he expected. But this is totally inconsistent with her fighting style, right? Shouldn't she immediately expand her territory and fight against me? Could it be that she knew from the beginning that her field was open? He shook his head and quickly rejected the idea. Although Tian Yuan is knowledgeable, he is not a prophet and cannot predict his own killer move. Who could have reminded Jujyo Yuki? Or maybe Kujuku Yuki's intelligence was beyond his imagination, and he was able to detect something wrong in advance just by his own perception. Noose threw away the thoughts in his mind, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What if the other party knew? Do you naively think that you can resist me with just a simple domain? Having been scheming for thousands of years, he knows better than anyone that in the face of absolute strength, any strategy will be meaningless. Since you don't want to open your domain, then just go and die. As he spoke, the terrifying faces on the hell demon pillars behind Nozomi broke away from the pillars and flew towards Jujyo Yuki at high speed. The piercing, sharp howl seemed to have some effect on the mind. Jujyo Yuki's simple domain was constantly compressed and weakened under the attack of the human face. The guaranteed hit effect within the area made it impossible for Jujyo Yuki to dodge, and he could only endure it. Looking at Jujyo Yuki, who was in an absolutely passive position, Nozomi still kept the hand seal and said tauntingly, "Where is this smugness from before? Do you really think that you can fight me with just this small, simple domain? Open the domain. Don't let this kind of battle become too boring." Facing Nozomi's ridicule, Jujyo Yuki ignored it and gave up defense and went on the offensive. Instead of standing there and waiting to die, it is better to take the initiative to attack. She knew very well in her heart that the 4 great natural disasters were waiting for a perfect opportunity to enter the battlefield. In this case, let her create this opportunity. Wrapped in the simple domain, she ran towards the noose at a high speed. At the same time, in order to make the noose relax more, she also shouted, "Hurry up, Tian Yuan, stupid." Looking at Kujuku Yuki rushing towards him, Kosu had already anticipated Tengen's plan, and a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Only that old man Tian Yuan can come up with such a stupid idea in this world. It really hurts others and yourself. He slowly raised his fingers and spoke indifferently. "I am different from it. I came from bloody battles, but Tian Yuan, to put it bluntly, he's just an old antique who stays at home." At this time, inside the hall, the old antique in the mouth of the noose was already sweating profusely and was completely at a loss. A minute will pass quickly, and I still have no idea what to do. If Jujyo Yuki only relies on the simple domain, he won't be able to hold out for long. If I had listened to the advice from the beginning and discussed new tactics with the 4 natural disasters immediately, how could this result have happened? At this point, I can only use the edge of my own barrier as the outer cover of the noose. Only if you remove your own emptiness barrier together with it will you have a chance of survival. However, as time goes by, only a few spots of the simple domain under Jujyo Yuki's feet remained, and it would soon be completely stripped away by the attack of the noose. At that time, what awaits her will be an indiscriminate attack. The face of the rope was ferocious, and he laughed loudly. "Ha ha, you have no chance to get close to me. I will make you pay me back 100 or 1,000 times for the punch you just gave me." He raised his hands high, And at this moment, the terrifying aura in the area was mobilized in his hands. "Go to hell, Kujukiyuki." The eerie words came out of his mouth. Next second, the terrifying attack of countless vengeful spirits, accompanied by the piercing roars of countless human faces, suddenly fell. Boom! The powerful destructive force caused the entire Earth to collapse instantly, and even the huge star-bombing palace was shaking. The power of this attack far exceeds the supernova that was previously inflated. Looking at Kujukiyuki, who was completely overwhelmed by the attack, Nozomi laughed secretly in his heart. Because of the guaranteed hit effect, she could only endure it. Without the simple field defense, Jujuyuki will surely be seriously injured. However, the next second, a shell like the starry sky spread out instantly. Jujuyuki's long brown hair fluttered. His hands were in a seal position, and he stood in the center intact. Behind her was a huge black hole that was slowly rotating. It was constantly swallowing up the tiny stars around it. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. Domain? Jujuyuki opened the domain. How dare she open the domain? Tian Yuan widened his eyes and looked at the space of Jujuyuki in disbelief. Even though he knew that the domain was suppressed, he still insisted on opening it. Could it be that she wanted to blow herself up and pull the noose into the water? A gleam flashed in Lu Hu's eyes, and he stretched his neck. Here comes the opportunity. On the battlefield, Kaso watched as Jujuyuki opened his domain to offset his fatal blow. Not only was he not disappointed, but the smile on his face became even more sinister. If Jujuyuki hadn't opened his domain, there might still be a chance for him to survive. But if she opens the domain, then this battle will no longer be a suspense for him. Boom! The forces of the two major realms are constantly confronting each other. At first, they were evenly matched, but with the control of the noose. His domain, Taizo Bianai, actually gave up directly confronting Kujuyuki. Instead, they used the special features of the open domain to continuously attack the outer shell of Jujuyuki's domain from the outside. Click! Seeing a crack appear on the top of the field, 99 remained calm. The imaginary mass is continuously injected into the body of the Shikigami, Holen behind him. She had to do her best to inflict a fatal blow to the noose's field before the technique was melted. A minute and a second passed. A noose with an open domain, during this period, constantly attacks the outer shell of Jujuyuki's domain. However, Jujuyuki can only passively defend, without any means of attack. The outer shell of Jujuyuki's domain was already covered with dense cracks. It seemed as if it would completely fall apart in the next second. The eyes of the lasso were cold, and the corners of his mouth were smiling evilly. Everything is just a struggle before death. As he spoke, he exerted force with both hands, mobilized a large amount of domain power, and condensed a sharp spear again to pierce the shell of Jujuyuki's domain. Bang! With a loud and clear sound, Jujuyuki's domain was finally shattered. Everything in the area is rapidly dissipating. Without the protection of the domain, the evil spirit's black energy enveloped her again. Suddenly, wounds began to appear on her body. Even with the neutralizing effect of the simple field, she still couldn't withstand this endless attack. However, as the simple domain quickly dissipated, there was no panic on Jujuyuki's face, but he stared at the noose in front of him. The Shikigami Phoenix Wheel behind him has disappeared. It's time to end it. You have entered the spell Fuse and will not be able to use the spell engraved in your body for a short period of time. The disappearance of the simple domain will be the final countdown of your life. Kujukiyuki, you really disgraced the name of the special grade and did not satisfy me at all. As for the reason for the defeat, it's all because you trusted that old fellow Tian Yuan too much. A smug smile appeared on Nozomi's face. Jujuyuki, who had no skills, only used the most basic physical skills to dodge his next crazy attack. Apart from the Heaven and the Tyrant Shire of the past, he couldn't think of anyone who could survive under such circumstances. Too bad. She's not sure. Disgrace the name of the special grade? Really? Jujuyuki's hoarse words came out. The next second, the pupils of the noose suddenly contracted. Wrong. What about the Shikigami behind her? Even if the spell is melted, it won't affect the disappearance of the Shikigami. A bad premonition came to my mind. Thousands of years of experience in life and death battles made him subconsciously cast a spell to protect himself. As expected, a strong aura came from behind. Suddenly turning around, I saw Kajuki Yuki's Shikigami, Hurin. This Shikigami, which was filled with imaginary mass, was like a giant white-boned python, flying towards him at high speed. Fortunately, he had prepared defenses in advance. With the blessing of the domain, even if it is a hypothetical quality, he will never suffer fatal damage. Come on, this should be your last struggle, right? However, the next second, confusion appeared in the eyes of the Shikigami Phoenix wheel actually brushed past him and slammed into the human-faced ghost pillar behind him. The look on his face was suddenly startled. What a cunning, crazy woman. Her target was not herself, but the core of his domain. That's right. Although his domain is an open domain, the huge human-faced ghost pillar behind him is the core of the domain. It is also the most vulnerable part. This is also the reason why he has stayed here and never left since he opened the domain. This is to prevent Jujuyuki from seeing the flaws and launching an attack. And now, the thing that he was most worried about happened. In the battle with Jujuyuki's domain just now, his open domain also consumed a lot. If I were to be hit by this imaginary Shikigami, I'm afraid. Boom! The moment the Shikigami Phoenix will came into contact with the demon pillar, it instantly released all the false qualities contained in its body. The extraordinary power blew a huge gap in the entire Tianyuan void barrier. The human-faced ghost pillar behind the rope shook violently at first under this horrific blow, then broke into two and collapsed. Seeing this, Jujuyuki wiped the blood off his face, but the mocking words he had already prepared stopped coming to his lips. How is that possible? The ghost pillar of the noose domain has clearly been broken, so why does the domain still exist? Can the collapse of the ghost pillar only play a weakening role? Damn open field, it's so tricky. Ahem. Law slowly stood up, his face extremely ugly. What a surprise, but your vision is too low after all. Even if the ghost's rupture collapses, I can still maintain the existence of the domain. For thousands of years, I have been constantly seeking progress, while you so-called top-level sorcerers have always been standing still. Today, the gap is clear. Die in despair, a special shame. Najuo flashed and instantly appeared beside Jujuyuki like a ghost. When the horrific fatal blow was about to fall, he found that several strange-shaped insects flew out from around him. Susual was shocked. This is a fire gravel worm? The body of the fire gravel worm expanded rapidly, and then exploded instantly. Boom! The huge impact force instantly blasted the noose away. Having barely managed to stop himself, he looked down at his scorched hands, feeling incredulous. Isn't this the technique of leek coral? Could it be that? Boom! The door of Hongxing Palace was slowly pushed open. Noose's gaze also followed. In his wide eyes, four extremely familiar figures came into view. While what? The real person showed his harmless smile, waved his hand, and said, "Long time no see, Xiaoyu." Humph! Lu Hu said dissatisfiedly. Why are you still being polite to him? Why not just take action directly? On the side, Jujuyuki breathed a sigh of relief. She curled her lips and whispered softly, "Xiao Lu, you are indeed a reliable man." Now that the four natural disasters have come to disrupt the situation, she has enough time to recover from the magic meltdown. By then, it will be the day of Nozomi's death. Lo Hu, Huayu Jinrentog, how was it possible? Susual was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Even though I had prepared myself mentally before, I still couldn't stop being shocked when I actually saw them. Countless doubts came to my mind. I saw with my own eyes that the chess piece that had died before actually appeared in front of me again, and it was still intact. Besides, Weren't they in the game where they died before? Why are they here? Why do they attack me? Was he really controlled by the High Commissioner? But who in the college has such a great ability? Before, he had doubted Tian Yuan, but now he believed that Tian Yuan, a shut-in, would never be able to do such a thing. That is, there is someone else. Technical college, there are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Nozomi first used the reverse curse technique to repair his burnt palm, and then pretended to look sad as he looked at the others. It's great to see you again. But the only pity is that this time, our relationship seems to no longer be that of partners. The moment he saw the fire gravel worm, he knew in his heart that the 4 former natural disasters were now on the side of the high school. Could it be that they had been hiding outside the main hall door, watching everything? TSK, the only drawback of open fields has appeared. That is to be able to enter and exit freely, which naturally includes the technique. This is really troublesome. We finally managed to get Juju Yuki into a desperate situation where his technique was broken. But at this last moment, the situation was disrupted by the former chess piece. In addition to anger, there was also doubt in the heart of Luosaw. Mei always felt that all this seemed to be predicted by someone. Bah, stop pretending to be kind. Have you ever considered us as your partners for even 1 second? Sparks were faintly coming out of the volcano above Lohu's head, and the temperature around it began to rise. Su Sual was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. After your rebirth, your mind has matured a bit. But why do you still get so angry? He secretly glanced at Juju Yuki, who was recovering in the distance, then looked at the real person. So, the purpose of your coming here this time shouldn't just be to reminisce with me, right? These 4 damned troublemakers must be dealt with quickly. Otherwise, once Juju Yuki is out of the magic fuse, everything he has done will be in vain. I'm afraid we'll end up being besieged. The real person narrowed his eyes and smiled. We came here specially to beat you up, Xiaoyu. The reason is that you used us as pawns in the beginning. Hearing this, Luosawa's face suddenly turned gloomy. What he was most worried about finally happened. Without any hesitation, he immediately mobilized his domain and launched an overwhelming attack towards the 4 natural disasters. Seeing this, Lohu shouted to Juju Yuki in the distance, "Hey, crazy woman, get out of here. It's time for the natural disaster show now." Then, 4 different voices sounded almost simultaneously. The domain is expanded. The coffin is covered by the iron wall mountain. Field expands. Self-enclosed circle suddenly wraps up. Field expansion. Devour the sea of light. The field expands. The horizon is surging. Good, very good. Gritted his teeth and said, "Look at me crushing your domain eggshell." Boom. The bombardment of the 5 major areas is causing the entire Hongxing Palace to fall apart. Several huge volcanic turrets suddenly appeared around Lohu. Boom. The terrifying flames suddenly spurted out, and the scorching heat instantly raised the temperature in the air. The real person has a crazy expression, with his mouth wide open in laughter and 3 pairs of pale little hands growing out of his mouth. The little hands crossed each other, forming an extremely complicated handprint. Under his control, countless pale hands condensed and bloomed like lotus flowers. The big hands stretched infinitely, forming a palm shape, and swept towards a noose in the air. Xiaoyu, take the slap. Huayu, who was standing by, still had a calm expression, and summoned countless vines from behind him to shoot towards the noose. Tagore was not willing to be outdone. He suddenly swung his legs and opened his hands wide. Death troops are surging. All of a sudden, countless ancient giant fish emerged from the sea, each with their bloody mouths opened wide and bit towards the noose. Before Luosawa could curse, Lohu became unhappy and shouted at Tawagan, "Watch out! Don't put out my flame." The real person was so excited that he shouted, "Huayu, you are too serious. You should tie the noose with vines. Any posture is fine. Then I can reward him with a big slap in the face." Faced with the fierce attacks of the 4 natural disasters and the taunts of extremely aggressive power, even the usually calm Xiao Su almost couldn't help cursing. Although the four natural disasters are not strong to him, they all have their own domains, and their spells are difficult to deal with. Most importantly, he still couldn't understand why Xia Lu and Gojo Satoru were so hard at beating him when it was Xia Lu and Gojo Satoru who killed them, and their faces all seemed filled with excitement. The heat in his eyes is about to overflow. Why did they work so hard when they fought Gojo Satoru and Xia Lu? He started a new territory right away. It's like he and I have an irreconcilable feud. At most, I'm just using them as pawns. Is that so serious? There must be someone behind this instigating. Anger is anger, but Loasua's 1,000 years of combat experience and his in-depth knowledge of the four great natural disaster techniques allow him to barely withstand the attack. The guaranteed hit effects of the domains were also offset during the fight. For a while, neither side could do anything to the other. Tian Yuan, who was hiding in the dark of the main hall, was already dumbfounded. The scene of the four natural disasters fighting against the noose actually appeared. First, I doubted the authenticity of the open domain, and then I didn't believe that the four natural disasters would help the college. However, these doubts were broken one by one as the battle continued. Obviously, from beginning to end, it seemed like a clown, but it was happy in its heart at this moment. Now that the four great natural disasters have joined, Jujo Yuki has a chance to catch his breath. By then, all we have to do is wait for her to leave the spell's fuse period, and that will be the end of Nose. It seems that Xia Lu is more mysterious than I thought. Let's not talk about how he made the four natural disasters, who are proud of their lives, devote themselves to making noose. The most important thing is that he was able to predict, just like himself, that the noose would target him. This boy is unfathomable. Whether in terms of strength or strategy, he can actually keep up with me, and even does better than me in terms of intelligence. But Tian Yuan still couldn't figure out how Xia Lu knew that the noose had an open domain. Back on the battlefield, the simultaneous existence of the five realms filled the entire battlefield with violent curse power. The territory of Lohu and others was within it, and Luzu cleverly expanded the territory to a size that could just surround them. Both sides are confronting each other with all their strength. Neither dares to act rashly. Although Nozomi is stronger than the four natural disasters in both strength and domain. But there are four of them. Moreover, his territory had been severely damaged by that crazy woman Juju Yuki before. The look on his face was more solemn than ever before. Everything that happened now was far beyond his expectations. First, Juju Yuki didn't fight with him in the first place, and then the four natural disasters that he had worked with before actually fought against him. He didn't forget about the 99 Yuki behind him. Once she recovers from the circuit breaker period, it's time for her to take action. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. Lu Hu and the others were also extremely shocked. Although he had already witnessed the terrifying power of the noose when watching the battle before. But now that the fight has really started, I realize that he has become so powerful. This 1,000-year-old monster is hiding really well. That's enough. The noose roared. This will only become increasingly disadvantageous to him. Even if I could have the last laugh and destroy all their domains from the outside, it would be useless, because by then, Kujuki Yuki might have already left the state of the spell's fuse. You must take the initiative into your own hands. As he spoke, Loasua's face turned grim. He knew it was time to fight for his family's wealth. Ultimate fan. Whirlpool. As he finished speaking, a huge dark vortex suddenly appeared behind him. Pairs of terrifying hands were scrambling to crawl out. The voices of countless cursed spirits overlapped and spread throughout the battlefield. All the cursed spirits here were carefully collected by him over the years. He will never use it until the last moment. The strength of these cursed spirits varies. They may not have much effect on Jujo Yuki, but it is different for the four natural disasters. Loasua looked at the four people from Lohu opposite him and laughed. Don't you four great natural disasters always think that you are naturally superior to ordinary cursed spirits? then I will let you die at their hands." The rope waved its hand. Countless cursed spirits rushed out of the whirlpool. The real person sighed and looked at the shrunken mummy in his hand. "Ah, it's all because Xiao Lu didn't allow me to kill them randomly. I don't have much stock left." Lo Hu grinned. "Who could be as crazy as us, Tianzai? No one should be able to escape the theorem of the spell melting, right?" Jinren's eyes lit up, and he glanced at Lo Hu in surprise. "You mean, let everyone enter the spell fuse?" Lo Hu nodded with a grim smile. The real person widened his eyes, pretended to be panicked, and took 2 steps back, pointing his finger at it. Who are you? Get out of Lo Hu's body." "Master, you are still as annoying as ever." Lo Hu glanced at him unhappily. "The noose is very strong in the open field, and we won't get any advantage if we fight hard. But after fighting for so long, I've almost reached my limit, especially since that ghost pillar is getting smaller and smaller. In that case, then I'll blow up my own domain and drag him down with me." Hua Yu and Tuo Jin nodded and looked at the group of cursed spirits that were attacking quickly, and they formed seals with their hands. The noose on the opposite side was confused by this scene. Careful observation revealed that the hand seals of the 4 people from Lo Hu had changed. What other tricks can they come up with? Click! A crisp sound brought Nose's thoughts back to normal. He focused his eyes and saw that cracks began to appear on the outer shells of the 4 natural disaster areas. But he was not happy, because the effect of his domain had been greatly weakened in the long battle. It is absolutely impossible to disintegrate the 4 major areas at the same time in such a short time. The only possible explanation is the pupils of the rope contract. They want to detonate their own domain and drag themselves down with it. Nose was shocked and angry. In the past 1,000 years, no fool would voluntarily self-destruct his own domain, because this would put him in a desperate situation where his spell would be broken. However, they intend to do this. The autonomous explosion of the domain will produce a powerful force, and then your own domain will definitely be strongly impacted. If the 4 special domains explode at the same time, his domain will also be disintegrated by the powerful force. In just a moment, Nozomi had understood the intentions of the 4 natural disasters. "I will never let you succeed." That intends to take the initiative to contact the field. However, it's too late. Rub, rub, rub. The black hole-like outer shell of the domain continued to expand, and the aura within the domain leaked out crazily. It's like a time bomb about to explode. Lu Hu showed a crazy smile on his face. Field. Explode. Boom. In an instant, time seemed to be quiet, and the whole sky was covered by daylight. The power brought by the active self-detonation of the 4 special fields will be uncontrollable. The surrounding buildings were instantly destroyed by this powerful force. Even Tian Yuan's extremely solid void barrier was shattered at this moment. If it is broken like a mirror, it will scatter across the sky. The self-destruction of the field lasted for 10 seconds. When everything was over, the Hongxing Palace had already become a ruin, and the land was devastated. Tian Yuan stood on a huge piece of rubble, looking down with a dull look in his eyes. The Hongxing Palace where I had lived for so long is gone. It sighed deeply. They are crazy to think of such a way. Ahem. After the smoke and dust cleared, Luosuo weakly supported himself and looked at Lo Hu, saying in a hoarse voice, "Lo Hu, you really impress me. But why bother? No one gets any benefit. The current state of the 4 calamities is obviously not good. After all, exposing one's own domain will have a huge backlash on oneself." Lu Hu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked down at his broken arm, and sneered. "No benefit? Why are you pretending? You are also in the spell melting period now, right? Are you ready to be beaten?" Hearing this, Lu Suo's face froze, and his expression was extremely rare, although he was very reluctant to admit it. He had indeed entered the spell fuse period. Any technique in the body will be unusable, including Gedo, Sugiru's cursed spirit manipulation technique. Now, he has no other options except for physical training, although the same is true for Lo Hu and the others. But there are 4 of them. While Luosaw was thinking, a smiling face covered with stitches appeared before his eyes. I smell fear from you. I never thought you would be afraid, Ghetto. The real person had a ferocious face and laughed wildly, and his fist, which had been fully charged, suddenly fell down. Bang! The fist, as big as a real sandbag, hit the face of the noose heavily. Yeah, I won. Lohu, I was the one who hit Xia Yu's face first. The real person opened his arms and spun around in circles with joy. The corners of Lohu's mouth twitched. What a scheming man. He was actually beaten to the punch by this annoying guy. However, the next second, the attack of the noose also came quietly. Bang! The real person, who was immersed in joy, was knocked to the ground by an unexpected punch. The look in the eyes of the scorpion was extremely gloomy, and he wished he could grind them into dust. It was fine that he was punched in the face by Jojo Yuki, who was at the same level. But the four natural disasters that he had originally allowed himself to control actually dared to slap him in the face. When did the consequences of living for thousands of years end up being so humiliating? At this moment, Lu Hu and others also approached the noose in an instant. In a triangle pose, he is surrounded tightly. Luosawa's eyes narrowed slightly, and he chuckled. I never thought that one day I would be reduced to fighting with others. Can you tell me who resurrected you? However, what responded to him was Lohu's hard fist. Luosawa moved his feet and moved sideways to easily avoid Lohu's attack. Even though he cannot use spells, this sorcerer who has lived for 1,000 years is also extremely powerful in physical skills. Seeing that the first blow failed, Lohu continued. Want to know? Then let us beat you up until we are satisfied. As soon as he finished speaking, Huayu and Tua Jian attacked from both sides. Bang! Without a spell, the noose could only jump up in panic to avoid this sudden attack. The ground at the original location had been split by a powerful kick, creating a deep pit and stirring up rubble all over the sky. The rapidly retreating noose was about to fight back, but he discovered that the real person who was originally lying on the ground had disappeared. Behind him, the real person pursed his lips, stretched them to an exaggerated shape, and pretended to kiss the noose. The smug expression made Luosaw step back subconsciously. Faced with this extremely mocking action, Luosaw became even more angry. Sure enough, among the four great natural disasters, the most annoying one is the real person. The next second, the four natural disasters had completely surrounded him. They all raised their fists as big as sandbags and jumped toward the noose. Bang, bang, bang. For a moment, the five of them fought together, facing the four great natural disasters, who were fighting against one another without any moral principles. Even the powerful noose could only barely hold back. The most difficult thing for him was the real person. Every move he made was a despicable one. There are endless weird moves like monkeys stealing peaches, kick to cut off offspring, double dragons going out to sea, etc. While the noose was exhausted from parrying, he secretly swore in his heart, if there is a chance, I must refine the real person's beads. And Lu Hu and the others became more and more frightened as the fight went on. I didn't expect this guy's physical skills to be so powerful. He could hold out for so long against the four of them. Moreover, why did he always deal with it with one hand? Did he look down on him? Thinking of this, Lu Hu became furious, and his men's attack became more fierce. Tian Yuan on the side was also watching with great interest. No one could have imagined that the fight between the 5 special-level masters would not involve any earth-shattering spells or any deadly moves that were impossible to defend against. It was like a primitive fight, a fist-to-flesh attack. However, at this moment, the noose suddenly gave up dodging, took a few punches despite being injured, and then forcibly broke free from the blockade of the 4 natural disasters. His figure flew quickly, like a ghost, and attacked Tian Yuan. A sinister smile of success appeared on his face. Long before, he had secretly cast his eyes towards Tian Yuan, standing on the stone. Now his hope of killing Yuki Kajuku is gone. but he still has one last chance. That is assimilation of Tian Yuan. Qin Yuan's appearance made him ecstatic. He didn't expect it to become like this. In this way, he doesn't need to spend any effort to assimilate Tian Yuan. Just use the spell to touch it, and everything will be done. Just a second before his domain was shattered and the spell was about to be tripped, he decisively engraved the absorption spell controlled by the cursed spirit on the palm of his right hand, waiting for this last moment. This is also the reason why he never used his left hand during the hand-to-hand combat with Lu Hu and others. From beginning to end, he never forgot the ultimate purpose of this trip. The noose stretched out 5 fingers and grabbed towards Tian Yuan. Damn it! Looking at the huge hand approaching him, Tian Yuan was unable to dodge for a moment. If I were touched, the consequences would be disastrous. However, at this moment, the voice of Juju Yuki suddenly sounded. Hey, did you forget about me? The pupils of the noose suddenly contracted. Oh no, Kujuku Yuki has recovered from the spell meltdown. Ow! With a loud shout, a skeleton-like Shikigami shaped like a python tore through the air and appeared before his eyes. Phew! The noose's shoulder was instantly pierced, and a burst of snow flew out. The whole person was blown away. He could only watch helplessly as his hand moved further and further away from Tian Yuan. It's only the last step. Obviously, he had a chance to kill Juju Yuki. All of this is to blame on the dam for natural disasters. No, it should be blamed on the mastermind behind it. At this moment, Xiao Suo felt extremely unwilling. Right now, there is no hope of killing Juju Yuki or assimilating Tian Yuan. Even your own life will be threatened like never before. Sure enough, before he could stop flying backwards, a devilish voice came from behind his head. Just now, you said that I was a disgrace among the special class. Blood continued to flow from the corners of Juju Yuki's mouth and eyes. The price of forcibly recovering from the technique's meltdown was damage to his cerebral cortex. In addition, the injury she received from the previous battle with Nozomi made her look like a bloody person seeking revenge. In the eyes of Nozomi, who was filled with fear, Juju Yuki suddenly swung a heavy punch containing imaginary mass. Bang! The unparalleled attack directly hit the body of the noose. He was flying backwards like a kite with its string cut off, and he found that one of his arms had been blown off by the punch. Imaginary mass, what a terrifying attack. A strong sense of death came over me. From the perspective of the power of her technique, this woman is even more terrifying than Gojo Satoru. But she seems to be in very bad condition. With his keen observation ability, the lasso flying upside down in the air immediately noticed something unusual. I see. So they probably saw me about to touch Tian Yuan. So they forcibly broke free from the spell a few seconds in advance and broke free. What a crazy woman. Isn't she afraid that her cerebral cortex won't be able to handle it and she'll turn into a lunatic? Coupled with the indiscriminate attacks from her domain before, it is not an exaggeration to say that she is dragging a seriously injured body at this moment. He was obviously stunned by the desperate woman in front of him. Crazy. Why don't you treat your body? Juju Yuki's heroic face was full of smiles, and his bloodshot eyes stared at the noose, grinning excitedly. It's just a fatal wound. Of course I'll beat you first. After saying that, Juju Yuki flashed and appeared behind Noose in an instant like a ghost. A powerful kick, like a shot, suddenly fell down. The Noose gritted his teeth, his heart ruthless. Simple field. A simplified version of the punching area was formed from 1 meter around him. I didn't expect that not long ago I was laughing at Juju Yuki for using the simple field and struggling to death. Unexpectedly, the identities suddenly reversed, and it was his turn to struggle to his death. If I don't activate the simple domain, my body alone will definitely not be able to withstand a kick from 99 that is filled with imaginary mass. Bang! Juju Yuki's whip kick collides with a simple field. The whole body of the lasso was like a cannonball, smashing into the ground fiercely, creating a huge, deep pit in the earth. The simple domain that had just been opened was almost shattered by this kick. Ahem! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the rope. Severe pain instantly swept through the whole body. It has been 1,000 years. I haven't suffered such a serious injury in a full 1,000 years. Looking at the blood-stained face of Kujuku Yuki, Nozomi screamed madly in his heart. Why don't you use the reverse curse technique to recover from such a serious injury? If the opponent uses reverse curse technique to heal, you will also get a brief respite. I tried to activate the spell within my body, but found that the operation of the spell power seemed to have short-circuited. However, the corner of his mouth suddenly curled up into an evil smile. Do you really want to fight to the death? Don't forget that this body belongs to Geto Suguru. If you kill me, this body will disappear. I don't think Gojo Satoru wants to see this, right? However, before Jujuyuki could answer, I don't care who you belong to. Louhu's heavy punch had already landed harshly on his face. Looking at the noose that was knocked away by a punch, Louhu took a puff of his pipe elegantly. What the hell is this? Geto Suguru, Gojo Satoru, I don't care about you that much. Seeing this, Jujuyuki sighed. Well, although the 4 natural disasters were instructed by Xia Lu, they also helped me. Let them beat me for a while. Speaking of which, it seems that Geto Shayo's dark turn was indirectly related to me. If I remember correctly, that time in the school corridor, after I talked with him about my ideals, Xiaoyojia defected the next day. Forget it. Let the 4 natural disasters do the fighting. Thinking of this, Jujuyuki came to Tianyuan's location just in case and began to use the reverse curse technique to heal his injuries. Tianyuan, this time, thanks to you. Jujuyuki didn't even bother to look at it. I refused to talk to someone who failed in decision-making and almost killed me. If it were before, although she didn't like Tianyuan, she at least recognized its ability and would respect it. But this time, she completely lost her trust in Tianyuan. Fortunately, I chose to believe Xia Lu, otherwise I would have been tricked to death by Tianyuan. Therefore, she decided that she must hold on to Xia Lu's thigh in the future. She would never let go. Tianyuan's mouth twitched, and he wanted to refute, but he had no reason. Compared with Xia Lu, I do seem a little stupid this time. Even without Xia Lu's presence, the crisis was easily resolved. He promised to be able to access the open field in a short period of time, but he failed to do so, which almost killed Jujuyuki. After all, I still can't let go of the so-called pride in my heart. Why are you still standing here? Are you waiting for Nozomi to find another opportunity to assimilate you? Facing Jojo's contemptuous gaze, Tianyuan's face turned dark. This huge Hongxing palace has been torn to pieces by you guys. Where the hell can you go? On the other hand, the situation of Loasaw at the moment is extremely miserable. Unable to use magic, the noose can only bite the bullet and fight against the 4 natural disasters. It is said that 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands, let alone him who only has 1 arm left. This plan has completely failed. We must find a way to escape. Bang! If he wasn't paying attention, he would be knocked to the ground by a punch again. Before he could get up, he heard a strange cry. The real man jumped up with a crazy smile on his face. The dark soles of his shoes completely occupied his vision. I step on it, I step on it, I step on it. The real person was like a happy child, stomping on the body of the noose madly. The latter simply raised his arm to block, staring at the real person with murderous eyes. However, the more he behaved like this, the more Lu Hu and the others beat him up. The next second, the corner of the mouth of the rope suddenly curled up into an evil smile. Finally, he had waited until this moment. Reverse curse technique. As the words of the rope fell, the broken arm and the various injuries on the body were instantly repaired. Boom! A powerful impact force directly knocked the real person who was stepping on him away. Nose stood up, pinched the end of the suture on his forehead with his index finger and thumb, and then suddenly pulled it in front of everyone's puzzled gaze. Sizzle. The top of his head was opened directly, and his white brain was exposed to everyone. For thousands of years, some people called him But no one knew that his strongest point was not occupying their bodies and depriving them of their skills. It's the brain inside. He glanced at everyone, smiled, and said gently, "Actually, I have a big ultimate move." Hearing this, the expressions of the four great natural disasters were suddenly shocked. They all retreated dozens of meters cautiously. There's no way. The sudden action of the lasso is really too scary. How could he suddenly open his head during a fight and tell them to use their ultimate moves? In the distance, Jujo Yuki also widened his eyes, and a bad premonition emerged in his heart. A black hole began to form quietly behind him, and imaginary mass was constantly injected into it. This was supposed to be her last resort, but now it was clear that she didn't need to force herself to exchange it with Nose. But it's always good to be prepared for any eventuality. Under the extremely shocked gazes of the crowd, the gentle fake smile of Su Suo suddenly changed. Instead, there was an extremely ferocious and hideous smile. Tian Yuan frowned. Is there any killer move? Could it be that the noose has already escaped the technique's fuse period? Otherwise, no matter how powerful his killer moves are, they must rely on techniques. He was finding it increasingly difficult to see through the noose now, and it seemed possible that he could escape the spell's fused state in such a short period of time. Puff! The 5 fingers of the noose formed into claws, and suddenly reached for his own cerebral cortex. Then a small piece was peeled off abruptly. Then, in front of everyone's shocked gaze, he used the reverse curse technique to repair it. Lu Hu was shocked. Reverse curse technique? Isn't he in the same spellbreaking period as me? After sewing up his crown, he smiled sinisterly. I'm sure everyone present here knows that the reason why the technique is broken is because the fragile cerebral cortex cannot withstand such a strong load, and a self-protection mechanism that is automatically turned on. The sorcerer who could become a special level existence, his willpower has already surpassed his physical strength. What if I just dig out the cerebral cortex, force the restoration of the technique to fuse, and then immediately run the reverse curse technique to repair it? At this point, a huge vortex suddenly appeared behind the rope. Everyone present saw it at a glance. This is exactly Geto Sugiru's technique, Extreme Fan. Whirlpool. Kyuji, compared to your previous brutal struggle to break free from the spell fuse without caring about the damage to your brain. My method should be far better than yours, right? In terms of talent, I am far superior to everyone in your high school, except Gojo Satoru. More crazy than that, you, Yuki, are still a child in front of me. The crazy sound of the noose echoed throughout the Hongxing Palace. Everyone's breathing held. This crazy genius. He actually discovered such a heaven-defying method by observing how Jujo Yuki forcibly broke free from the fuse of the technique. This method is only limited to the madman who can lift the noose of the top of his head at any time. The extreme vortex behind you can't be fake. It seems that the noose has indeed escaped the magic fuse in this way. Tian Yuan's heart was extremely shocked at this moment. Hundreds of years ago, it noticed that this descendant, named Zuisoa, possessed extraordinary talent. I didn't expect that he could do this. Jujo Yuki frowned. She always felt something was wrong, but she couldn't figure out what the problem was. Facing the verbal ridicule from Lasaw, she just waved her hand casually, looking nonchalant. Okay, you're awesome, okay? You've lived for 1,000 years, and yet you were almost beaten to death by a junior like me. You beat the trump card of the open field to pieces, and you can still laugh? If I knew how to open the field, you would have gone down to see Geto Sugiru long ago. He said he was quite capable, but Xia Lu still had him tricked? Maybe he still doesn't know that all this happened because of Xia Lu's words? While speaking, Jujo Yuki, the black hole behind him, was still accumulating power. Facing Jujo Yuki's reply, Nozomi remained indifferent, and instead looked at the real person and said with a smile, "Come to think of it, I have to thank you for your transformation of an action." The real person was stunned and was confused. What does he mean? Is there something that I haven't fully developed in my Wu-Wei transformation? The next second, The vortex behind the rope began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, half of the Hongxing Palace was covered. A terrifying aura emanated from within the vortex. Retreat! With a loud shout from Lo Hu, the four great natural disasters immediately withdrew and retreated violently. Although I don't know what special move the noose will release, but judging from the posture, the power is probably unprecedented. The noose rope opened its hands and slowly rose into the sky, and the monk's robe on his body moved without wind. Tianyuan, your Hongxing Palace is almost rotten anyway. Why don't I help you flatten it? As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his hands violently, and a huge whirlpool swept over. The entire sky was covered with a huge shadow. Lu Hu and the others looked at the huge vortex slowly approaching from the sky with extremely solemn expressions. Without any hesitation, Tian Yuan immediately used the remaining energy of the void barrier to create a barrier that enveloped everyone. Looking at the whirlpool approaching, everyone seemed to be facing a formidable enemy. Can Tianyuan's barrier withstand such a terrifying vortex? However, the moment the vortex comes into contact with the barrier, nothing happened. Everything was calm and peaceful. There is not even a trace of mana fluctuation. Lu Hu scratched his head in confusion. Is Tian Yuan's barrier so powerful? He actually directly resolved the ultimate move of the noose. Everyone, I look forward to our next meeting. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up suddenly, only to see that a pair of flesh wings had grown out of the noose's body at some point. The real person was shocked and quickly extended his index finger, trembling as he pointed at the flying noose. He actually lied to me. Isn't this the most common transformation through an action? He could do it too. What a killer move. The corners of Jujo Yuki's mouth slightly raised, and a huge black hole slowly rose behind him. The lasso, which had just flown a short distance away, suddenly turned back and looked in horror at the extremely dark miniature sun that was slowly rising behind him. Just by looking behind me to get something, a sense of crisis of death swept through my body. Is this thing a real black hole? She actually possesses such a terrifying technique. Jujuyuki's words fell into his ears from afar. Let me tell you what it means to truly destroy the world. This move is also called Ultimate Star Fury. It is her ultimate killer move. She has never used it since she mastered this technique. Now, let the noose experience its power. The black hole was suspended in mid-air, not touching the ground below, but had forcibly created a huge, deep pit. The whole sky lost its light temporarily. Madman! Lo Hu and the others looked at the black hole behind Juju Yuki and felt their scalps tingling. Including Tian Yuan, they all retreated and hid. The compression of absolute mass instantly forms an ultra-high-density black hole. All objects and living things, even light, will be completely swallowed up. At this moment, all that was left for Najuo was boundless terror. He flapped his flesh wings madly, with only one thought in his mind. Escape. No one can withstand this black hole. Don't waste your efforts. I can't think of any way to avoid this attack except Xia Lu's divine power. Gravity, mass, and time will cease to exist at this moment. Jujo Yuki's playful words came from behind. The noose suddenly lowered his head and saw a terrifying black shadow appearing under his feet. The powerful suction seemed to drag him into the abyss of hell. Everything around him fell into absolute darkness, and the only sound in his ears was the mocking voice of the woman. What now? Am I a young kid crazier than you? At this moment, Zhuisuo was completely speechless. The ground buildings of Hongxing Palace were reduced to ashes. The underground palace shook violently, and the terrifying black hole with white light was bottomless. The void barrier that Tianyuan and even the entire high school were so proud of no longer existed. Boom! At this moment, the world was eclipsed. At this moment, there's only endless roar in my ears. After the end of the world, the broken dome of the Hongxing Palace casts dazzling sunlight, contrasting with the devastation on the ground. For the first time in hundreds of years, the Hongxing Palace, which had never seen sunlight, welcomed the light. There was complete silence all around, as if the brutal battle just now had never happened. At this moment, there was no trace of the noose. Jujo Yuki knelt weakly on the ground, a satisfied smile appearing on his pale face. The reason for using this move is to respond to Nozomi's words. She can accept others saying she is weak, but she will never accept that someone is crazier than herself. This is just the situation she can control. If she is given enough time, she can even bury the entire earth with her. Lohu and the other three slowly crawled out from underground, stuck their heads out, and carefully observed the scene around them. Now, I'm afraid even the ashes of the noose have been scattered by you. Tian Yuan stepped on a piece of gravel and sighed. With such power, I'm afraid that even if I give the lasso another life, it won't be able to survive. Jujo Yuki smiled confidently. I told you, no one can survive this move except for holloization. Luhu breathed a sigh of relief and felt much better. I've already put the noose on the wall. Now I can finally go kill someone. Murder. Jujo Yuki frowned and glanced at the four natural disasters with a threatening look. Although I'm in a very weak state now, I should have no problem beating the four of you. Lohu, can't you explain yourself clearly? The immortal waved his hands and explained with a laugh. Don't get me wrong. We received instructions from Xia Lu to kill the high-ranking officials and capture the strong ones to throw into the Death Reincarnation Tour to give Xia Lu and his team points. Just now, the four of them receive instructions from Xia Lu in their minds at the same time. After they have beaten up the noose, let them go to the higher-ups. Hearing this, Jujo Yuki's expression changed instantly, and his eyes lit up. Go to the upper floors to kill people? Take me with you. Shoko had already told her about the high-level penalty order. This bunch of rotten oranges is completely hopeless. She has long wanted to destroy these hopeless old guys. When that happens, I will create a black hole directly on the heads of the top management. Luhu's mouth twitched. This crazy woman. As expected, none of the four special-grade colleges are normal. As if he had forgotten something, Juju Yuki showed a dangerous smile. Tenjin, you should not have heard anything, right? Tian Yuan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. The world of spells is completely in chaos. What happens at the top has nothing to do with me. You're smart. Juju Yuki is now filled with anger. If Tian Yuan dares to speak out to stop her, she won't mind using it to vent her anger. When everyone has left, a faint thumping sound was heard from beneath the silent rubble. Bang! Under the suddenly propped-up stone stood a man covered in scars. Half of his body had been blown away by the terrifying black hole just now. Call! With his only remaining hand, he gently brushed off the dust on his body. The words of the survivors were expressed with emotion. What an ultimate killer move. What a man even crazier than me. Kyuju Kiyuki, I recognize you and look forward to the next battle. At the last moment of life and death, he had no choice but to use a technique that was rarely known to the public. That is the anti-gravity mechanism. The owner of this technique is Itadori's mother, Kori. At the critical moment, he transformed his own body into a domain and instantly activated the anti-gravity mechanism technique. While improving the ability to rotate the technique, it also minimizes the output and activation time to the limit. At that moment, he didn't know whether this method would work, but in a life-and-death situation, he had no choice. Fortunately, he made the right bet and pulled half of his life out of the black hole. However, even with such a miraculous operation, he still almost died in the black hole. What a terrible woman. Thinking of this battle, Shusuo couldn't help but laugh at himself. In thousands of years, he has never been so embarrassed. This time he was completely predicted to fail, and the chance of assimilating Tian Yuan would probably be difficult to realize. With the addition of Xia Lu, the pervert, the Death Return game has probably really turned into a game of killing monsters and leveling up. Gojo Goku was afraid that he would be unsealed soon, and his injuries could not be recovered in a short time. It's really troublesome. But Xiaosuo took a deep breath and smiled with enjoyment. It's great to be alive. Having lived for 1,000 years, he cherishes his life more than anyone else. Anything and any plan requires a life to be done, and also requires a life to witness, right? He is not like those fools like Lohu who are willing to die for their ideals. The best plan at the moment is to hold on to Su Nua first, and the subsequent plans will be carried out around him. I don't know how Li Mei is doing. Death and destruction return, the first barrier in Tokyo. Inside a luxurious skyscraper room, Itadori and Fushiguro Megumi are sitting at the dining table. Opposite them was a girl with golden curly hair, a halo on her head, and a pair of angel-like wings behind her. Lake Suha tilted his head and smiled slightly. Did you sleep well? The two people of destiny? Itadori smiled and politely responded, It's okay. After the two rushed back to the Death Realm, they defeated Higurashi Hiromi and Rei Shimi, respectively. Finally, after unremitting search, he finally found the angel he had been thinking about, Lake Suha, and there seems to be an unexpected gain. The angel seems to have a great affection for Fushiguro Megumi. Itadori always felt that Fushiguro Megumi and Lake Suha had some unspeakable secret. Seeing Fushiguro Megumi, who was worried about her sister, Itadori summoned his own golden bug and showed it. Don't be so proud, boss. We are getting closer and closer to victory. If you don't believe me, look. As he spoke, he stretched out his finger and continued. Senior Hyakinji scored 100 points, and Senior Okatsu scored an impressive 190 points. Xiao Lu, who seemed to have a cheat code, even scored 500 points. With these points, you have to use them well. You will definitely be able to save your sister. Hearing this, Fushiguro Megumi felt a little better. As long as we can meet up with Xiao Lu and his friends, save my sister, and escape death, there will be hope. Fushiguro Megumi took a deep breath and looked seriously at the blonde girl sitting opposite him, staring at him with a crazy look on her face. Lacey, are you really an angel? If so, please help us open the prison gate. He always felt that Lai Shihua was not like an angel, but more like a nymphomaniac. At this moment, a voice that did not belong to Lacey reached their ears. Yes, I am the angel. The next second, a terrifying mouth appeared on Lake Sihua's face. Itadori and Fushiguro were petrified on the spot when they saw this. Itadori couldn't even speak clearly. You mouth? He knows the mouth on this girl's face very well. Isn't this exactly the same as the sukuna in my body? However, the mouth on Lacey's face didn't care about the exaggerated reactions of the two people and started to talk nonsense. Hey, little Fushiguro, I remember what Lacey did to you when you were little. Before he could finish his words, Lacey, who was blushing, slapped him in the face. However, the mouth appeared on the back of Lacey's hand. Knowing that Lacey was thin-skinned, it changed the subject. My spell can invalidate any spell. The barrier, including the seal, is no exception. So this is why Lacey and I can freely cross the barrier without consuming points. Of course, the main reason is that there's a killer with a bun in the second barrier of Tokyo. The mad demon mentioned by the angel refers to the martial arts fanatic Lu Ziyun, who was fooled by the panda. Itadori and Fushiguro Megumi listened quietly to the angel's dictation. As for the strongest seal of the prison gate you mentioned, I can actually unlock it. Hearing this, the two of them showed excitement in their eyes, and Itadori even stood up excitedly. The tense nerves were relieved, and the two excitedly high-fived each other. The hope for teacher Gojo Satoru to see the light of day again has finally come. However, the next second, the angel's words came out again. But I need you to help me find someone. His name is Fallen. I can promise you right now, if you help me find and kill the fallen angel, I will immediately unlock the prison gate. As the word Fallen was spoken, Itadori's eyes suddenly widened. The extremely evil feeling came again. The scene suddenly changed, and a scene filled with blood and bones appeared before my eyes. The countless broken limbs and arms scattered on the ground let him know that this was the devil's domain. Sukuna sat on the high bone mountain and said impatiently, I feel sick when I see your lowly face. Living inside your body is the only shame of my life. But now, for your life and my safety, I'm going to tell you a secret before you, an idiot, spill the beans. Itadori clenched his fists and stared at Sukuna. He wanted to see what this demon, who killed people without blinking an eye, had to say. The next second, Sukuna's words made Itadori completely frozen in place. The fallen is me. I am the fallen. Facing the angel who was his nemesis, Sukuna had to tell Itadori his other name from thousands of years ago. To put it simply, the blackening of ordinary people and cursed spirits is called depravity, while the transformation of celestial beings, or Buddhas, is called fallen angels. Did you understand, idiot? What? You damn jinx. How many nicknames do you have that everyone hates you? Then, isn't the person the angel is looking for exactly the same as me, who is right in front of me? Itadori pointed at Sukuna angrily. If he could defeat him, he would beat the demon that occupied his body to death today. Okay, then I will tell the angel the secret you are hiding inside me. Huh? Sukuna held his chin up, looked at him like a fool, and sneered. You will die. What if I die? For everyone's safety, for the teacher to see the light of day again. I will die in front of you. It's you who ruined my life. It's you who made me a time bomb. As long as I die, I can at least make you lose more than half of your strength, or even destroy you together. Seeing Itadori so angry, Sukuna was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Itadori's hatred for him had reached such a level. If it were someone else, this horrible negative emotion would immediately catalyze a powerful curse. This kid's willpower is amazingly strong. However, he no longer liked this body, and the black-haired hedgehog head outside was even more tempting to him. After his thoughts turned upside down, Sukuna still smiled calmly and said, It doesn't matter if you die. But have you ever thought about what would happen if the angels found out that I, the fallen angel on the kill list, had been living in your body? Does it still trust you so much? Hasn't it helped you to unlock the prison gate? Perhaps that naive Lai Shihua is willing, but the one who can make the decision must be the angel living in her body. Looking at Itadori, who was standing there in confusion, Sukuna raised a wicked smile and waved his hand. Go ahead and tell me my secret, but your dear teacher, Gojo Satoru, will never come out again. Ha ha, idiot. Itadori lowered his head and said nothing, but his nails deeply embedded in his flesh revealed his anger and helplessness at the moment. Sukuna was right. Perhaps my death could replace Sukuna, but if the angel became suspicious, he would refuse to lift the seal. That Gojo Satoru teacher will never see the light of day again. Don't be too proud too soon. The moment Gojo Satoru comes out, you will die. Oh, really? Sukuna raised his eyebrows slightly, and a long-lost excitement flashed in his eyes. You know, this world only allows one strongest. I'm looking forward to that day. Itadori returned to the outside world. Fushiguro Megumi noticed that something was wrong with Itadori's expression and was about to ask about it when he was interrupted by a blog post. Swimmer Anonymous adds a rule for the death return swim. Teleport the player Fushiguro Miki to the barrier where Itadori Yudo is. Fushiguro Megumi suddenly stood up and widened her eyes. Sister. Fushiguro Megumi's eyes suddenly widened, unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. Who on earth was willing to spend 100 points to teleport my sister here? Could it be Okatsu-senpai and the others? But why Anonymous? Although he was extremely eager to see his sister, Tsumiki, he was not overwhelmed by the sudden surprise. At this time, Itadori, who was standing by, showed his intelligence. Fushiguro, don't get excited. Don't forget that your sister was taken away by the noose. Now she suddenly appears beside me. What conspiracy could she be hiding? After saying that, Itadori called out to Sukuna frantically in his heart, wanting to ask if this was his conspiracy. But no matter how hard he pressed, the answer he got was always just 2 words, idiot. Was it too much of a deliberate act to teleport Fushiguro Miki to Itadori's side? Yes, Itadori is right. Angel Lacey also nodded in agreement. She just hopes that Fushiguro Megumi will be fine. Fushiguro Megumi clenched his fists. No matter what, I have to go downstairs to check now. This is not a safe place, but a place of death and destruction where fighting is taking place all the time. If Tsumaki encounters any danger, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Hey, you damn sister complex, let us go down with you. Seeing Fushiguro's expression that showed he could not afford to negotiate, Itadori shook his head and smiled bitterly. Soon after, the platform downstairs. In the sky, a black figure suddenly landed on the ground. Miki Fushiguro, who fell from a high altitude but was unharmed, patted her chest, looking frightened. Wow, precision teleportation. Itadori was so shocked by this magical scene that he couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is exactly like playing a game." Fushiguro, is this your sister? She's so beautiful. Fushiguro Megumi glanced at Itadori with a wary look on his face, then fixed his eyes on his sister. Whether in appearance or tone of voice, she is no different from her sister. But before that, his sister had been lying in bed for many years and fell into a deep sleep because of a curse. But now, it appeared in front of him alive and kicking. Was all this done by Nozomi? What on earth does this damn guy want to do? Miki smiled as she looked at her brother, who was deep in thought. Shall we? Long time no see. Did you miss me? Falling from the sky really gave me a scare. A word of shall we made Fushiguro Megumi unable to think anymore. Sister. She is my sister. No one can imitate her. However, Lake Suo on the side noticed something was wrong. I remember when she was a child, she met Fushiguro's sister from a distance, and her personality seemed a little different from now, but I can't explain why. She looked at Jean Meiji and asked, "Hello, sister. Do you know who spent 100 points to teleport you here?" Although I like Fushiguro Megumi, now is the time to increase the favorability of the future big sister. But now Fushiguro Megumi is so excited that he has lost his judgment and must figure out everything. Itadori was very familiar with the place and smiled. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Sister Tsumaki, which kind-hearted person teleported you here? You can talk about appearance, too. For example, a weak boy with a 3:7 hairstyle, or a man with one red and one purple eye? In Itadori's opinion, if it was really the work of the college, then Okatsu Judas and Xia Lu, who had the most points, were the most likely to be responsible. Moreover, these two people were present at the time and knew that Sister Fushiguro was taken away by Nozomi. Fushiguro Miki hesitated for a while, then nodded excitedly. Yes, yes, yes. It was the man with one red eye and one purple eye who sent me here. It's really thanks to him that I came to my rescue. Otherwise, I might never see Xiaowi again. Hearing this, Itadori and Fushiguro Megumi breathed a sigh of relief. It seems at this time it is correct. One eye is red and the other is purple. Apart from the cosmetic contact lenses, Xia Lu is the only one in the entire world of sorcery. A man with one red and one purple eye? Lake Sihua tilted his head to show that he didn't understand. Neither she nor the angel within her had ever seen eyes like these. But I always feel like something's weird. The angel's intuition made her feel inexplicably uneasy. But if I continue asking now, I'm afraid it will leave a bad impression on my future big sister. What are you doing standing there? Go and reunite with your sister. As he said that, Itadori transferred all his points to Fushiguro without hesitation. By the way, spend another 100 points to send her back to the game of death. Fushiguro Megumi stood there in a daze, feeling extremely grateful, and finally managed to utter two words, "Thank you." He stepped forward, grabbed Miki's hand, transferred the points to her, and carefully instructed her how to add rules. Fushiguro Miki smiled and nodded, took a step back, waved to the crowd, and blurted out the crisp words. Add additional rules to allow swimmers to enter and exit the barrier freely. What? As soon as these words came out, the three people's eyes widened in disbelief. What she should have said was, escape from death and return. What on earth is going on? Fushiguro Megumi suddenly took 2 steps back. His pupils shrank, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He stared at Jean Meiji, who was always smiling, and spoke slowly with trembling words. You, who are you? Ha ha ha. The people in the technical high school are really idiots. Jean Meiji's expression suddenly changed. The originally gentle and generous sister completely tore off the veil of disguise. A crazy smile appeared on his face. A voice that was completely different from Tsumiki's, echoing throughout the entire platform. Of course I am your sister, Fushiguro. Get out of my sister's body now. Fushiguro Megumi roared, unable to hold back his anger. At this moment, he felt extremely regretful. He should have thought of it earlier. How could a rope lead my sister to meet Xia Lu? For a moment, Itadori and Lake Sihua's brains went blank. Were they tricked? Not only was my feelings betrayed, but also the 100 points I worked so hard to earn were wasted. Itadori clenched his fists. Who are you? What he hated most in his life was people who played with his family's feelings. Aha, let me tell you, my name is Juan. You may not have heard of it, but those old guys hundreds of years ago must have known it. I have to thank you very much for giving me the answer that I was able to get away with. Originally, when Itadori asked who teleported her here, she was shocked and didn't know how to respond. But who would have thought that this naive Itadori would actually give himself the answer directly? Want to know who sent me here? I can tell you. I don't know her name, but she has white hair, a mushroom head, and a cold, expressionless face. White mushroom head, facial paralysis girl. Reverse plum. Itadori and Fushiguro immediately had the answer. During the Shibuya incident, after Xia Lu used the repulsion technique, Li Mei disappeared without a trace. The college searched for her afterwards, but could not find any trace of her. Overwhelmed with regret and endless guilt, Fushiguro's mind was filled with regret. Why? Why did you lie to me? One just smiled evilly. No reason. Isn't it good to get 100 points without any effort? As for why such a rule was added. At this point, Juan paused briefly, took a deep look at Itadori's body, then stuck out his bright red tongue, licked his lips, and said eagerly, I know you can hear me, and I won't interfere with what happens next. But once you accomplish your goal, don't even think about abandoning me. The three of them had no idea what she meant by what she said. The next second, dragonfly-like wings had grown on Juan's back. As her thin wings vibrated rapidly, her body floated into the air. Juan blinked and blew a kiss to the three of them playfully. Bye. Whoosh! As soon as she finished speaking, she flew into the distant sky like a cannonball. Chase! Itadori and Angel Lacey reacted immediately and chased after him at high speed. We must pull her down before she flies away. However, Juan, who was flying in the air, suddenly stopped and turned to look down, smiling triumphantly. Then, in front of the shocked eyes of several people, he took out a dried black finger. Take it. Just consider it as my dowry to you. What? Itadori and the others suddenly widened their eyes. That's Sukuna's finger. Were you talking to the Sukuna in your body just now? Sure enough, that scary mouth suddenly appeared on Itadori's face. The mouth sucked lightly, and the fingers still falling in the air seemed to sense the owner's magic weapon and turned into a streak of light and flew towards Itadori. Get out of the way! Fushiguro Megumi shouted from the back. However, the fingers moved too fast for Itadori to react. The finger instantly fell into the terrifying mouth. Well, Itadori stood there in a daze, with his head down and no words. Tiger! Itadori, what's wrong with you? The next second, the demon that occupied Itadori's body reappeared. Lai Shihua's neck was tightly strangled, and the girl, who was completely unable to react, quickly went into shock and fainted on the ground due to the terrifying feeling of suffocation. Sukuna forced himself to control his body, and like a puppet, he turned his head to look at Fushiguro Megumi, who was rushing over. The long-awaited opportunity has finally arrived. Now he has gained the strength of 16 hands, and has improved exponentially in every aspect. Therefore, he can forcibly occupy Itadori's body and move freely for 1 minute. However, you cannot do anything too exciting. In other words, you cannot kill anyone. However, Killing people is nothing compared to the perfect vessel that is Fushiguro Megumi. Sukuna, return Itadori's consciousness to him. Fushiguro Megumi made a hand gesture for battle, and he could clearly see that Itadori was still completely unconscious. Maybe there is still a chance to wake him up. Come back? Okay. Sukuna grinned, and in front of Fushiguro's shocked gaze, he suddenly tore off Itadori's left ring finger. Sizzle. The bloody, severed finger contrasts with the hideous face of the devil. You, what on earth are you going to do? Fushiguro stared at Sukuna intently. He never understood in his heart why Sukuna would commit such a self-mutilating act. Sukuna held up the severed finger as if admiring a piece of art. He knew that he had won the bet. The intense pain did not allow Itadori to regain control of his body. Instead, his willpower was impacted for a brief moment, and he was completely possessed. Although I will feel pain as well, it is stronger than willpower. From ancient times till now, no one has ever defeated him. Looking at Sukuna's increasingly wide smile, Fushiguro felt uneasy. Itadori? Itadori, can you hear me? His words of probing were no longer effective, and the thing he was most worried about still happened. Fushiguro Megumi realized the situation and started to make hand seals without hesitation. However, when a seal was only halfway formed, a devilish low voice came to his ears. You know, you're more attractive than Itadori. Fushiguro's eyes widened, and he tried to fight back with a punch, but was locked tightly by a powerful fist. Bang! An inch punch that was too fast to be captured by the naked eye hit Fushiguro's abdomen. Along with the dull sound of flesh, Fushiguro Megumi's eyes were bloodshot, his cheeks were forced to bulge, and he spat out a mouthful of gastric juice. Under the huge force, the body kept hitting the ground like a rolling gourd. Not bad. His physical endurance is no worse than that idiot Itadori. Ahem. Fushiguro Megumi, who had stopped himself, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth when he was hit by Sukuna, who teleported over again. Bang, bang, bang. The huge gap in strength left him with no power to fight back. While Sukuna was attacking Fushiguro Megumi, he also did not forget to attack her heart. You realize you're weak, right? It's fine that you can't protect your best friend. Even your sister has been possessed by someone. There is infinite potential hidden in your body, but you don't know how to use it. It's not an exaggeration to say that you are a waste, right? Bang! With another kick, Fushiguro Megumi was kicked hard into the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out, and Fushiguro Megumi struggled to stand up. Aha, waste! Facing Fushiguro Megumi's crazy grin, Sukuna frowned slightly. What's going on? These heart-piercing words didn't hit him at all? Hey kid, what are you crazy about? Did you get a concussion? Fushiguro Megumi's arms fell weakly, and he stood up shakily. The messy hairstyle covered half of her face, preventing herself from bleeding from her nose. His eyes were gloomy, and he looked up at Sukuna with a crazy smile on his face, as if he had turned evil. I'm going to die first. You do your best. Bang! Just finish speaking. A pair of pale arms full of explosive muscles instantly knocked Fushiguro Megumi away. Looking in front of me, there's a monster with a huge body like a small mountain, a ferocious face, pale skin, and a metal roulette on its head. Mokurora looked down at Sukuna, his huge size forming a sharp contrast with Sukuna. Sukuna picked his ears calmly and said, "What kind of monster are you? You're so ugly." At this moment, a broadcast sounded again. Swimmerly spent 100 points and delivered the following message. Lord Sukuna, this is the divine general from another world, Maksu Luo. Subduing it will allow you to reach a higher level. This is a gift I carefully prepared for you. I hope you like it. Oh, Maksu Luo. Sukuna looked at the monster in front of him, and then suddenly laughed wildly. What a pleasant surprise. That's thoughtful, Lee. Before he could finish his words, a heavy punch, as powerful as a cannonball, suddenly blasted out. Sukuna was caught off guard and was blown away, knocking down buildings one after another. At the same time, all the barriers of death and rebirth heard this report. And Xiaolu, who killed all the cursed spirits in the barrier, looked up at the sky. Bukuwei is the ultimate bootlicker in Jujutsu Kaisen, Limei. He even spent 100 points just to let Sukuna know the function of the demonic illusionary Luo. It seems that Sukuna has met his elder father, Makura. But in this way, everyone knows that something happened to Fushiguro Megumi. Is the final battle of death, destruction, and return about to begin? I'll go join in the fun too. On the other side, Fushiguro Shigu stomped the cursed spirit under his feet and said in an extremely gloomy tone, "You're courting death if you dare to touch my son." He doesn't care what kind of bullshit curse king you are. When he was alive, he dared to kill Gojo Satoru. Now that he has died once, what does Sukuna matter? The eight-handed sword-wielding alien god, Makoro, the ultimate secret of the 10 kinds of shadow magic, is the most powerful Shikigami that the Zenin family has never experienced. The former head of the Zen temple summoned this untamed Makura to die together with the head of the Gojo Satoru family, who possessed the 6 eyes. You can see how powerful it is. If it were an ordinary sorcerer, he would have been frightened to the point of rolling on the ground by this godlike body. The cursed king, Sukuna, slowly walked out of the ruins, with no injuries other than his torn clothes. That powerful punch just now didn't cause any harm to him. Sukuna bowed slightly, clenched his fists, and grinned excitedly. "Makiro, huh? Let me taste your quality." Dinkling. The one who responded to Sukuna was the slightly shaking ring above Makuluo's head. The next second, an afterimage appeared in an instant. Bang! A punch. The punch was so powerful that Sukuna, who had raised his arm to block it, flew backwards again. With this punch, Sukuna felt as if he was hit by a high-speed truck. Moxu Luo stretched out the demon-destroying sword in his hand, and then his figure flashed and instantly approached Sukuna. Without a moment's hesitation, the demon-breaking sword cut through the air and slashed down towards Sukuna's neck. However, Sukuna became even more ferocious. A mouth suddenly appeared from his Adam's apple, and he bit the demon-breaking sword. Click! A loud bang. The demon-breaking sword, that was specifically designed to kill cursed spirits, was actually bitten off by Sukuna. If Sukuna's true nature was a cursed spirit, this attack could turn him into ashes. It's a pity that he is the strongest cursed king in human form. This level of attack no longer poses any threat to him who has already devoured 16 fingers. Sukuna fell to the ground and lightly stroked with his fingers. Untie! Whoosh! An invisible wind blade that was incredibly fast cut through. Boom! A terrifying 10-meter-long cut instantly appeared on the wall of the building behind him. Moxu Luo stood there as if petrified, with a thin line of blood appearing on his head. Half of its head began to disintegrate and fall off like a watermelon. Sukuna's calm voice rang out. "It's over." Just then, dinkling, the wheel above Moxu Luo's head rotates like the hands of clock. The half of the head that was about to fall off actually returned to its original position as if time had gone back. The fatal wound on his head healed instantly at this moment, as if he had not been attacked at all. Seeing this incredible scene, Sukuna's eyes flashed with surprise. As the king of curses, he could tell at a glance that it was not using the reverse curse technique to repair the body, but an ability that he had never seen before. Limei, you really gave me a big surprise." He looked towards Fushiguro Megumi, who was lying unconscious on the ground in the distance. "I never expected that this kid actually had such a powerful force hidden in his body. You are full of treasures." As soon as the words fell, Moxu Luo's attack strikes again. Sukuna's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and instead of advancing, he retreated and actually went straight to meet the enemy. He knew that this person, named Moxu Luo, was an unmodulated Shikigami from the 10 kinds of shadow magic. Since he is an untamed Shikigami, let him tame him. Suddenly, the death returned to Tokyo Barrier ushered in a terrifying battle. The aftermath of the battle caused all swimmers and cursed spirits to stay away. Moxu Luo's roar resounded through the sky, and his incomparable body turned into an unstoppable bulldozer, flattening all the buildings along the way. There are tons of power in both fists and feet. However, despite this, Sukuna is not at all inferior. He even dealt with Moxu Luo's angry attack with ease. Whoosh! The invisible slash swept across, cutting off Moxu Luo's fist and arm that were coming towards him. Then, Sukuna waved his arm downwards. One of Moxu Luo's feet was directly separated from his body. Boom! Sukuna kicked sideways, instantly sending Moxu Luo's huge body flying and crashing into a large car shop. Looking at his smoking fist, Sukuna blew lightly and looked inside the car shop. A low voice uttered from his mouth, "Submit or die." However, what responded to him was a 4S shop car speeding over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Moxu Luo grabbed all the cars in the store and threw them at Sukuna without thinking, just like throwing stones. It seems that he still hasn't been defeated. Looking at the densely packed cars that were smashing towards him, Sukuna put his hands in his pockets, and countless slashes behind him swept forward like a spring. In the blink of an eye, a large number of cars were cut into long, thin noodles and scattered across the sky. The next moment, Moxu Luo's figure flashed in front of Sukuna again. The battle between the two strong men begins again. During the battle, no matter the cars on the roadside or the houses along the way, Moxu Luo threw them everywhere like toys. However, after devouring the 16th finger, Sukuna was able to stroll leisurely under such a crazy attack. However, during this period, he found that the damage his slashes caused to Moxu Luo was becoming less and less effective. This also made him realize the terrifying ability of Moxu Luo. That's adaptation. As expected, every time the metal ring on Moxu Luo's head rotates, it will increase his immunity to his attacks. Sukuna estimated that after the wheel rotated about 6 times, all his attacks would be completely ineffective. Thinking of this, Sukuna grinned evilly, dodging Moxu Luo's crazy attacks while thinking in his heart, "I never thought that there is such a heaven-defying ability in this world. It really opened my eyes. If I could obtain this incredible adaptability, my strength would be able to break through again. There is even a chance to surpass my peak period 1,000 years ago. At that time, I could perfectly counter Gojo Saru's Void Style, Z, and other moves. The most important thing is that I can also adapt to Xia Lu's illusions. I have to admit that in the last battle, the biggest trouble Xia Lu gave him was illusion. This puts him in a passive state all the time. If I had Moxu Luo's adaptability and could adapt to Xia Lu's illusion, I would have nothing to worry about." Thinking of this, Sukuna's desire to conquer Moxu Luo became even stronger. He raised his hand and swung it out, slashing Moxu Luo away. Looking at the faint bloodstains on the other person's body, Sukuna showed a satisfied smile. The more adaptable it is, the more help it will provide to you. Your ability to adapt is indeed very tricky. But let's end it here. I won't give you another chance to adapt. As he spoke, a fire bow made entirely of hellfire suddenly appeared in Sukuna's hand. As the king of curses, he can do more than just slash. In order to completely break the adaptation of Moxu Luo, the only way is to use a technique that it has never seen before and kill it instantly. Don't give it a chance to adapt. Open it. As Sukuna's low and hoarse voice fell, a huge flaming arrow suddenly shot out, like a sky-swallowing flaming phoenix, dyeing the entire sky red. It completely surpassed Louhu's all-out attack and completely covered Moxu Luo. As the huge flames slowly died down, everything was over. With a clang, the terrifying Shikigami Mara had already been reduced to ashes, leaving only the broken metal wheels rolling on the ground. Watching the wheel gradually disappearing from the ground, Sukuna knew that he had subdued the demon Shihuan Luo. Next comes the more important thing. Sukuna had a sinister smile on his face and walked leisurely towards Fushiguro Megumi, who was unconscious in the distance. In the battle, just now, he deliberately kept his attacks as far away from Fushiguro Megumi as possible. From ancient times to the present, the only person who could be taken care of by him in this way is probably Fushiguro Megumi, right? Sukuna took out the severed finger of Itadori that he had torn off before, squatted down, roughly opened Fushiguro Megumi's mouth, and put Itadori's severed finger in. You should be content, right? It is your greatest honor to be valued by me. Ugh. The next second, Fushiguro Megumi, who had fainted, suddenly opened his eyes wide, put his hand into his mouth, and dug it out frantically, trying to dig out the finger that was just swallowed. However, the powerful curse power filled every cell in the body, and the black energy that belonged to the Curse King spread crazily. Fushiguro Megumi's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was extremely ferocious. It's so painful. Fushiguro Megumi spat out blood and stared at Itadori, who was standing there unconscious. So, you've been enduring this kind of pain. Until this moment, he finally realized how much suffering Itadori had been enduring. Fushiguro, Itadori, who lost Sukuna's control, finally woke up. He patted Fushiguro Megumi's body gently with a look of horror on his face. However, the person who slowly raised his head was no longer his best friend. Bang! Itadori's hand was ruthlessly slapped away, and an evil face covered with strange, evil patterns slowly raised up. Sukuna smiled triumphantly. Do you remember what I said? But I'll give you a big surprise later. Sukuna could hardly suppress his excitement at this moment, as he finally possessed the body he had dreamed of for so long. The cursed king from thousands of years ago has come to the world again, and no longer has to suffer the constraints of Itadori, the strongest vessel. In other words, he no longer has to worry about Fushiguro Megumi regaining control of his body. Itadori's eyes widened in horror, his trembling pupils fixed on Sukuna in front of him. Rip! The Cursed King must do one thing when he appears: tear his clothes and flip his hair. Sukuna was topless, looking up at the sky, looking very happy, as if he was reborn. This body is so amazing. Whether it's the degree of compatibility or the 10 kinds of shadow spells that come with the body, they're all so tempting. And now it's finally here. Ha 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 ha. The unruly laughter of the wild wind spread throughout the Tokyo barrier. Looking at Fushiguro Megumi, who was emitting a cursed black aura, Itadori said anxiously, Fushiguro, don't let his consciousness take over. Sukuna was in a playful mood and pretended to speak like Fuhua. Itadori, save me. However, the devilish black lines on that handsome face became more and more intense, and his calm face made people tremble with fear at a glance. The strong spell power, sizzling in his palms, all proved that his best friend would never come back. Next second, the fist of the former best friend had hit Itadori's abdomen hard. The powerful impact caused Itadori's body to bend uncontrollably into a ball. The terrifying cursed power penetrated Itadori's abdomen and burst out from his back. Puff! Itadori's pupils contracted, and a large mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of his throat. The severe pain from his internal organs being severely damaged almost made him faint. Sukuna smiled sinisterly and continued to exert his strength. It's not over yet, my dear friend. Boom! The double force bursts out again. Itadori only felt that the scene in front of him was rapidly moving backwards, like a kite with a broken string flying backwards at high speed. Under this tremendous force, human flesh crashed through concrete skyscrapers one after another. The violent collision sounded throughout the Tokyo barrier. Itadori was knocked hundreds of meters away and flew backwards in the air. He stared at Sukuna below, his eyes full of anger and unwillingness. Finally, the force of the punch completely dissipated, and Itadori, lying in the ruins, was covered in blood, as if paralyzed. This huge noise also caused Fushiguro Shige, who had just entered the barrier, to turn around suddenly. Without any hesitation, he raised his knife and rushed towards the direction of the battle in the distance. But Sukuna just sneered. He had already sensed several powerful auras approaching. Haha, no matter what era it is, there will always be ignorant bugs that come to bother you. In that case, then let's all die. As he spoke, He gently raised his hands and formed the hand seals of 10 shadow spells. A black shadow and lightning flashed by. The huge Shikigami landed on top of a building. The spread wings completely covered several buildings in a row. The Shikigami that Fushiguro Megumi used became 10 times bigger and stronger than before under his control. The characteristic of the Shikigami, following its master, also makes the face of unusually ferocious. Under Sukuna's control, it roared. Purple lightning filled the sky like thunder, snakes descending from the sky. The target of the attack was Fushiguro Shiga, who rushed to the scene at full speed. This scene is like a punishment from heaven. Sukuna smiled with satisfaction. This way, the bugs that were disturbing his body's adaptation should be solved. Just when Sukuna was about to take the opportunity to study how to use Mokaluo's ability, a figure suddenly flew out of the sky. Sukuna looked up and saw that it was the angel Lacey Hua. At this moment, Lake Sihua is bathed in golden holy light. The dazzling light made Sukuna unable to help but raise his hand to block it. Sukuna's newly improved mood disappeared instantly, replaced by endless anger. In a real sense, it is a natural enemy that completely restrains itself. Even though he alone almost caused the world of curses to collapse 1,000 years ago, he still rules the world for eternity. But this angel, who has a technique that completely restrains his own, is the only guy he doesn't want to face. Now he has the demonic void in his body, but he has not yet figured out how to use it. In the sky, the curse power in Lake Sua's body rises as she slowly flaps her wings. The angel in the body has long been thirsty. The demon that has been chasing us for 1,000 years is right before our eyes. This is a great opportunity to completely eradicate it. However, Lake Sua looked worried and looked at Sukuna on the ground with a trembling voice. Wait, if I kill Sukuna like this, will Fushiguro also? The angel said firmly. There is no other way now. If we kill Sukuna now, Fushiguro Megumi may still have a chance to survive. The longer we wait, the slimmer the chances of Fushiguro Megumi surviving. After saying that, the angel controlled Lacey Hua and began to chant obscure spells. Sukuna at his feet felt fear for the first time in his life, but he did not run away with all his might, because he knew that the range of the angel's spell was enough to cover the entire city, and he had nowhere to hide. Furthermore, when the angel was chanting the spell, he was in a state of absolute invincibility. My attacks can't cause any damage to it, let alone interrupt its chanting. O light that purifies all, please destroy faults, sorrows, and evil, the ladder of evil and regret. Boom! As the angel Lacey's spell was activated, a huge angel halo appeared out of thin air above the entire Tokyo barrier. The cross in the middle of the aperture emits dazzling holy light. The whole city was instantly illuminated at this moment. As the holy light rapidly shrank, a beam of light descended from the sky. The location where the beam of light fell was exactly in the center of where Sukuna was. Sukuna was locked by the beam and fell to the ground, unable to move at all. The cursed black energy in the body is being madly drawn out. The demon's soul is being torn from Fushiguro Megumi's body. Sukuna's face is hideous, and his miserable howls resound throughout the Tokyo barrier. In the sky, the angel Lacey continued to increase the output of her curse power. Below, Fushiguro Megumi's desperate cries made Lai Shihua burst into tears and shouted frantically, "Give Hui back to me! Give Hui back to me!" A minute and a second passed. Sukuna, lying on the ground, could no longer utter a word, and Lake Siwa was already in tears. At this moment, Fushiguro Megumi's unique voice rang out. "Hua! Thank you, I'm back." Lai Shihua's expression suddenly trembled, and he immediately stopped outputting, because this voice is extremely familiar. It is a voice that only Fushiguro Megumi can make. The cursed king on the face of Fushiguro Megumi has dissipated. He stood up slowly, a long-lost smile appeared on his face, and he spoke softly. I remember now. Thanks to you, I'm fine now. Fushiguro Megumi stretched out his hand and looked tenderly at Lake Siwa in the sky. Lai Shihua, who was reading AI now, was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. Great! My efforts have not been in vain. Mai Hui is finally back. Now she just wants to open her arms and hug the love of her life. No, Xiaohua, keep performing the spell. The Curse King cannot be purified in such a short time. That's not your Fushiguro. The voice of the angel inside me screams madly. The ladder of evil and regret is a unique purification technique. Once it is completely interrupted, it will not be able to be activated for a short period of time. By then, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity will be completely ruined. However, at this moment, Lai Shihua was completely overwhelmed and flew down the sky recklessly, rushing towards Fushiguro Megumi. At this moment, the space fluctuated and a vortex appeared that was wide enough for one person to pass through. Where are you installing your dam? Before people arrive, the national essence comes out. Xiao Lu rushed out of the whirlpool and stuffed the half-rolled raisin gan in his hand directly into Sukuna's mouth. Bang! The violent impact caused Sukuna to fly backwards, his stunned eyes full of confusion. This sudden scene made Lake Siwa stand there in a daze, still keeping his hands outstretched. Obviously, she was completely stunned. Xiao Lu ignored this love-brain man and looked at Sukuna lying on the ground, mockingly saying, "The King of Curses is trying to use the beauty trick. You didn't rely on this trick to kill people all over the world 1,000 years ago, did you?" Xiao Lu wanted to laugh at this moment. Didn't Sukuna learn this from the old sinister Suso? My goodness, the two villains in the world of sorcery are both masters of emotional deception. One used a beauty trap against Gojo Satoru, and now Sukuna is using a beauty trap against a man? Xiao Lu raised his middle finger to Sukuna. I despise you. Beauty trap? Lake Sihua's eyes suddenly widened, and he covered his mouth in disbelief. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that she was deceived by Sukuna. Boundless anger suddenly arose in my heart. Damn Curse King. Killing you 1,000 times is not enough. You actually dared to use Huey's body to seduce me. She secretly swore in her heart that she would tie Sukuna to a cross and torture him with the evil ladder of regret. Every day. Make him live a life worse than death. Haha. It's you again, little brat. Sukuna wiped the blood off his face and stood up shakily. You have ruined my plans time and again. Now that I have taken over Fushiguro Megumi's body, mastered 10 kinds of shadow magic, and devoured 16 fingers, do you think you can still get the upper hand? Sukuna did not reveal the matter of taming Moxaluo. After all, this was his trump card for the future. It's an unexpected killing move. Waste, Xiao Lu said lightly. Sukuna narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing murderous intent. What did you say? I said you're trash, but what if you have 16 fingers? Aren't you still trash? After these words came out, Lai Shihua and the angel in her body were completely stunned. Where did this man come from? How dare you point your finger at Sukuna and call him a waste? And, judging from Sukuna's tone, it seems that the two of them have fought before. Xiaohua, pay attention to his eyes. The angel inside the body cried out in surprise, and Lake Sihua looked closely. Red eyes? Could he be the high school friend Itadori mentioned before? The Sharingan seemed to have magical powers, making Lake Sihua unable to help but stare at it. Xiao Lu noticed something and tilted his head slightly. His eyes narrowed slightly. Xiaohua, don't look. The reminder from the angel in her body pulled Lake Sihua's gaze back. Her face turned pale, her heartbeat quickened, and she said in fear, "What strange eyes." Just by looking at each other for a second, there was a fear that I was trapped in a quagmire. If it was during a battle, this brief moment of daze would be enough to kill her. No wonder even Sukuna had deliberately looked away the moment he saw him. Lai Shihua secretly called out in his heart, "Angel, you have a lot of experience. What is the origin of these eyes? I've never seen it before, but I'm sure that it's a pair of eyes that can forcibly influence people's minds." For thousands of years, it has never seen such strange eyes. Ha! Sukuna laughed in anger. Although your illusion is annoying, the way to deal with it is very simple. Killing you is easy. Although he said this, Sukuna didn't really want to fight an opponent of Xia Lu's level at the moment. Firstly, he had just withstood the angel's ladder of evil and regret, and was not in good condition. Secondly, he had just taken over Fushiguro Megumi's body and had not yet fully adapted to it, so he could not display his full strength. However, Xia Lu's strange ability to become virtual made the 10 shadow spells he had just mastered ineffective. Xia Lu couldn't help laughing when he saw Sukuna's stubborn attitude. Knowing the plot, he naturally understood Sukuna's current situation. Court death. Suddenly, an extremely cold voice sounded beside my ears. Next second, a black figure broke through the barrier and fell from the sky. Boom! The huge impact force created a huge, deep pit in the ground and stirred up a cloud of dust. Sukuna dodged the attack, put his hands in his pockets, moved his head, and looked at the deep pit on the ground with displeasure. Inside the deep pit, a man wearing a black tight-fitting shirt and holding a blood-stained long knife was staring at him as if he were his prey. You are too late. Your son has been possessed by someone. Fushiguro Shire glanced sideways at Xia Lu. Let me do it. We must divide him into 8 sections today. Xia Lu looked at Fushiguro Shigeru with interest, whose eyes were extremely cold. Well, he wanted to see what kind of sparks would be created when Tian and the tyrant faced Sukuna. The angel Lacey Hua, standing by, was stunned again, and quickly put on a gentle and ladle-like look. Is he Xiaoyi's father? It looks like it's very powerful. Although I have never heard of it, the appearance and hair are indeed very similar. I must perform well in front of my future father-in-law. Facing Lake Sihua's gaze, Fuguro Shire simply ignored it. At this moment, he quickly pulled out the B*************** D that occupied Fuguro's body. He stroked the bloody long sword in his hand and blurted out cold words. No matter who you are, get out of my son's body immediately. Otherwise, chop it up and feed it to the dogs. Sukuna stared at the man in front of him with a strong aura. There is no fluctuation of cursed energy in the body, but what is this invisible sense of oppression? Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he remembered something, and grinned excitedly. I see. It's actually the curse of heaven. No wonder the previous Nu couldn't get rid of you. I am sorry for occupying your son's body and using his magic to attack you. But Sukuna licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled evilly. So what? Whoosh! An extremely sharp, cold light flashed. Sukuna slightly tilted his head to dodge, but found a drop of blood dripping from his cheek. What a fast knife! The next second, he flashed. 2 afterimages collided at high speed in the air. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few breaths, the two had fought for nearly 100 rounds. The rumbling sound of fists hitting flesh spread from the center of the fight between the two men, and the terrifying force swept around. The superhuman body of Tianyu Tyrant makes him not inferior to the Curse King Sukuna. Moreover, he had already prepared the intelligence long before coming. When Sukuna does not activate his domain, he needs to raise his hand to release a slashing attack. Even if this initial movement was tiny, he had the confidence to detect and dodge Sukuna's technique. At this moment, Sukuna only felt that the opponent's punch was getting stronger and stronger. My arms were already numb from the shock. But he was not panicked at all. Instead, he showed a crazy fighting spirit. It's been a long time since I've encountered an opponent with such strong physical skills. Therefore, he wanted to use physical skills to completely crush the opponent's pride. Seeing this scene, Xia Lu couldn't help but think of a sentence in his heart. It's too late to mourn for Emosu Luo. And the next to appear is Tian and Tyrant. The battle between the first generation of heaven, the Tyrant and the Cursed King, was a rare scene. This is all thanks to the impure world reincarnation technique. What is certain is that Fushiguro Shinobu will never be able to defeat Sukuna. After all, the King of Curses is not created by words, but by killing. but he wanted to see how much strength Fushiguro Shinobu could bring out of Sukuna. The battle between the two will not end in a short period of time. Xiao Lu flashed and came in front of Itadori. Looking at Itadori, whose eyes rolled back and who was lying on the ruins covered in blood, Xiao Lu thought for a moment and then said, "Student, get up quickly. You're not allowed to sleep here." As soon as these words came out, Itadori's consciousness was immediately brought back to reality. Fushiguro! He stood up suddenly, breathing heavily, then looked up and saw a familiar face. Xiao Lu. Itadori was delighted at first, then immediately said anxiously, "Go and save Fuhue. He is possessed by Sukuna." Seeing Itadori's anxious look, Xiao Lu made way and pointed forward. "He's saving them. Fushiguro's father is working hard. His goal is to quickly complete the Death Return Tour and take the first place in the scoreboard to get the system reward, BT Anshin. There is no pressure in speedrunning and returning to the game. Just beat up Sukuna and then use a lot of points to end this human fighting game. But the only trouble now is the points ranking. Nozomi went to Hongxing Palace. Currently, the control of the Death and Rebirth Tour should be in Li Mei's hands. Now, at every moment, there should be a large number of contracted swimmers and cursed spirits working for her. Relying solely on myself, or with the help of the college, I definitely wouldn't have as many points as Li Mei. From the fact that Raimai had spent 100 points lavishly just to pass a message to Sukuna, it was clear that she had quite a few points in her hands. Moreover, anonymously teleporting Fushiguro Miki to the first barrier in Tokyo was probably also Raimai's method. To put it bluntly, a large group of swimmers who signed a contract with Nozomi thousands of years ago and live in the flesh are now forced to work for Li Mei. So, if that's the case, then just wait for Li Mei to show up, and then start grabbing it yourself. All we have to do now is wait for Li Mei to show up. Itadori stared at the battle ahead, obviously attracted. Wow, so strong. I didn't expect that there is someone in this world who can fight Sukuna to this extent with just physical strength. Xiao Lu looked at Itadori carefully. In just a few minutes, the blood on Itadori's body had coagulated, and the injuries of all sizes on his body were healing rapidly. In terms of strength, Itadori is probably not that weak at the moment, right? Wait. Itadori suddenly thought of something, stood up and looked at Xiao Lu. Can Fushiguro's father beat Sukuna? Xiao Lu analyzed, not likely. What? Itadori shouted in shock. Then what were we waiting for? Let's just fight. At the same time, two afterimages in the sky were still bombarding each other. Although Sukuna was hit several times during this process, he still did not forget to taunt. Try harder. Try harder. This alone won't save your son. Fushiguro even exhaled a breath of foul air and suddenly changed his fighting style. He took several punches from Sukuna, then suddenly moved closer, exerting force with the muscles in his arms, veins bulging and locking Sukuna's body tightly. An extremely indifferent voice rang out. "You are even more annoying than the Gojo Satoru who was hanging upside down in the sky back then." After saying that, he grinned, raised his head suddenly, gathered strength, and delivered a powerful and heavy iron head strike towards Sukuna's head. Click! There was a dull thud, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Sukuna only felt that his head was hit by a huge hammer. The whole person fell directly to the ground. He was dizzy and confused by this sudden attack. Touching his cracked skull, Sukuna cursed angrily. Where did this lunatic come from? Fushiguro Shige's eyes were cold and blood was flowing from his forehead. Like a beast that feels no pain, he stuck out his tongue and tasted the blood flowing from his forehead to the corners of his mouth. When the bloody sky and the tyrant meet, it will be a real fight to the death. Shira knew clearly that Sukuna was not inferior to himself in either speed or physical strength. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, the opponent has not used any magic. Generally speaking, I am indeed no match for him. But so what? Anyone who dares to attack his son will be killed, even if it is the Curse King. Are all Tianyu tyrants like you, self-harming idiots? Sukuna spat out disdainful and cold words. and the wound on his forehead had already been repaired by him using the reverse curse technique. In this way, the one who suffered the loss in the exchange of damage was Fushiguro Shige. However, Jiner just stared coldly at Sukuna in front of him, ignoring his ridicule. With every step he took, his aura would rise. "Say it again, get out of my son." After saying this, he lowered his waist and sat on his hips, swung his hands back to gather strength, and his eyes were fixed on Sukuna's face. The next second, bang! The ground beneath his feet suddenly broke apart, and the man was nowhere to be seen. The fleeting punch hit Sukuna's face hard, without any mercy because it was his son's face. This punch was like a mountain pressing down on Sukuna, causing his face to twist, and he flew backward for hundreds of meters before he could barely stop. "Come again." Sukuna didn't care about the injury on his face at all. He rushed out and attacked Shiner. The two powerful punches collided violently without giving into each other. The powerful impact pierced through the thick wall of the building, and a spider-like crack appeared under the feet of the two people, which was rapidly spreading in all directions. Suddenly, a naked upper body figure flew out from the smoke at high speed. Sukuna bent his bow and grabbed the ground, his sharp black nails scratching long scratches on the ground. Only then did he stop his rapid retreat. His heart was filled with surprise. Although he only has the strength of 16 fingers, his body's strength has long exceeded the category of special grade. But facing the Qianyu tyrant in front of him, he actually lost in the physical battle. In the past 1,000 years, he had never encountered a sorcerer who could make him retreat just by using physical attacks. Is it that heaven and the curse-bound Da Qiang? Or was this man in front of me too abnormal? If Itadori, the indestructible cockroach, possessed a strength that even he envied, then the man in front of him relied entirely on his own strength to launch attacks beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Ha ha ha! Sukuna suddenly stood up and laughed. It's been a long time since I had such a refreshing battle. Let's end it here. There was no time for Sukuna to continue thinking. He kicked a huge truck and it flew towards Sukuna. As the truck flew out, Shiner concealed his breath and followed closely behind the truck like a ghost. He wanted to transform himself into a hunter and give this so-called cursed king a fatal blow. However, Sukuna just waved his fingers calmly. /8. Swish. The all-destroying / instantly cut the incoming truck in half. The next moment, the wild wind died down, leaving only the sound of a sharp knife. He suddenly chopped down with a knife. But Sukuna seemed to have anticipated this and calmly dodged the fatal blow. A joking expression appeared on his face. "What do you think I am?" The trick of deception has been played out by those people back then. Thousands of years ago, many sorcerers from assassination families used similar tricks to try to sneak attack and kill him. But in the end, without exception, they were all cut in half by him. They died without a complete corpse. Having missed the chance to attack, Shiner did not give up and continued to hack and chop with the knife. However, Sukuna did not intend to waste time on this. Let's end our game here. Your physical skills are indeed good, but that's all. As soon as the words fell, swish, a slash flew out again. With a sense of danger, he instinctively switched from offense to defense and blocked with his sword. However, he still underestimated the power of Sukuna's slash. The long sword in his hand was cut off instantly, and a deep scar appeared on his chest. Even his entire body was chopped off and flew out. Sukuna put his hands in his pockets and said disdainfully, "It hurts, right? And you don't seem to know the reverse curse technique yet." Shiner fell to the ground and looked down at the shocking scar on his chest, his expression still calm. It was as if the one who was attacked just now was not me. He stretched out his hand and slowly touched the wound on his chest, saying calmly, "Is the attack from the Curse King just a tickle?" As soon as these words came out, Sukuna laughed in anger. "Tickling? In that case, I'll give you a chance. As long as you can touch me, I will let your baby son go. How about that?" Shiner grinned and said, "Come on." Swish. The sound of breaking through the air. The slashing technique was launched again without any warning. Jiner rushed towards Sukuna's body at high speed and stopped where he was. The sharp slash, like cutting a mirror, cuts all the way down along Shunner's shoulder. Puff! Bright red blood instantly spurted out from the shoulders to the thighs. However, Sukuna was slightly surprised. It was hit by its own cursed slash, but was not broken into two. Is this guy's body stronger than those steel bars? After all these years, this was the first time he had encountered someone who could withstand his attack with just his mortal body. The angel Lacey Hua, who was flying in the sky and watching the battle, widened her eyes and covered her mouth in horror. This won't work. Father-in-law. Ugh. Xiao Hui's father is very strong in physical skills, but he can't stand being chopped down like this by Su Nuo. She began to call upon the angel in her body. Don't you have a unique healing technique? Help him. The angel hesitated. But if I do this, I won't be able to prepare the ladder of evil and regret again. During this period of silence, it had been secretly gathering strength in Lake Suhua's body, preparing to give Sukuna another fatal blow. But with Sukuna on one side and Xiaohua's future father-in-law, whom he wants to please on the other, how should he choose? It is not Sukuna, a demon who has no human feelings. For a moment, the angel was in a dilemma. It still couldn't forget the man who emerged from the whirlpool and stuffed the energy ball into Sukuna's mouth. If he also joins the battle against Sukuna, it will be much easier. But now he is hiding in a tall building far away to watch the battle. Is he waiting for some opportunity? Below, Sukuna looked at Shunner, who was slowly walking towards him, and said in an unhappy tone, Although you have withstood my attack, I will never take you seriously. You extremely weak human bugs, don't you have any self-awareness? Don't you feel bored when you keep talking about ridiculous family, love, and friendship every day? In Sukuna's eyes, so-called humans are just a bunch of ants that can be crushed to death at any time. And those so-called sorcerers are nothing more than slightly larger ants. Shunner still kept his head down and said nothing, walking towards Sukuna with heavy steps. The murderous expression is in stark contrast to the smiling Sukuna on the other side. Seeing that he still dared to approach him, Sukuna said impatiently, Release. Oink oink. In an instant, countless sounds of breaking through the air were heard. The dense slashes all hit Shunner's body, and blood spurted out. However, the more this happened, the more intense his grim smile became. He stared with bloodshot eyes, like a bloody avenger. His whole body was covered with wounds, like a bloody man, or even a demon from hell. He was completely defenseless, and kept moving forward despite the attacks from the Cursed King. Haha, that's it. What if you cut me into pieces? What if you cut me to death? If you dare to touch my son, you will have to pay the price. On the high building, Itadori gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Damn it. Damn the Cursed King. This fight isn't fair at all. In his opinion, being able to achieve this level with just the physical body was already very impressive. But this be asterisk, 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 asterisk. D. Sukuna has no martial ethics at all. He actually used Fushiguro as an excuse to let his father take the slash. If this continues, even if Fushigiro's father is physically strong, he will die. Xiao Lu on the side looked down at the battle situation below thoughtfully. It must be said that Tyrant Shunner brought him an ultimate visual feast. However, Fushiguro Shigeki is not a reckless man like Itadori. He would never resist Sukuna's attack just to be angry. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to follow Gojo Satoru for several days in a row in order to kill him, and to act with great patience when Gojo Satoru was most tired. Not to mention that he had fully understood all of Gojo Satoru's techniques beforehand. Thinking of this, his eyes fixed and his Sharingan moved. After a while, the corners of his mouth turned up. I see. That's what I said. Shunner would never do such a meaningless thing. Through the careful observation of Sharingan, it can be seen that the power of Sukuna's slash was weakened at the moment it hit Shinji. This is definitely not due to Sukuna's lack of magical power or weakness, nor is it because Shire used some strange trump card. It's Fushiguro Megumi whose body is occupied by Sukuna. The two fathers and sons reached a mutual agreement without any communication or even meeting each other. Angel. Heal me now. Lake Soa, flying in the sky, was madly shouting at the angel in her body. Jeaner below has been completely turned into a bloody man under Sukuna's slash. Oh, well, there's really nothing I can do about you. Below, Shinji, who was bearing the storm of slashing, was getting closer and closer to Sukuna. Suddenly, a beam of holy light shone on his head, and the injuries on his body began to recover under this holy light. He glanced, nodded at Lake Sihua in the sky, and continued to move towards Sukuna in front. Seeing this, Sukuna raised his eyebrows slightly. Are there any healing techniques other than reverse cursed technique? Do you think this will work? Although there is the healing of the holy light, its recovery speed is far less than the damage caused by one's own slash. It's nothing more than a struggle to survive. Thinking of this, Sukuna once again increased the output of his cursed power. For a moment, the overwhelming slashing attacks completely surrounded Shun-Er. However, the expected scene of Shun-Er being cut into pieces still did not appear. Looking at Shun-Er getting closer and closer to him, Sukuna frowned and realized that something was wrong. Even the strongest steel bars would be cut into pieces. How could human flesh continue to resist? After a careful observation, Sukuna's pupils contracted, and he knew the reason. So that's it. It was the little devil inside him that was causing trouble. Even though he could withstand his own Jian Ba, it turned out that it was because his own curse power output had decreased. This also resulted in the slash that could have killed Shin-Er, only causing less than fatal damage to him. Fushiguro Megumi, you are so shameless, even though you are already devoured by me. Is it because you can't bear to see your father being cut to death? Then I will make you completely collapse and despair. An excited smile appeared on Sukuna's face, as if killing his opponent made him feel happy. The important thing about killing an opponent makes him twice as happy. He slowly raised his hands, and the spell power continued to gather. Go to hell. Before he could finish his words, he was grabbed by a pair of bloody hands. A terrifying face that looked as if it had been washed in blood appeared before my eyes. A devilishly deep voice came to my ears. You've scraped me so hard. Are you tired? As he spoke, Shinner grinned evilly, raised his head again to gather strength, and suddenly hit Sukuna's head. Bang! There was a muffled sound followed by a cracking bone. The two were sent flying backwards under the powerful impact. Sukuna felt his vision spinning, and he saw stars. At the same time, a raging rage surged in his heart. Looking at Shun-Er lying on the ground, dying, he roared in anger. Chop Suey, how dare you humiliate me twice with such a stupid attack? What a shame this is for him, the king of curses. Damn the sky and the curse. I will do it myself. However, before he could finish his words, a loud bang was heard from the rooftop in the distance. A red figure turned into a stream of light and flew towards them at high speed. Itadori clenched his fists, and black lightning surrounded him. Bang! A black flash hit Sukuna's arm solidly, knocking him back dozens of meters. Sukuna shook his numb arms and sneered. You're not dead yet, you're just a piece of shit. At the same time, he also glanced at Xia Lu on the rooftop in the distance. From beginning to end, he never intervened. Was he waiting or planning something? His intuition told him that he could no longer get entangled with these small fry. Just go back and adjust yourself and swallow all the remaining 4 fingers. By then, with his full strength, 10 shadow spells, and the blessing of Moxoluo, he will be completely invincible. What the hell, Xiaolu? The strongest Gojo Satoru won't take him seriously. Itadori's roar brought Sukuna back to his senses. What caught my eye was another black flash. This time, Sukuna did not resist, but instead moved his body to the side and dodged. Black flash in every punch. He looked at this old friend, with whom he had been living day and night, with some surprise. Little ghost, where did you get the chicken blood? Get lost. Itadori stood in front of Jeaner, staring at Sukuna. Sukuna couldn't help but laugh out loud. You know, when a person or animal that is too weak gets angry, the stronger ones will think it is just being cute. Or are you? Itadori, acting like a B asterisk asterisk CH now, because you're jealous that I gave up on you and took over Fushiguro Megumi's body. Facing Sukuna's ridicule, Itadori ignored it and grabbed the steel pipe on the ground and launched an attack. Bang, bang, bang. There were loud noises coming from the battlefield, and from time to time, there are black lightning mixed in. The two figures collided with each other and separated again. This cycle repeats itself for about 3 rounds, and Itadori launches a slashing attack and sends him flying. The steel pipe in his hand also broke into 2 pieces. Looking at the lively Itadori, Sukuna said dissatisfiedly, "Tisk, it's the little devil in your body that's causing trouble again. I will make you sink to the depths when I return." Itadori also showed his bloodiness, and the shocking bloodstains on his chest made his adrenaline surge. He stared at Sukuna intently, wishing he could chop him into minced meat. Why don't you just die? Why do you want to stay in the human world? Why are you spreading misfortune everywhere? The 3 questions in a row made Sukuna laugh out loud. You are such a fool, little brat. You ask me why? Then I'll tell you. There is no reason. I am different from those people like Luo, Saw. I have no purpose. I can do whatever I want, and no one can restrain me. It was like this 1,000 years ago, and it is even more so now. If you are happy, enjoy yourself. If you are unhappy, kill people for fun. This is the real curse. Su spread his arms and laughed arrogantly. Looking at Itadori, standing there in a daze, he decided to put a perfect into his former container. Letting him die in the most painful way is his greatest reward. Suddenly, an extremely cold female voice sounded. Really? Sukuna's eyes widened, and the silent breath of death filled the surroundings. Beside him, a woman with short hair, black clothes, and holding a long knife was leaning quietly against the wall. Those extremely calm eyes revealed endless murderous intent. Seeing the tall building in the distance, Xia's eyes lit up, and a sentence inexplicably emerged in his mind. It's too late to mourn for the heaven and tyrant. The next to appear is the 2nd generation of heaven and tyrant. Sukuna glanced at Shinji leaning against the wall and was secretly shocked. What's up with this woman? When did she appear? And why couldn't even I sense it? Thinking of this, Sukuna frowned and looked at Jinshi, who appeared quietly in the corner with an impatient expression. No spell power. Although he does not have any curse power at all, he exudes a dangerous aura all the time. Could it be another person cursed by heaven and earth? What happened today? Did I disturb the heaven and curse? Maki didn't even look at Sukuna, but asked Itadori calmly. Tell me, what's going on with this Fushiguro in front of you? The extremely indifferent words came out of his mouth, which made Itadori feel a chill on his back. What happened to Maki-senpai? Although she usually looks aloof at school, she is actually warm-hearted. But now it feels like an ice cellar, especially those calm eyes and the aura emanating from them, which were terrifying. What on earth did Senior Jinshi go through before this? Itadori came to his senses and immediately warned Maki. Senior, be careful. Fushiguro is now possessed by Sukuna. Just as he finished speaking, Maki's flying kick hit Sukuna's chest. Bang! There was absolutely no hesitation. The 2 strong men who never talked nonsense seemed to be fighting in close combat, and all their moves were deadly. Sukuna raised his hand to block Maki's high kick and took the opportunity to grab her temple with his claws. However, Maki seemed to be prepared. She slipped away from Sukuna's fingertips like a ghost, and flowing water. He pressed down on the arm of the locked Nual and suddenly sent an elbow strike through the air. Bang! A set of movements that flow smoothly. Sukuna stumbled back after being hit and covered his sore nose with his hand, cursing his heart. What a crazy woman! Obviously, this woman who suddenly appeared was not the kind of trash that could be easily dealt with. Her extremely swift attack and sharp grappling and fighting skills were brought to the extreme by her. He has the same job as Fushiguro Megumi's father, but the force seemed even more fierce, especially the green flame coat attached to her body. It made him feel amazed. Bang, bang, bang. Fists were hitting each other like a violent storm. S whole body muscles are tense. His face is fierce. On the other hand, Maki's expression remained indifferent, and her eyes remained calm. From the beginning till now, she had never blinked. The fluttering cape is elegant and graceful, and the peak body shows great strength. Fists are like sharp knives, legs are like sharp axes. The crazy attack style of attacking without defense and unknown combat power made Sukuna a little difficult to resist. The violent aesthetics are performed to the fullest. Itadori on the side widened his eyes in disbelief. Looking at Senior Maki, who seemed to have been reborn, he was extremely shocked. What on earth did she go through? Why did she suddenly become so powerful? How could she gain the upper hand in the fight with Sukuna? He knew that Maki's taijutsu was very strong, but right now, it seemed that he was no worse than Fushiguro Shirori, who was lying on the ground, right? The angel Lacey-Hua, flying in the sky, used holy light to heal Fukui Shire's injuries while observing the battle below. What a powerful, short-haired sister with the same physique and similar fighting style. Could it be that she has the same physique as Xiaoyi's father? Just as she was thinking, there was a loud noise from below. The muscle-tight whip leg struck again, hitting Su Nua's head. The explosive kick caused Sukuna's face to twist horribly. Maki exhaled, spread his hands, and his self-created technique, Shiranuika, was already unfolding. Under Sukuna's puzzled gaze, she suddenly pushed her hands forward. The outrageous operation of grabbing the air with bare hands caused the air around Sukuna to vibrate violently, affecting his body. Boom! Sukuna was knocked flying and crashed into the iron guardrail behind him. Looking at the guardrail in his hand that had been twisted beyond recognition by Maki, Sukuna grinned. You are the most powerful woman in physical skills that I have ever seen in the past 1,000 years. But that's all. The last man with the strongest physical skills was chopped into a bloody mess by me. Maki glanced indifferently at Fushiguro Shigeru, who was lying on the ground in the distance, and there was no ripple in his heart. What do you want to say? Sukuna stretched his neck and said hoarsely, I admire you. Either follow me or die. As soon as he finished speaking, a car came towards him. Swish! An invisible slash swept past. The car was 1 meter in front of him and split into two. Sukuna's forehead formed a well shape, and he glanced coldly at Itadori. Looking at the young man beside him who was pestering him endlessly, he felt annoyed. Do you find this interesting, Itadori Yuji? Even if I stand there and let you hit me, what can you do to me? He just doesn't believe Itadori can dodge every punch. Before Itadori could answer, Maki's kick hit Sukuna again. At the last moment, Sukuna raised his arm to block, but was still blown away by this strange force. The body flew backwards at high speed and crashed straight into the building in the distance. The huge roar was deafening and raised a cloud of dust. When the smoke cleared, Sukuna walked out of the cave with his hands in his pockets, as if nothing had happened. This kind of basic physical attack can no longer cause any substantial harm to him now. Moreover, this is not his prime period. If he goes back, he will fully master Moxu Luo's abilities. By then, he will truly be the only one in the world who is supreme. Itadori had a serious expression, his eyes fixed on Sukuna. Senior, your attack just now was not in vain. It's just that guy has mastered the reverse curse technique. Maki nodded, but didn't take it too seriously. Now she has completely developed the physique of Heaven and Tyrant, and she was just using him for training in the fight with Sukuna just now. Before entering the death and annihilation journey, the imitation soul-devouring sword, made for her by her sister Mai, which she had used up all her cursed energy, had not yet been used. And she also wanted to test it out. If she opened the last 3 gates of the 8 gates, would Sukuna still be able to laugh? Thinking of this, Maki's eyes softened. He glanced at the tall buildings in the distance and nodded at Xia Lu. The next second, a terrifying aura burst out from her body. Slightly excited, he blurted out, I'm going to speed up Itadori. Can you keep up? Yes. Itadori, with scars all over his face, nodded vigorously and gave an affirmative answer. However, before he could move, a strong wind suddenly blew up beside him. Itadori was blown around uncontrollably by the strong wind. Maki, who was standing next to him just now, has disappeared. He widened his eyes in disbelief, wishing he could take back what he had just said. How could I possibly keep up with this speed? Boom! Maki's body was like a rainbow, shooting out like a cannonball. With the help of the 8 gates, her speed was as fast as lightning, causing the space behind her to distort. Itadori behind him also tried his best and followed closely. Sukuna, 2 little brats whose hair hasn't even grown out yet. Do you really think you can beat me? Sukuna poured all his cursed power into his body to strengthen his physical strength. Maki, who was faster, was the first to go behind Sukuna. The imitation soul-eating sword in his hand was suddenly pulled out from his waist, blocking Sukuna's retreat. Itadori rushed to Sukuna's side with the force of a horn and surrounded him tightly. Bang! Sukuna took Itadori's heavy punch without any pain. At the same time, he subconsciously lowered his head and narrowly avoided the sweeping blow. As long as Itadori's attack fails to produce a black flash, it can be almost ignored by him. Therefore, he focused more on guarding against Maki and the extremely sharp knife in her hand. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Maki's speed seems to be a level faster than before. Could it be related to the energy coat attached to her body? The Jiu-Jitsu high school actually has such a powerful secret technique. While thinking, Sukuna grinned fiercely and thrust his legs straight into the ground, forming a steady horse stance. He kept switching fists with both hands to meet the attacks from Shinji and Itadori. Bang, bang, bang. The punch was so fast that it left an afterimage. The air was filled with the sound of bodies colliding violently. Sweat and blood splashed in the center of the battle between the 3 people. Sukuna became more and more excited as he fought, grinning wildly. You don't know, do you? The 2-faced, 4-armed, illusory demon is also my title. So, the saying that 2 fists can't beat 4 hands doesn't apply to me. Maki snorted coldly, and just as he was about to draw his sword and sweep it across, he suddenly froze, as if he had sensed something. At the same time, Sukuna and Itadori also stopped their fierce fight and turned their heads away. What came into view was a man in black robe, emitting a frosty aura. Every time she took a step, the ground behind her would freeze into ice before the next step landed. The sky, full of icy curse power, filled the area around her. Itadori and Maki are facing a formidable enemy. This is obviously not the partner of the High Commissioner. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. Ice condensation spell. Frost Nagi. In an instant, frost swept across the entire battlefield, and countless ice spikes rose up and stabbed Itadori and Maki. As a last resort, the 2 had to dodge everywhere. The man in black pulled down the hood that was hiding his face, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, "Sorry, I interrupted your fight." After saying that, Lime glanced unkindly at Xia Lu, who was standing on the tall building. I saw a red light flashing in the other person's eyes, and he grinned. Lime snorted coldly and looked away. Ever since she took over the control of the Death Return from the nose, she has been paying close attention to the battle here. From the time Xia Lu appeared until now, apart from using despicable means to sneak attack Lord Sukuna, he has not taken any action since then. Instead, he hid on a distant building and watched the show. This guy must be planning something, and it's something that's bad for Lord Sukuna. Therefore, she must act quickly to help Lord Sukuna resolve this farce. Sukuna waved his hand and said casually, "It's okay. You did just right." Sukuna, who finally freed his hands, smiled sinisterly, suddenly bent down and squatted, pressing his hands to the ground. In an instant, dense spider cracks have formed within 100 meters. Slash. 8. As the words fell, the ground within 100 meters collapsed. At this moment, the extremely hard concrete was actually cut into countless neat and smooth tofu blocks. Deadly slashes continued to slash out from the ground, attacking Itadori and Maki. The extremely dense attacks made Itadori and Maki dodge with difficulty. But coupled with the fact that Li Mei used magic in the dark and summoned ice cones at the right time to block the attack. The two soon had no way to hide. At the critical moment, a huge thorny net made entirely of wood fell over Sukuna and Raimai's heads. A huge black shadow instantly enveloped the two of them. Sukuna suddenly looked up. "Are you finally willing to take action? I haven't seen you for a while. Do you still like to play tricks like this?" He sneered, slowly stretched out his arm, spread his 5 fingers, and launched a slash. Oink! The large wooden net was cut into countless pieces without any resistance. Sukuna smiled contemptuously. Not even a single blow can be sustained. Suddenly, a huge Rasengan fell from the sky. Its terrifying power made Sukuna frown. "Umph! You're not worthy of the adult's help," Li Mei shouted angrily, and used the ice condensation spell to its full output. Snap! The temperature in the sky suddenly dropped to an extreme, and the Rasengan was instantly frozen into a huge ice ball, and Xia Lu in the sky was also frozen in place. Sukuna raised his hand and swung it, an invisible slash that pierced through the sky and cut through vertically, split Xia Lu's body and the clouds in the sky into two. Just as Itadori and Maki were about to exclaim in surprise, a pair of slender hands with distinct joints pressed down on their shoulders. The two of them suddenly turned around and then breathed a sigh of relief. "Xia Lu? It turns out that was just your clone. It was so scary." Li Mei, who was far away, looked at the 2 wooden stakes falling from the sky and said in disbelief, "Fake, fake?" Sukuna, who had seen this trick before, sneered, "It's just the same trick as always." After saying that, he raised his hand and swung it, launching another even more powerful slash at Xia Lu's location. Many battle summaries made him understand one thing. When facing Xia Lu, you can't compete with him in spells, especially spells with superstandard cursed power output. The only and most effective way is to chase him relentlessly. Don't give him any chance to perform his magic. Swish! The slash swept across Xia Lu's body without a doubt, splitting him in two again. However, the next second, Xia Lu turned into a wooden stake again. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened. Fake again. So where is Xia Lu now? Li Mei gritted her teeth and looked back at the rooftop in the distance. It was empty. Xia Lu had already left. This damn guy. Feeling that he was being teased, Sukuna yelled, "Get out of here, you coward, you idiot." The words haven't been finished yet. Sukuna's pupils shrank sharply, and he felt nervous. Without any hesitation, he dodged quickly. A vortex appeared, and the space was distorted. Click! Blood splattered, and Sukuna's arm fell to the ground. It's this damn space ability again. If he were to say, the most frightening thing about Xia Lu is this technique of manipulating space. As for the so-called illusions, etc., they can all be dealt with the help of Moxu Luo's super adaptability. The only problem is that with this spatial attack, if I'm not careful and my head is twisted off, I might not have time to use the reverse curse technique. Sukuna used the reverse curse technique to grow his broken arm back. After moving it for a while, he looked at Xia Lu, who was walking slowly in the distance, and laughed. "You are so ruthless. Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to dodge and let your good friend's head be divided? Also, you should be in your true form now, right?" "Yes." Xia Lu stepped forward and said with a smile, "But you are the king of curses. How can you die so easily?" As if he sensed the hostile gaze, he looked at Li Mei, who was staring at him with anger on her face, and said, "Mushroom Head, what are you looking at? End the death game immediately and transfer all the points to me. Otherwise, I will pin the Lord Sukuna you admire to the ground and rub him hard." "What did you say?" Before Sukuna could speak, Raimai stood up and shouted, "Do you really think you are a match for Sukuna-sama? Have you ever seen the heyday of the adults, you ignorant bastards?" "Ha ha!" Sukuna suddenly laughed like crazy, then waved his hand violently, slashing through the air. Swish! The two were only 100 meters apart, and the slashing speed was very fast, slashing towards Xia Lu's waist. However, what no one expected was that Xia Lu was even faster. Facing the incoming slash, it suddenly transformed into a streak of golden light and moved to the side, just avoiding Sukuna's slash. Boom! The next moment, a terrifying cut was made at the spot where Xia Lu was before. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. What did I see? Sukuna's slash was dodged? It is well known that Sukuna's slashing speed is so fast that it is almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. Even if his eyes were superhuman enough to catch the trajectory of the slash, his body wouldn't have enough time to react. But Xia Lu actually did it just now. Itadori and Maki stared at Xia Lu, who was walking in the distance. How did he do that? Did he observe the subtle movement of Sukuna raising his hand in advance and dodge it? If I were to do it myself, I would probably just be beheaded. Sukuna frowned slightly and looked at Xia Lu, who was slowly approaching with a little surprise. What a fast speed. In 1,000 years, this was the first time he had seen someone dodge his attack, simply by relying on speed. Could it be that, because of the Fushiguro Megumi in his body, not only was the power of his slashing attack weakened, but even the speed was reduced? Sukuna has doubts in his heart. But no matter what, Xia Lu's speed just now was so fast that even he could only catch a glimpse of golden lightning. Xia Lu blurted out frivolous words. What? Did you not eat, or do you have kidney deficiency? The strike was so soft and slow as a snail. With the power of the eternal Mangekyo, he could barely catch Sukuna's slash. But the most important thing is that he has already spread seeds all over this battlefield. Ugh, it's the Flying Thunder God's mark. As the saying goes, pay attention to the enemy tactically and despise the enemy strategically. How dare you insult Sukuna-sama like this? The dog licker Limei clenched his fists, and the whole body was filled with coldness. I just luckily dodged a casual attack from you, my lord. Sukuna patted her shoulder, took a step forward, looked at Xia Lu with interest, and said, I don't know, how many times can you dodge? The words fell. 8. Sukuna waved his hands, and 2 3-meter-long slashes formed an X shape and attacked Xia Lu through the air. Xia Lu's body was as fast as lightning. He dodged the oncoming attack twice in a row. Then he walked slowly towards Sukuna, still calm and composed. This scene once again shocked everyone. Hiding again? If it was luck once, then this time it was definitely strength. Adult Sukuna. Limei just lamented that her face was burning. Xia Lu's action slapped her hard in the face. Sukuna, who was very experienced, didn't care about other people's eyes, but was secretly thinking in his heart. Even though Fushiguro Megumi was messing around inside him, Xia Lu's speed was incredible. What's more, he also has a strange ability to become virtual. Even if I hit the target, it would probably pass right through the opponent's body. TSK. This damn scoundrel is so hard to kill. There is only one way to hurt or kill Xia Lu, and that is to open the domain and launch endless attacks on him. His ability to become a virtual being can only last for 5 minutes. But Xia Lu is not the only one present. Itadori Maki is not included. There is also the angel in the sky who is eyeing him covetously. Thinking of this, he decided not to continue wasting time with these dogskin plasters. Sir, you're not in your prime right now. There's no need to fight these people. Retreat first. Raimai, whose mind was full of Sukuna, could tell at a glance what Sukuna was thinking at the moment. But Lady Sukuna is extremely proud, so these words must be spoken by her. Sukuna nodded. That makes sense. After getting the consent, Limei stepped forward and summoned a small golden bug with a unique appearance. Then he raised his chin like a proud swan and scanned everyone with a look of rubbish, finally stopping at Xia Lu. You seem to want points very much. Let me see. Not bad. You, who is ranked second, actually have 500 points. It's really impressive. It's a pity that I'm twice as big as you. After hitting Xia Lu, she felt a little better. She just wanted to use this to suppress Lu and gain face for Master Sukuna. Although these points are accumulated by a large number of swimmers who signed contracts and lived in flesh, this is the reality. As soon as Limei's shocking words came out, Itadori and others quickly opened their own little golden bugs to check their points. As expected, Li Mei's points are as high as 1,000, and this was a sudden surge. This also proves that something must have happened before she arrived here. Mushroom Head, what do you want to do? Facing Itadori's questioning, Raimai first knelt on one knee and asked Sukuna for instructions. After getting Sukuna's consent, he smiled sinisterly. What do I want to do? Give you a surprise, of course. Li Mei held up the little golden bug. His eyes were extremely crazy. He typed in a command. Suddenly, an emotionless announcement echoed in everyone's ears. Swimmer Li Mei, consume 1,000 points and add a new rule. 1. The death swim will end in 10 minutes and will lock onto the swimmer Xiao Lu. If you fail to collect 1,000 points before the death swim ends, your body spells will be taken away. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. What? How can such a despicable rule be made? This is clearly a blatant targeting. For a moment, everyone turned their eyes to Xiao Lu. He was still standing there with a calm expression, as if he had not heard the announcement. Sukuna formed seals with his hands and summoned the gigantic Nu. Li Mei, who was sitting above, did not forget to taunt. This is what happens when you go against Sukuna-sama. You only have 10 minutes left. Don't give up and wait for death easily. Struggle as hard as you can. This is her and the Noose's final killing move. At the cost of consuming 1,000 points, he ended the death return game early and used the rules to target Xiao Lu. In just 10 minutes, it is almost impossible to collect 500 points. It is her honor to help Sukuna-sama get rid of such a troublesome person. Nu carried Sukuna and Raimai away. Xiao Lu sighed. As expected of Raimai, Uchiha Xiao Lu, would like to call you the strongest bootlicker. Who in Jujutsu Kaisen can be more licking than Raimai? No wonder he became Sukuna's recognized servant thousands of years ago. However, it is indeed difficult to get 500 points within 10 minutes. Even killing all the swimmers in the area might not be enough, because most people are little Karami, and they don't have many steel keys on them. However, Raimai's actions were also a good thing for him. At least I am now ranked first in points. Judging from the time, Lohou should be here soon. Suddenly, his pocket vibrated and a small golden bug flapped its wings and flew into his sight. Ding! Maki from the swimmer's Zen temple transfers 100 points to you. Xiao Lu raised his brows slightly and turned to look. Maki clenched his fists and looked worried. Sorry, I don't have many points. Hurry! Everyone, gather your points. Itadori was so anxious that he was spinning in circles. His points had long been cheated away by that bad woman named Wan. Angel Lai Shihua slowly floated down from the sky and said apologetically, Sorry, I've been hiding in the hotel and don't have any points at all. She felt very ashamed. Xiao Lu had just saved her life not long ago. Otherwise, if I foolishly threw myself into Sukuna's arms, I would probably die miserably. But now I can't help him. As if she had thought of something, she said weakly, But you can rest assured, the angel in my body can ensure that you will not be seriously injured or die after the surgery is removed. A mouth appeared on her face. It's a pity that such a powerful technique was wasted. Damn you, Raimai. Maki, with an indifferent expression, could no longer control his emotions and punched the wall behind him. I'm going to kill someone right now. Xiao Lu is her benefactor. Without Xiao Lu, she wouldn't be where she is today. There is still 10 minutes left. As long as we can collect 400 points, there is still hope. Therefore, no matter if they are ordinary people, swimmers, or cursed spirits, she will not let them go. Xiao Lu stopped Maki, who was leaving with a knife in hand. Don't panic, I have the advantage this time. After hearing these words, several people were stunned. Maki forced himself to calm down. Do you have any other cards? Xiao Lu nodded. Someone will come to give me points soon. He could sense that Lu Hu and the others were very close to him. Itadori said hurriedly, Stop joking, you don't have much time left. He believed that the death and extinction journey was about to end, and everyone would move towards the edge of the barrier and leave this damn place. How could he turn around and come back to give points to Xiao Lu? Senior Okatsu and the others are in another barrier, so they can't make it in such a short time. However, the next second, 4 black spots suddenly appeared in the sky above the Tokyo barrier. Then the distance got closer and closer, and everyone's pupils shrank. Aren't these the 4 great natural disasters? Why would they show up at a time like this? Get out of the way. Louhu waved his pipe and shouted loudly. Boom! There was a loud bang. The earth shook continuously, and dust filled the sky. Xiao Lu waved his hand to disperse the dust in front of him. Are you Tiger? Why do you want to appear in this way? Missed the Tsukuyami set meal? Upon hearing this, the faces of the 4 natural disasters, led by Lu Hu, froze, and cold sweat ran down their backs. Jinren immediately gave Lu Hu a big slap. It's all your fault. You had to make an appearance like this. Then he smiled at Xiao Lu and said, according to what you said, all the old guys in the upper echelons have been invited in. There are actually quite a few powerful sorcerers hiding in the upper echelons. We are exhausted. Lu Hu touched his head and added, don't worry, we have beaten them all. Just focus on harvesting them. Well, good job. Xiao Lu nodded. However, this series of information completely stunned Itadori and others. The top brass was wiped out by the 4 great natural disasters, and the instigator behind this is Xiao Lu. Punishment. This is really too much punishment. But it's good this way. I've been annoyed with those old guys for a long time. The angel Lacey Hua, standing by, was shocked in a different way. She doesn't know what the top management is, nor does she care. But the angel in her body told her, how could these 4 special cursed spirits listen to Xiao Lu so respectfully? It turns out that such an outrageous thing as giving away points is actually true. The angel in the body secretly told Lakesa, Shawa, I can't feel any life from these 4 cursed spirits. Lai Shihua's eyes widened. What? As someone who's been with angels for many years, she knows very well that no matter whether it is a human or a cursed spirit, in the eyes of angels, there is a standard for judging life. This is also why after using Evil Ladder of Regret on Sukuna, I could tell at a glance that he was not dead yet. The 4 natural disasters that were currently lifeless were standing before them in full vigor. Angel, can you spot heresy? I can't see clearly, but the state of life and death of the 4 natural disasters is probably related to Xiao Lu. Perhaps this mysterious man can help us kill Sukuna. If possible, we can build a good relationship with him. Maki didn't care about the life and death of the top management, but asked anxiously, so where are those old guys? Lu Hu glanced at Xiao Lu in fear and said awkwardly, although we can come and go freely without being restricted by the death migration, those people cannot. So we can't control where they land. They should be scattered all over this barrier now. Time is running out. Everyone split up. Hearing this, Maki immediately picked up his knife and wanted to turn around and leave. Xiao Lu grabbed Maki again and said like coaxing a child, we have many clones, don't be afraid. Maki suddenly understood, and then her face turned slightly red. I was so anxious that I almost forgot that Xiao Lu also mastered the art of division. The next second, Xiao Lu formed seals with both hands, multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, with him as the center, hundreds of clones that looked exactly like Xiao Lu emerged. Oh, so many Xiao Lu. Itadori couldn't help but exclaimed, and curiously stretched out his finger to point at Xiao Lu's clones that surrounded him. Xiao Lu, which one is your real body? Angel Lacey was once again shocked by the scene before her. It was not like it had never seen the art of splitting into multiple bodies before, but it was the first time it had seen thousands of clones being created simultaneously in such a short period of time. Even though it had lived for 1,000 years, it opened its eyes again. Amidst the dense crowd, an order rang out. Find the top brass and leave no one behind. Yes. The next second, a huge army of clones rushed in all directions. Soon, the venue was empty again, Xiao Lu said. There are only 5 minutes left. There is no need to panic. Great. Itadori and others couldn't help but give a thumbs up. But is it true that there are always more solutions than problems? Anyone who were in this desperate situation would probably just wait for death, right? But Xiao Lu resolved it perfectly. with thousands of clones conducting a very fast carpet search. I'm afraid they will soon gather all the points. From Lohu's words, we can learn that there are many powerful sorcerers in the upper echelons who were crippled and thrown into the death cycle. The rule of the death swim is that the stronger the swimmer you kill, the more points you get. In this way, the desperate situation was resolved. About 3 minutes later, through the little golden bug, we can see that Xiao Lu's points are constantly increasing. Soon it reached 1,000 points, and it was still rising. The army of clones will kill gods if they stand in the way, kill Buddhas if they stand in the way, and kill any swimmers they see. Xiao Lu laughed. The top brass will suffer for their own mistakes, but the waste can still be used. Turning them into points can be considered a contribution to the world of magic. Okay, the crisis is over. Let's go rescue. At this point, Xiao Lu deliberately dragged out the last syllable of the sentence and looked at Lai Shihua, who was looking expectant. Go save, shall we? Lake Sihua couldn't help but shout. We have to rescue him, but after that, you have to help open a back door. Xiao Lu played with the prison gate border in his hand and looked at Lai Shihua with a smile. No problem. As long as Xiao Wei can be rescued, I will agree to anything you ask. The angel shook his head helplessly. Xiaowa, there's really nothing I can do to you. My previous condition was to kill the fallen angel. Lake Sihua, yes, sorry, I was too excited. Forget it. Just think of it as building a good relationship with Xiao Lu. At this moment, Li Mei's voice fell into everyone's ears again. Ha! I forgot to tell you one thing. If nothing unexpected happens, your master Tianyuan has been assimilated by the noose. What awaits you will be endless despair. I look forward to our next meeting. As soon as these words came out, everyone except Xia Lu opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Lord Tianyuan was actually assimilated? Then wouldn't the 99 Yuki and Zhangxiang protecting it be in danger? For a moment, Itadori and Maki felt nervous at the same time. Is what Li Mei said true or false? The one protecting Tenjin is the top-class sorcerer Kujuku Yuki. How can a noose succeed? At this time, Lu Hu sneered. Tianyuan was assimilated? He is just an idiot who is kept in the dark. Xiao Lu laughed and looked at Lu Hu. Is Owasawa dead? Lu Hu thought for a while and finally said truthfully, although I didn't see the body. Juju Yuki's black hole move destroyed him and Hongxing Palace. I think there is no reason for Nozomi to survive. Itadori was a little confused. Hey, wait, you mean Tianyuan was not assimilated? Huh. Not only did he fail to get his way, but we also beat him up. Then, under the pressure from Xiao Lu, Lu Hu impatiently told Itadori and the others a brief account of what had happened. Itadori chuckled. So what Raimai said just now was just a slap in the face? Lu Hu nodded, then looked at Lu deeply. This guy is becoming increasingly unpredictable. How did he predict that Daluo would go to Hongxing Palace? It seemed like all this was within his expectations. Suddenly, there was a loud roar throughout the Tokyo barrier, as if the door of the mechanism was opened. Along with the shaking and vibration, the black curtain wrapped around the outside completely dissipated. This also means that the hellish game of human slaughter and death in return is completely over. Seeing this, Itadori and Maki breathed a sigh of relief. The nerves that had been tense for a long time finally got a brief relaxation. At the same time, most of the people who participated in the Death Return tour breathed a sigh of relief. But there are a few battle fanatics who are dissatisfied, just like Lu Ziyuni wandering alone in the Xiantai barrier. Just then, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, and you will be rewarded with illusion. Other gods. The long-awaited heavenly sound finally sounded, and Xia Lu looked delighted. The most powerful illusion, Kotoemet Tsukumi, is finally in hand. In a sense, this is an illusion that is even more powerful than Tsukuyami. Forcefully changing the will of others as long as the timing is right, even making Sukuna kneel down and sing Conquer is not a bad idea. But the only drawback is that the CD is too long, so it should be used with caution. Suddenly, Xiao Lu's eyes lit up, In addition to the impure world reincarnation, he also possessed a forbidden technique with a huge backlash. The reincarnation technique. This thing can directly revive the dead. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's snatching people from the belly of the god of death. But the backlash of this forbidden technique is too great, and it definitely cannot be performed by oneself. But if we use Kodo Emitsukami to control Sukuna or Nose, and have them perform samsara, is it feasible? For example, resurrecting the astral plasma body of the past, Tion Tainlizi? Thinking of the astral plasma, Xiaolu looked at Fushiguro Shige, who was unconscious on the ground. At this moment, the injuries on his body had been mostly healed by the angels, so he would definitely not die. Hey, wake up! Your son has been taken away. Fushiguro Shirji didn't respond. Xiaolu thought for a moment, then leaned close to his ear, smiled, and whispered, "Let me tell you a secret. Your son's last name is Wu Qiao." As soon as these words came out, Fushiguro Shir suddenly opened his blood-red eyes, and his whole body rose straight up from the ground. His eyes were cold. He clenched the bloody long knife in his hand and stared at the prison gate in Xiaolu's hand. At this moment, he wanted to tear Yuminjiang apart with his bare hands. To settle the score with Gojo Satoru, Itadori's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly, "It's fake. Xiaolu lied to you. But I have to admit that this way of waking up is simple and crude." Angel Lacey came over anxiously, her eyes determined. "Let's go and save Xiaowei. As long as Xiaowei is safe, I will immediately unseal Gojo Satoru for you." Itadori sighed. "But where will Sukuna and Satomi go?" For a moment, everyone fell silent. This is indeed a sharp question. How can we save Sukuna if we don't find him? Zenyuan family. Xiaolu suddenly spoke. Knowing the plot, he naturally knew that Sukuna should have arrived at the Zenin family, which had just been wiped out by Maki not long ago. Zenyuan family. Suddenly everyone's eyes turned to Xiaolu. Why did Sukuna go to the Zenin family for no reason? Angel Lacey asked doubtfully. "Are you so sure?" Xiaolu pretended to be confused. "Is there any need to think about this? Sukuna occupies Fushiguro Megumi's body. If he wants to improve his compatibility in a short period of time and perfectly master the 10 shadow spells, he will naturally go to the Zenyuan family to find the answer." As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly realized, that makes sense. Itadori nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. At the same time, the Zen family. The bathing ceremony of Sukuna has begun. The scarlet pool of blood exuded a creepy atmosphere, and the surrounding area was filled with an extremely strong smell of blood. Li Mei is continuously pumping blood into the blood pool. All this blood is the blood of cursed spirits. In theory, when the cursed spirit is exorcised, it will dissipate between heaven and earth and generally will not leave any blood. However, Raimai, a vicious person who would do anything for Sukuna, came up with an extremely cruel method. She first killed a large number of cursed spirits, and then used a special method to revive them. Freeze the head of the cursed spirit with frost, then crush and grind it like a juicer, squeezing out every drop of blood. And Sukuna bathing in this pool of blood filled with deep resentment will bring him closer to the devil. Doing so will also allow him to completely take over Fushiguro Megumi's body, causing his will to completely sink into the abyss. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the originally calm pool of blood. Half of Sukuna's head slowly emerged from the water. Seeing this, Li Mei showed joy on her face and quickly squatted down. "Sir, are you awake?" A bloody light flashed, and Sukuna slowly opened his devilish eyes. Sudden, boom! The entire blood pool suddenly swelled up, forming scarlet blood columns. Sukuna, with her hair down and naked, spread her arms out without any hesitation, enjoying the fresh air. After taking a bath, he was refreshed and felt like he was reborn. This is the strength that 16 fingers should have. He had just occupied Fushiguro Megumi's body and had no time to adapt. In addition, the angel's evil ladder of regret made him in a low state and unable to exert his full strength. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Sukuna, Raimai's eyes burned, and she changed from kneeling on one knee to prostrating herself in worship and said excitedly in a trembling voice, "Congratulations, sir, you have completed the fusion. You are now much better than before. If you meet that damn Xiao Lu again, he will be the only one to die." Sukuna grinned. Other people's flattery may make him feel annoyed, but Li Mei's flattery is very logical. At present, he has taken absolute control of this body, and Moxo Luo's ability has also been completely mastered during his sleep just now. Plus, without Fushiguro Megumi playing tricks on him, his slashing speed was much faster, and Xiao Lu would definitely not be able to dodge it. Sukuna opened his arms. Li Mei understood immediately and quickly put the robe on him. He could have restored his original appearance, but he chose to be like Fushiguro Megumi. Firstly, although Fushiguro Megumi's body was completely taken over by himself, this tenacious little ghost still retained a trace of will. He wants to use this body and Fushiguro Megumi's original technique to kill his sister. This caused Fushiguro Megumi to completely collapse. From now on, there is no Fushiguro Megumi, only Sukuna. Secondly, although he was reluctant to admit it, Fushiguro Megumi's face might give him an advantage in the upcoming battle. For example, Gojo Satoru, who is about to reappear, or restricting that damn Xiao Lu. Soon after, with the help of Raimai, Sukuna walked out of the Blood Pond and came to Sendai City. The first thing he had to do was to find Fushiguro Megumi's sister, Fushiguro Megumi. Raimai told him that at this moment, Fushiguro Tsum has been possessed by the ancient magician Wan. Along the way, the terrifying aura of the Curse King instantly enveloped the entire Xiantai. Wulu Hengzi, who was hiding in the dark, opened his eyes wide and covered his mouth in fear. What a terrifying aura! Is this the legendary Curse King? This aura is still frightening even after 1,000 years. The murderous intent that surged into the sky frightened the other magicians and cursed spirits so much that they all fled for their lives. The former captain of the Sun Moon Star team was so frightened by Sukuna's aura that he dared not even breathe, let alone show up to challenge him. However, Shi Lulong, who also felt the power, stood in front of Sukuna without knowing his own limitations. Although the death and destruction journey has ended, the killing will never stop. Although Xia Lu and Okatsuju had spared his life, he still couldn't suppress his desire to challenge the strong. The moment the two pairs of eyes met each other, Shi Lulong instantly looked away, cold sweat already oozing out of his head. This feeling of being stared at by the god of death made him tremble all over. So strong. The strength of Sukuna Hikaru's aura had already exceeded his expectations. Even from the genius Okatsuju, with whom he had fought before, he had never experienced such a feeling. This made him think of the helper that Okatsuju called Xiao Lu. Perhaps he is the only one who can look the devil in the eye calmly? While thinking, Sukuna had already arrived in front of Shi Lulong and spoke indifferently. Go away or not. Now he just wants to find Fushiguro Miki as soon as possible before Gojo Satoru breaks the seal. No time to play house with these bastards. However, Shi Lulong, who was also proud of himself, suppressed his fear and gritted his teeth. Fight with me. Let me feel the true power of the Curse King. Before he could finish his words, an invisible slash as fast as lightning swept across. The extremely sharp slash cut through the stone dragon's body. The entire incision was cut diagonally, extending from his shoulder to his thigh. The belated blood spurted out, reflecting Shi Lulong's face full of fear. He retreated at high speed, his eyes fixed on Sukuna, who was standing there motionless. What a quick strike. I had absolutely no time to react. Just one encounter made him realize the huge gap in strength. Is this the Curse King who slayed the Curse World thousands of years ago? Wulu Hengzi, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene and completely gave up the idea of a sneak attack. The strength displayed by Sukuna has completely surpassed the category of a special grade sorcerer. Even so, Sukuna laughed out loud and looked at Sure Lulong opposite with interest. So you're not the kind of scum that can be killed instantly with one strike. I wanted to cut you into 3 pieces, but I didn't expect to finish even one piece. At the same time, he felt relieved. It seems that after 1,000 years, my sword has not slowed down. Only Xiao Lu can dodge my attack with his speed. However, it is absolutely impossible now. The stone dragon on the opposite side widened his eyes. He knew that in a battle with a strong man of this level, life and death were often just a matter of a second. Without any hesitation, he accelerated suddenly and approached Sukuna's body at a high speed. At the same time, the cursed spiritual power cannon above his head was secretly charging. He wants to reduce the distance of the cursed shock wave to give Sukuna a big surprise. Even a warrior of his level would be seriously injured if he took a direct hit from me. Granite shockwave. A terrifying beam of light instantly gathered above the stone dragon's head, ready to go. However, the next second, a black afterimage passed by. Sukuna had already circled behind him, and Sure Lulong widened his eyes in disbelief. A low, hoarse voice fell into my ears. "You are too slow. Curse spirit cannon." Oink oink. The invisible slash broke through the air. The moment the two crossed paths, Sure Lulong's head was already split into 3 pieces. With a plop, the body fell down. The master who had dominated Xiantai for 400 years died at the hands of Sukuna in just the second round. If Lu Hu was present, he would sigh. Not everyone is qualified to play in the peak competition. Wula Hengzi, who was hiding in the dark, cried out in shock and quickly tore open the curtain of the 2-dimensional space and fled in panic. Sukuna, who had already noticed it, ignored it. These special grade ones are quite easy to kill, Sukuna said involuntarily. This made him think more and more that the only people in this world who could rival him were Gojo Satoru and Xiao Lu, and he will rely on his powerful strength to crush and kill these 2 opponents. Without further delay, Sukuna quickly found his old enemy Wan. The moment Wan, who occupied Fushiguro Tsu Mickey's body, saw Sukuna, he could no longer hide the crazy love in his eyes. "Really? Are you finally willing to come see me?" Thousands of years ago, from the moment she saw this devil, she decided that he was her other half. But at this moment, the corners of Sukuna's mouth rose unconsciously, because he could feel that when he saw Wan for the first time, the last bit of stubborn will in Fushiguro Megumi's body had a violent fluctuation. This is exactly the effect he wanted. But similarly, even after 1,000 years, one still deeply loves this demon who kills without blinking an eye. The abnormal love made her excited to issue a declaration of war love letter. "Let's fight, Sukuna. Either you kill me or I kill you. This is the outcome I long for. But what will you promise me if I win?" Facing Wan's expectant eyes, Sukuna raised his chin and blurted out without hesitation, "Oh." This kind of question is nothing for him to think about. No matter who said this, he would agree without hesitation, because in his dictionary there is only killing and there is no word lose at all. All. Wan was extremely excited, and Sukuna's answer made her think a lot. Does the whole meaning include marriage? It's really embarrassing. Looking at the infatuated Wan, a hint of impatience flashed in Sukuna's eyes. This ancient magician named Wan is also an old acquaintance. But so what? Did he, the king of curses, have to play love games with her? Whatever you say, just do it. Crazy Wan's eyes lit up. After receiving the promise from the Curse King, it proved that he had signed a contract with him that he had dreamed of for thousands of years. The achievement of this bond means that I have a chance to marry Sukuna. Although she knew that the chances of defeating Sukuna were extremely slim, she was still extremely excited. Some strange images have already begun to appear in her mind. If it wasn't for the purpose, Sukuna wouldn't even bother to look at Wan, but he always kept his eyes on the other party. The reason is simple, just to constantly stimulate the Fushiguro Megumi in the body. Thinking of this, Sukuna formed seals with both hands, Jade Dog. As the 10 shadow spells unfold, 2 huge dog-shaped gods appear beside Sukuna. The originally cute Paw Patrol, under the influence of Sukuna, turned into hellhounds with black flames burning all over their bodies. Tear her apart. As Sukuna finished speaking, the two terrifying beasts roared wildly and rushed towards Juan. Ah, you two wild dogs want to hinder my dream. Juan's figure moved like a ghost, dodging the Jade Dog's attack. He waved his hands suddenly, like a dancer waving a ribbon, and released his liquid metal technique. The crisscrossing black metal net instantly shot towards the Jade Dog that was running towards him again. Boom! The next second, the liquid metal and the Shikigami collided violently like ink. After the terrifying explosion, the two Jade Dogs disappeared, leaving only a dark liquid metal circle that tightly surrounded Sukuna. At this moment, a sharp roar appeared in the sky. Juan looked up and found a huge owl-shaped god Nu hovering in the sky. Looking at these strange animals, she asked Sukuna in confusion. Were these strange-looking animals? Could they be the Shikigami of that little Fushiguro? Their attack power has been geometrically multiplied in your hands. At this point, Juan's expression suddenly changed, and he asked unhappily, "Where is your imperial chef? I want you to deploy the domain demon subduing and cooking." However, Sukuna's contemptuous words reached her eardrums. "I don't need to use my domain to deal with people like you." What? Sukuna's arrogant words petrified Juan instantly. She stared at Sukuna, who was standing opposite her with her eyes wide open. How dare he look down on himself like this? Looking at Juan's increasingly ferocious expression due to anger, Sukuna smiled sinisterly. That's what I want. He wants to use Fushiguro Megumi's body and use only 10 shadow spells to kill Fushiguro's sister Tsumaki. Only in this way can Fushiguro Megumi's consciousness be completely plunged into the abyss beyond redemption. Feeling the violent fluctuations of emotions in his body, Sukuna grinned. The bigger the reaction, the closer you are to your final goal. How can this be possible? Juan could no longer bear Sukuna's contempt, and his angry face was filled with rage towards his lover. Do you really think you can defeat me without opening your domain? After she finished speaking, her body suddenly changed, and liquid metal kept clinging to her body like armor. Her technique is similar to that of Zen and Mai. Both are extremely rare construction techniques in the world of spells. She can materialize the substances she recognizes. After a long period of precipitation, she can use metal to simulate the body shape of living things to strengthen herself. Looking at Juan, who was in the form of a queen bee in front of him, Sukuna's expression became a little more serious. He felt the oppressive feeling that only top-class magicians possessed. Facing the strongest form, the violent Juan, he knew that apart from his own technique, only the Shikigami could kill her. The unique mobilization gesture of Moxaluo has formed a hand seal. A metal ring appeared out of thin air above Sukuna's head, emitting a strange aura. Sukuna did not directly summon Makuro to help him fight, but used this crazy woman in front of him to hone his adaptability ability. As time passed, the horrific battle finally ended. With the terrifying adaptability of the horror ring, Juan's attacks quickly lost their effect on Sukuna. After Sukuna performed a series of combos including Escape from the Rabbit, Piercing the Bull, and Barbarian Elephant, Juan finally collapsed in the deep pit. She was seriously injured. Blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were full of resentment. Sukuna looked down at her and said calmly, "Your love is nothing more than this." However, despite being ridiculed like this, Juan still did not give up his goal. That abnormally strong love drove her to stand up again and prepare for the last fight. She ignored the blood on her face, and her eyes were full of crazy love. Only I understand your loneliness. Only I understand your loneliness at the top. Only I can understand what love that spans 1,000 years is. Facing Juan's crazy roar, Sukuna was stunned at first, and then suddenly burst into laughter, because he could feel the will of Fushiguro Megumi in his body, shouting madly. This little kid was about to see something that would make him completely collapse. "You know nothing. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the air. A vortex appeared above the two of them without anyone noticing. Sukuna, alerted, suddenly looked up. This vortex was very familiar to him, and he had suffered many losses from this trick. Seeing this, Li Mei, who was waiting in the distance, also pressed his hands on the ground, ready to cast the ice spell at any time. Once Xia Lu touches the ground, she can freeze it into an ice sculpture. However, the person that came into her sight was not Xia Lu, but the angel Lai Shihua, who made her even more afraid. The moment he saw that pair of golden hair, Sukuna tensed up. The wheel ring on the top of the head is ready to turn at any time. He is no longer the same person he was before. The spell that once frightened him, the ladder of evil and regret, can no longer kill him easily. The last time he underwent an angel's evolution ritual, although he had just subdued the demon Su Luo at that time, it still had an adaptable effect. In other words, the current evil way to regret Heaven Ladder has already been discounted in front of him. Sukuna, give Shall We back to me. Lake Sihua flapped his wings and flew towards Sukuna. The holy light emanating from his hands was dazzling. Sukuna could tell at a glance that this was not the evil ladder to regret, but just a simple evolutionary technique. Moreover, he has been on guard against someone. That's Xia Lu. The voice just now must have come from him. This damn guy, why does he always ruin his plans? The angel Lai Shihua was getting closer and closer to him, but that damn Xia Lu didn't show up yet. A hint of impatience appeared on Sukuna's face. Roll! A slashing blow cut towards the angel Lasihua's head. However, the vortex reappeared and Lake Sihua disappeared into the black hole. Suddenly, a playful voice sounded from behind. Tsukuyami. Master, close your eyes. Li Mei exclaimed from a distance. Sukuna closed his eyes reluctantly. He, the king of curses, had never felt so aggrieved before. However, the illusion of Tsukuyami did not appear, but Xia Lu's fist took its place. Bang! The punch filled with chakra had distorted Sukuna's face, and he flew backwards. Sukuna stopped with his hands on the ground and stared at Xia Lu fiercely. You lied to me? In just a moment, he realized that Xia Lu just said yes and had no intention of performing an illusion. The cursed king who had dominated for 1,000 years was actually fooled by a little devil. Xia Lu laughed and said, You are quite obedient. You just follow my instructions. Without waiting for Sukuna's answer, Wan, who had just spoken boldly and was ready to fight to the death, became furious. What did you just say? I don't understand a thing. How can someone like you understand true love? Xia Lu looked at the crazy Wan as if he were a fool. In his eyes, Wan was just a clown who was killed by Sukuna with a casual sword 1,000 years ago. Now he is alive in the flesh, but he still has not learned his lesson. Sukuna didn't even consider her as a human being. He was just moving himself the whole time. If I remember correctly, in the plot, Sukuna's heart was calm until her death. From the beginning to the end, she was just a tool used by Sukuna to make Fushiguro Megumi collapse. When it comes to bootlickers, Li Mei ranks first and Wan is second. Fushiguro Megumi's sister is unlucky enough to have such a crazy woman. Fortunately, Sukuna is an emotionless demon. If he directly agreed to marry Wan, wouldn't it be murderous and heartbreaking for Fushiguro Megumi? Fushiguro Megumi is a sister complex. She is bound to collapse on the spot, the kind that cannot be saved. Suddenly, the ground beneath my feet shook. Click! The ground froze instantly, and then the ice shattered and an extremely sharp ice spike rose from the ground. However, Xia Lu was not pierced. The ice spikes went straight through his body. It's this weird ability to become virtual again. Sukuna thought to himself, Trouble. Xia Lu waved his hand and the vortex appeared again, but this time it appeared behind Wan. A golden holy light shot out from the vortex. The Wan who occupied Fushiguro, Mickey's eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. It must be said that the angel's purification spells can also have a very good effect on this kind of evil sorcerer who lives in flesh and occupies other people's bodies. Seeing this scene, Sukuna snorted in disdain. He knew his plan had failed. Limei, let's retreat. Sukuna did not hesitate at all, although he was unwilling to admit it. It would be difficult for him to kill Xia Lu with his 16-finger strength. The most important thing is that the angels on the side are still watching her closely, and no one knows when her spell, Evil Ladder to Regret, will cool down. And Gojo Satoru is expected to be unsealed soon, so he needs to devour the remaining 4 fingers. By then, it will be the end of these high-level professionals. Shall we? Angel Lacey shouted as she watched Sukuna leave carrying the new. Looking at Sukuna going away, Xia Lu did not chase after him, but said loudly, "Fushiguro, your sister will not die. Just have a good sleep and relax." Sukuna, flying in the sky, roared, emitting a terrifying aura. Seeing this, Rimuri next to him immediately knelt on one knee and lowered his head. The reason why Sukuna was angry was that he could clearly feel that the will of Fushiguro Megumi in his body suddenly stabilized. I put in all kinds of efforts and tried every way to stimulate him, but Xia Lu's words stabilize his emotions? Just wait, he will cut Xia Lu into pieces one day. The crying angel Lai Shihua suddenly raised her head, with endless murderous intent flashing in her eyes. "Xia Lu, let's go and unlock Gojo Satoru. Now, immediately, release Gojo Satoru and kill Sukuna." 3 days later, in the mine at the 4th training ground of Saitama Prefecture Jiu-Jitsu High School, Xia Lu held the prison gate with his left hand and the prison gate with his right hand, looking around at the scene. I didn't expect that the technical college actually had such a spacious training ground. And he didn't even know about it? Itadori, Ding Qi, Yi Qiangwei, and others surrounded Xia Lu. Their eyes were fixed on the prison gate in his hand. Shoko leaned in Mei Mei's arms and blew out a smoke ring with great enjoyment. The death and destruction journey finally ended, and everyone's tense nerves relaxed. And now Gojo Satoru is about to reappear, and they have one more trump card to use against Sukuna. When they laughed to this point, many people looked at Xia Lu with gratitude. If it weren't for him, the conspiracy launched by Sawasawa would have dealt a fatal blow to the High Commissioner. At this time, Ding Qi Qiangwei, who pursued a sense of ritual, suddenly said, "Wait, should we prepare some kind of welcoming ceremony with flower leis?" Itadori laughed and agreed. "That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Gojo Satoru must be very lonely in there. We have to make him feel the warm atmosphere." For a moment, everyone happily started discussing how to arrange the welcome ceremony. Xia Lu was speechless as she watched the lively atmosphere that was like visiting a vegetable market. Isn't this scene, which is comparable to a vegetable market, atmospheric enough? In fact, he recommended not to release Gojo Satoru, because after the release, their Gojo Satoru teacher would become Gojo Satoru Corpse. The angel Lai Shihua, standing by, didn't quite understand their focus. She believes that the most important thing now is to pay attention to Gojo Satoru's mental state. Well, let me give you some general knowledge. There is no concept of time in the prison gate. He will not starve to death, nor will he age. So, you have to be mentally prepared. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. The eldest brother Cheng Jinsi, who was standing with his girlfriend Xing Chiluoluo, understood Angel's concerns. "You mean, even though it's only been 19 days since the Shibuya incident? But for Gojo Satoru, who is in the prison gate, these 19 days may be just a moment, or they may be 100 years, or even 1,000 years." Upon hearing this, everyone except Xia Lu's expression suddenly froze. This is bad. If it is the latter, then we are in big trouble. No one can guarantee that in this long period of time, mental disorder will not occur. Even the strongest and omnipotent Gojo Satoru in the world probably can't do it. What should I do? Itadori held his head with both hands and exclaimed, "What if Gojo Satoru goes insane and goes crazy? Then the entire technical college might not be enough for him to afford." For a moment, everyone present had sweat on their foreheads, and they began to unconsciously imagine Gojo Satoru going crazy in their minds. I have to say, this is indeed a terrible thing. The mentally deranged Gojo Satoru is indeed an extremely dangerous existence. They don't want to add another Sukuna to the world of sorcery. Nobara Kujisaki even laughed out loud, but then realized that it was a little inappropriate to the situation and immediately covered her mouth in frustration. Shoko took a deep breath of mosquito coils, looked at Xia Lu with soft eyes, and smiled. Actually, there's no need to worry. Why not let Xia Lu release it? If Goju is mentally disturbed after realizing it, let him use Jinjutsu on him immediately. Mei joked. Fighting poison with poison? Shoko said coquettishly. Yes, I have it under control. In the end, everyone adopted Shoko's opinion. After all, here, only Lu can compete with Gojo Satoru. Even Hyakinji and Kujuka Yuki, these two fighting maniacs, still have some expectations. Yuminjiang, this small cube affects the direction of the entire world of magic. Everyone felt a little emotional. Although Gojo Satoru was unfortunately sealed, fortunately, there is still Xia Lu. Otherwise, the Shibuya incident, the death and rebirth, these unprecedented disasters, who knows what consequences they will bring to the world. Xia Lu did not reject everyone's opinions, because he knew that although Gojo Satoru was living a miserable life in there, he would not go crazy. He held his breath in his heart until he found and killed the noose that occupied Geto Sugiru's body. Soon after, Xia Lu went to the center of the venue. All the high school students hid behind a sand pile, fearing that Gojo Satoru, who had escaped from the prison gate, would go crazy. They all stared at the cube in Xia Lu's hand, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Gojuan even held an extra-large loudspeaker to prevent any accidents. Angel Lacey floats in the air, flapping her wings. She raised one hand high, and a small trumpet appeared out of thin air in her hand, and she shouted loudly to Xia Lu below. Are you ready? I'm coming. Xia Lu raised the prison gate high, signaling the angel to start quickly. Gojuan held the trumpet tightly and said nervously, Salmon. After receiving the signal, Lai Shihua's eyes were determined, and he really activated the technique that had just been cooled down. The evil way to regret the ladder to heaven. Boom! Just like he almost killed Sukuna before. A huge halo appeared in the sky, and a strong beam of light shone directly on the cube in Xia Lu's hand, submerging Xia Lu himself. Under the baptism of the beam of light, Xia Faden did not feel uncomfortable, but felt a little comfortable. The dazzling light illuminated the earth, making it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. Itadori, Nobara Kujisaki couldn't help but cover her eyes. Rika suddenly appeared and stood in front of Okatsu. Shoko and Mei were well prepared, wearing sunglasses and facing the holy light. Soon after, as the beam of light slowly dissipated, everyone excitedly ran towards the center. Itadori even called out to teacher Gojo Satoru excitedly. Some people are ready to subdue Gojo Satoru, who might go crazy. However, when they reached the bottom of the mine, they found that apart from Xia Lu, who was intact, there was no sign of Gojo Satoru. Even the prison gate has completely disappeared. For a moment, everyone stayed where they were. I expected that Gojo would go crazy when he figured it out, but what was going on right now? Yamanjiang and Gojo Satoru were completely gone? Itadori seemed to have thought of something terrible and asked the angel, Lake Sihua, what is going on? Where is teacher Gojo Satoru? You won't purify him and the prison gate. Facing Itadori's questioning, Lake Sihua curled his lips and couldn't help but want to defend himself. My technique will never go wrong. Gojo Satoru must be a demon like Sukuna. Otherwise, how could he disappear? Yes, that's it. You must have been deceived by Gojo Satoru's appearance before. I'm doing this to help the people get rid of this evil. You won't blame me, right? Ha ha ha. At the same time, her heart was still shouting madly to the angel. What is going on? Come out and give an explanation. However, 3 black lines appeared on everyone's forehead, and they stared at the angel Lacey-Hua with a look that said, "I don't believe you." Seeing this, Lai Shihua became anxious and quickly pointed to Xia Lu beside him and said, "If you don't believe me, just look at Lu. He is definitely a kind and upright person. The fact that evil way to regret's ladder is ineffective against him is perfect proof." Mei Mei frowned slightly and asked with concern, "Xia Lu, are you feeling unwell?" Xia Lu shook her head and smiled. "No, it feels pretty good. I even want to have a few more shots." As he spoke, he also turned his gaze to the angel Lacey-Hua. The latter was speechless. What does this guy think of her most powerful technique? Evil ladder of regret. For a moment, everyone was speechless. Xia Lu is indeed fine, but is he a kind and upright person? The 4 trembling natural disasters hiding in the distance were the first to disagree. Itadori underestimated. Sure enough, women are all the same. She actually made the mistake. Shoko didn't find it strange. I think that with Gojo Satoru's personality, he has the potential to become a great devil. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice of dissatisfaction came. "How dare you evaluate me like this? My young heart has been deeply traumatized." An extremely familiar voice sounded. Everyone was shocked. They all looked behind Xia Lu and saw a black vortex appearing out of nowhere. Gojo Satoru put one hand in his pocket and walked out with a smile on his face. Seeing this scene, everyone suddenly realized. It turns out that this guy had nothing to do at all, and had planned with Xia Lu to play a trick on them. Only Xia Lu's spatial ability could deceive their eyes in such a short time. Long time no see. It's great that everyone is here. Gojo Satoru chuckled and waved hello to the stunned crowd. It was as if the 1,000 years of torture within the prison gate had no effect on this man. He was still the same cheerful Gojo Satoru as before, but the smile on his lips concealed a subtle sadness. Fortunately, none of the things he was most worried about happened. He had heard that Xia Lu space could pull people in, and now he saw it and found it was indeed extremely mysterious. In that mighty space, he couldn't even sense the slightest curse power. And Xia Lu is like the king among them. He had a feeling that if he fought inside, he might not even be Xia Lu's opponent. "Teacher Gojo Satoru, you haven't turned into a madman." Itadori, who was extremely excited at the back, rushed forward and knocked Gojo Satoru to the ground. Everyone also surrounded Gojo Satoru and asked him about his experience in the prison gate. In response to this, Gojo Satoru just said stubbornly that it was more comfortable than a vacation. After some warm greetings, Gojo Satoru finally became serious and looked at Xia Lu anxiously and said, "The moth didn't fly into the flame, did it? He did not see Mazamichi the night goose." Xia Lu, "No, I was beaten by Loud Dang from Lian Temple, and I am recovering in the infirmary." Hearing this, Gojo Satoru breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you're okay." Then he pulled down the black eye mask, and his pale blue six eyes were full of murderous intent. "Who is willing to go to the upper floors with me?" However, the scene was silent, and no one responded. Gojo Satoru, "What the hell? No one is willing?" In his opinion, there are many people here who hate the top management to the core. Hyajinsi, you're a gambler who is forcibly fired by the top management. Don't you want to go? Mei Mei, you're a layperson who pays extra. Don't you want to go? There are a lot of benefits to be gained from the higher-ups. Is it that what I expressed was not clear enough? Just as Gojo Satoru was full of confusion, Itadori slowly raised his hands. Mr. Gojo Satoru, the top brass is gone." Gojo Satoru's eyes widened in surprise. After a brief moment of confusion, he looked at Xia Lu and said with a smile, "Well, you don't even wait for me to do this." He was thinking that the first thing he would do after getting out would be to kill all the top brass, so as to vent his anger on those old corrupt men. "Tell me what happened." Afterwards, the enthusiastic Itadori explained the origin of the matter and also briefly told the story of the death that did not return. What a good use of waste. Gojo Satoru looked at Lu with admiration. He actually threw the high-level players into the death and destruction game and turned them into points? The era of sinister and corrupt spells has finally come to an end, Shoko said calmly. Okay, let's talk about it when we get back. I seriously suspect that there may be something wrong with your mental health. Go to the infirmary for a checkup first. Everyone agreed with Shoko's words. Although Gojo Satoru doesn't seem to be in any serious condition, it's still better to check him out. Finally, the reluctant Gojo Satoru was forcibly carried to the infirmary by Itadori and Okatsu. At this time, Jujio Yuki, who was walking in front, deliberately slowed down his pace. She stood level with Xiao Lu, winked and smiled softly, and said charmingly, "How can I repay you, my lifesaver?" As he spoke, his hand intentionally or unintentionally pressed against Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu raised the corner of his mouth. Let's talk about it later. Looking at Xiao Lu's figure, Jujio Yuki paused for a moment, then smiled softly. Will you tell me later? This guy has something to say. At the same time, in a secluded house of the Zen family, the atmosphere in the quaint room was solemn. Li Mei crawled on the ground and held the 3 dried fingers on her hands. Sorry, sir. I collected 3 fingers, but I couldn't find the last one no matter how hard I tried. Li Mei, I am willing to accept any punishment. Looking at Raimai kneeling on the ground respectfully, Sukuna was not angry, but said calmly, It's okay. The last finger is probably carried by Gojo Satoru himself, so there's no need to waste time looking for it. Just a few minutes ago, he had sensed an extremely powerful aura in the world of spells that made him happy. There is no need to think about it. It must be Gojo Satoru who came out from the prison gate. Haha, what the hell is the strongest in the contemporary world? Isn't it because he is afraid of his own strength that he carries the last finger with him? He just didn't dare to face himself in his prime. Hearing that Sukuna had no intention of punishing her, Raimai was not happy at all, but felt a little disappointed. Sir, this time it's all Xiao Lu's fault, that damn troublemaker, for disrupting our plans. When she thought of this guy who had done this again and again, she couldn't help but feel angry. But I can't beat him. Even Sukuna-sama seems to be unable to do anything to him for a short time. And I don't know what method this guy used, but he managed to survive under the rules he set. Even if she racked her brains, she couldn't figure out what method Xiao Lu used. Now that Gojo Satoru has reappeared in the world, there's one more sorcerer who can threaten Lord Sukuna. If you can't gather the last crucial finger, there may be a lot of trouble. But it was just a nuisance. Even though there were only 19 fingers, she never thought that Sukuna would lose. Because this is simply impossible to happen. Just when Sukuna and Raimai were worried about the last finger, a black portal appeared. Who? Li Mei turned back suddenly, and sharp ice blades had already condensed on his fingertips. Don't let the floods wash away the Dragon King Temple. Noose slowly walked out of the portal, squinting his eyes and smiling, with his hands raised high in a gesture of surrender. Li Mei looked at the noose with vigilance. Sir, this man is as cunning as Xiao Lu. No need to be on guard. Sukuna, leaning back in his chair, glanced at the noose indifferently. He had known this cunning old fox thousands of years ago. Maybe those idiots at the technical college were extremely afraid of him, but in his eyes, the noose posed no threat at all. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trick will be useless. Looking at the extremely respectful noose below, Sukuna asked, Have you found the thing? Of course. Loasuo quickly replied, The instant Buddha that you left behind when you passed away has been prepared for you, and you can take it any time. Having said that, Suo let out a long sigh in his heart. Now he was completely down and out. Even that idiot with a missing cerebellum like Li Mei could bully him. But people have to bow their heads under the eaves. What's more, he failed to assimilate Tenjin, and Gojo Satoru had already broken free from the seal of the prison gate. With Gojo Satoru's feelings for Geto Suguru, he would probably target me and settle accounts with me soon. Therefore, at present, relying on Sukuna and seeking his protection is the best and only option. As long as you are still alive, everything can still be turned around. By then, no matter the Curse King or the Son of Destiny of Six Eyes, they will not be able to escape his plan. Sukuna's eyes narrowed slightly, and he glanced at the noose, lead the way. Soon after, under the guidance of Noso, Sukuna came to a dilapidated, abandoned temple. In the weed-covered backyard of the temple, there sat a shrunken corpse. Looking at the corpse in front of him, Sukuna couldn't help but feel a little emotional. I never thought that after 1,000 years, my body had not decayed yet, and was still emitting a cursed black aura. The rope took 2 steps back, bowed and smiled. Even without the last finger, this noble body is enough to make up for your last flaw. Limei was extremely shocked. It turns out that the Buddha in this body, mentioned by Nozomi, is the real Sukuna from 1,000 years ago. As expected of Master Sukuna's body, even after 1,000 years, it still hasn't dissipated. This faint smell of curse still makes her extremely fascinated. She snorted in her heart and glanced unhappily at Nosuke, who was trying to please Sukuna. Such a good achievement was snatched away by this cunning old fox. It would be great if she could personally deliver this body to Sukuna. Sukuna gently broke off the head of the instant Buddha and said with a smile, "How ironic. He has to rely on devouring his own corpse to restore his full strength." As he said this, Sukuna opened his mouth wide and swallowed the mummy's head into his stomach. Boom! The breath of the violent wind emanates from Sukuna's body. The entire temple was instantly enveloped by a curse that was almost condensed into substance. At this point, the missing last finger of the Cursed King has been completely made up. The Cursed King Sukuna has recovered 100% of his strength. In addition, Fushiguro Megumi's 10 shadow spells can help him, and Makoro is his ultimate trump card. There is no doubt that no one in this world can be his opponent. Xiao Lu can't do it, and Gojo Satoru can't do it either. Seeing this, Limei knelt on one knee and bowed slightly. Congratulations, you have regained your own power. Sukuna closed his eyes and felt the surge of cursed power in his body, and said calmly, "Tell me what day is today." Limei answered quickly, "November 19th. Sukuna grinned evilly. "Notify Gojo Satoru. I will be waiting for him in Shinjuku for the final battle. The time is up to him. There can only be one strongest person in this world." Therefore, he planned to kill this self-righteous Gojo Satoru first, and then cut Xia Lu into pieces. The atmosphere in the hall of the college was extremely solemn. Itadori, Kujisaki, Panda, Okatsu, and others gathered together and were discussing something. Just a while ago, the challenge sent by Sukuna made Itadori and others, who had just relaxed, tense up again. After learning that Noso had joined Sukuna, Gojo Satoru accepted Sukuna's challenge without any hesitation and set the date for December 24th, which is today. He wants to destroy the noose and give Saiyojia the final piece. The panda waved his fists and said angrily, "If I were Gojo Satoru, I would not bother to fight Sukuna one-on-one. Wouldn't it be better to just call Xia Lu and the others to fight together?" After saying that, the panda cautiously glanced at Lu Ziyun, who was leaning alone in the corner with his arms folded. Since this martial arts fanatic learned that he was going to fight Sukuna, both his eyes and body have been shaking like crazy. Even from a distance, one could sense the fiery fighting spirit emanating from him. Kayajinji glanced at the panda with contempt. "Why do you think Gojo Satoru is so powerful? How could he do this when he has the heart of a strong man? This is no longer a simple decisive battle, but a fight to the death for the title of the strongest." The panda sighed. "Then let's think of some words to cheer us up." Okatsu said without hesitation. "Come on." Chungjinsi said calmly. "Just don't die." Itadori, who was squatting on the ground, said, "Come on, don't die." These words feel redundant. Gojo Satoru is the strongest. There's no need to worry about him or cheer him up, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the tense atmosphere in the hall was instantly relieved. Yes, Gojo Satoru is recognized as the strongest. No one thought he would lose. Maybe that guy didn't take this decisive battle seriously at all, and he might even be shouting, "Of course I will win. You don't need to worry about me." A few caring students were discussing this, and Gojo Satoru and his companions walked down the stairs. After a series of examinations, Apart from some mild depression, there was nothing serious wrong with him. At this moment, his mind was filled with the noose, so his eyes were rarely filled with murderous intent. Everyone turned their eyes to Gojo Satoru. The atmosphere was not as relaxed as they had expected. Gojo Satoru's seriousness made them stand there in a daze, feeling a little overwhelmed. Is it because Sukuna put too much pressure on me? Only Itadori didn't care about Gojo Satoru's condition at all. He waved his hands and shouted, "Teacher, your shamelessness is too much of a hindrance. I can't even touch you if I want to hit you." Everyone's breathing stagnated, and they looked at Itadori in amazement. Why did this guy suddenly go crazy? Didn't you see that Gojo Satoru was in a bad mood? However, familiar words suddenly fell into his ears, and Gojo Satoru seemed to wake up from a dream. The corners of his mouth rose again, returning to his usual sly smile. He raised his hand and gave a thumbs up, posing like a Superman, and said with a grin, "Haha, come on, I'm very durable." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Itadori rushed over without hesitation and slapped Gojo Satoru on the shoulder. This extremely familiar feeling came back, and everyone watched the scene in front of them happily. Gojo Satoru took off his coat, revealing the same black tights as Fushiguro Shirori, and walked confidently in the middle of the crowd, heading out of the hall. The panda and dog following behind him couldn't help but leave shoe prints on his butt. Jujo Yuki, Xiaolu, and others also came to the hall. "Hurry up, you idiot with an eye patch. If you can't win, let Xiaolu launch a sneak attack and kill that damn Curse King. Don't forget I'm here," Lu Ziyun said coldly. "Tisk," Gojo Satoru sneered. "I am enough to deal with Sukuna. Just wait and see." Looking at Gojo Satoru's figure, Xiaolu complained in her heart, "This black tights is not suitable to wear." Meanwhile, in Shinjuku, 3 terrifying figures stood on the roof of the skyscraper. Kaso said respectfully, "Don't worry. I will keep an eye on the other people from the academy during the final battle between you and Gojo Satoru, and will not let them launch a sneak attack." Sukuna ignored the noose. In his eyes, apart from Gojo Satoru, Xiaolu is the only one who can threaten him, and the noose is definitely not able to stop Xiaolu. So these words are just bullshit. Li Mei, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore when she saw that Luo Suo had snatched her words away again. "You annoying old fox, get out of here now, and don't affect Master Sukuna's condition." Facing Li Mei's scolding, Zizuo's didn't care at all, but laughed lightly and said, "What can I do? Gojo Satoru is trying every possible way to kill me now. He already had his own ideas in his mind. This period before the war is the most dangerous time, when he is most likely to be killed instantly by Gojo Satoru. The best option is to stay with Sukuna shamelessly. As long as the battle starts, he will have no more worries. He has sinister plans to resurface again. If Gojo Satoru loses this century-long battle, the high-end combat forces led by Xiaolu will definitely encircle and suppress Sukuna without hesitation. Because Sukuna must have been in a very weak state at that time. When these powerful men have no time to take care of him, he can implement his great plan without any scruples. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Su Suo quickly changed the subject. "Haha, I didn't expect Gojo Satoru to be so romantic that he actually decided to schedule the date on Christmas Eve. Do you want us grown men to go on a date together? Or do you want to use this day to remember the deceased Geto, Suguru? That's ridiculous." The servant Li Mei angrily said, "Don't use your dirty thoughts to influence Master Sukuna." Luosuo raised his eyebrows slightly, squinted his eyes, and smiled, cursing in his heart. "You are a fool who relies on the power of others." In Shibuya and Harajuku, Gojo Satoru and Ijichi walked on the devastated land. Looking at the ground beneath his feet, Gojo Satoru sighed. "Why do I feel like I haven't been here for a long time?" Ijichi chuckled. "What is it like to be in the prison gate?" When Gojo Satoru heard the words, "prison gate border," he was stunned for a moment, then smiled with relief. "How should I put it? It's like being so busy at work, but never being able to stop, and it feels endless." "That's still really bad," Ijichi murmured. "Thank you for your hard work." As an assistant supervisor, the mere fact that he was overwhelmed with work made him feel terrified. Speaking of Shibuya, Gojo Satoru suddenly remembered something. After all, his concept of time was still stuck in the subway station. The words that worried him the most finally came out. How are the people on the 5th underground floor now? Do they have any sequelae of the infinite void? For example, brain collapse, turning into a vegetable. The 0.2-second limit field unfolded, which was the bet between him and Nozomi. Even he himself didn't know whether the brains of humans enveloped by the infinite void would be overwhelmed by junk information. Not all. Ijichi said happily. They have now all returned to their normal lives after treatment. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru stretched himself and breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, from the perspective of protecting humanity, I win. While they were talking, the two had already reached the top of the tall building. What comes to mind is the long-prepared Yudaheim and Rakaganji Temple, together with Ijichi who came with Gojo Satoru. The three of them are the best support. With the powerful assistance of these three people, Gojo Satoru's cursed power output can be increased by 20%. Boom! The cursed power instantly enveloped Gojo Satoru, and the strongest nurse, Yudaheim's technique Solo Forbidden Zone, was officially activated. Yudaheim looked serious and said, "Hey, remember to beat Sukuna up for me." "Don't worry." Gojo Satoru laughed and began to recite the amplification spell that belonged only to the Gojo family. 9 nets, skylight, crows, and declarations, the gap between inside and outside. Without skipping any steps, he slowly took off the blindfold, and the pale blue 6 eyes seemed like an extension of the sky. He stretched out one hand in the gesture of shooting a marble, aiming at a point 1,000 meters away. 200% virtual form. Here will be the gunshot that kicks off this epic battle. The dazzling light reflected Gojo Satoru's determined gaze, and a huge purple sphere appeared in front of him, with an extremely terrifying pressure sweeping around. Gojo Satoru raised his lips and said, "Ryam and Sukuna, I wonder if you can accept this great gift from me?" Easy. As soon as the words fell, the purple energy that dimmed the entire world pressed towards the top of the building beyond the field of vision. 3 kilometers away, Sukuna, standing on the roof, looked slightly condensed, and his expression gradually became serious. He has already felt the powerful spell power in the distance. It was like the sun shining on the whole earth. It was as if a scorching sun had locked onto my position. He knew that this was Gojo Satoru's long-range attack. Sukuna's lips curled up slightly, and he praised, "Gojo Satoru, your reputation is well-deserved." The pride in his heart made him open his arms, ready to withstand this attack. However, he suddenly widened his eyes. The ball of light that was far away a second ago is now right in front of my face. The dazzling light plunged the entire building into a brief polar day. Sukuna still underestimated the power and speed of this 200% hollow style. Before the hand that had just been stretched out had time to gather the magic power, a violent explosion had already sounded around it. Boom! Just like the little boy, the virtual form hit the rooftop where Sukuna was accurately. In an instant, the house was shattered, and all the steel and concrete turned into tofu dregs. The entire building collapsed from top to bottom like a domino. The violent impact caused all the surrounding buildings to collapse, as if they were experiencing an earthquake disaster. In just a short moment, the skyscraper disappeared flat on the ground. Noose, who was hiding far away, only felt a chill on his back. It seems that seeking refuge in Sukuna was the right choice. If it were me, I would have gone to atone for my sins to Geto Suguru. Limei still said proudly and calmly. With such a small attack, it can't even scratch Sukuna-sama's skin. The aftermath of the explosion gradually subsided, and the billowing smoke gradually dissipated. The sound of rustling footsteps reached my eardrums. The two strongest finally met on the streets of Shinjuku. Sukuna grinned evilly, with a thick black aura emanating from his body, and his arm was already charred black from the injuries. But for him, this is harmless. Soon, the pre-war verbal battle officially began. Gojo Satoru looked at Sukuna with a mocking look. "Isn't that blow just now enough to kill you?" As if thinking of something, Gojo Satoru raised a finger and added, "Let me make it clear first. In this battle, you are the challenger." Gojo Satoru's frivolous words made Sukuna look unhappy. Challenger? An ignorant brat. Is it the success of the sneak attack that gave you this ridiculous self-confidence? In my eyes, you're nothing more than a grasshopper that can jump a little bit, a piece of fish on the chopping board. The only difference is that you jump more happily. I don't take you seriously at all. During the conversation, Sukuna's damaged arm has been completely repaired by the reverse curse technique. The Curse King bent his legs slightly and assumed a fighting stance, gathering the curse power in his hands, ready to strike. "Oh really?" Gojo Satoru stretched his body and continued to sneer. "Then why did you use Fushiguro Megumi's face to fight me? Do you think you can restrain me? Or do you want me to show mercy? Are you afraid of me?" If you ignore his face, Gojo Satoru, who is also in a fighting stance, looks almost identical to Fushiguro Shinobu back then. The way he dressed had two meanings. Firstly, I hope to stimulate Fushiguro Megumi in my body, so that he can influence Sukuna's performance. Secondly, I beat my son as a father, so he wouldn't instinctively show mercy. This was the decision he made after asking Fushiguro Shinjiro, who had returned from the dead, before the war. Although I am extremely puzzled as to why Xia Lu can resurrect the dead, the most important thing for now is to deal with Sukuna first. The time for pre-war tirade is over. In the blink of an eye, Sukuna's attack was already approaching Gojo Satoru. A knee strike containing cursed power instantly stopped on the outside of Gojo Satoru's abdomen. Even Sukuna in his prime couldn't break through this limitless absolute defense with physical skills alone. At the same time, this strongest decisive battle was also being broadcast live nationwide by Mei Mei using crows. The reason is to earn investment money for the future construction of the college. In the conference room of the High Commissioner, everyone stared at the more than 10 large screens in front of them. The reason why so many screens are set up is so that they can watch the battle between Gojo Satoru and Sukuna from all angles. Wow, the fight has started. The fight has started. Gojo Satoru gives Sukuna a good slap on the face. It would be best if his nose is crooked and his jaw is dislocated. Itadori danced and waved his fists, shouting excitedly. Fushiguro standing by said angrily, "The one who was hit was Sukuna, but the one who was hurt was my son. I hope Gojo Satoru doesn't gossip. If he dares to disfigure my son, I'll stab him again." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the meeting room fell silent. Knowing the situation, it was hard for them to refute. After all, this guy had certainly done something that they could never even think of. It can be said that the powerful Gojo Satoru today cannot do without Shinji's sword. It can even be said that Fushiguro Shige's sword opened up Gojo Satoru's 2 meridians. Xiao Lu reminded mercilessly, "Now is now, then was then. Someone like you probably can't break Gojo Satoru's defense." Phew! For a moment, someone couldn't help laughing out loud. Of all the people here, only Xiao Lu, who resurrected him, could subdue this ruthless tyrant. "Hey, you with the bald head, why are you so excited? Your face is almost pressed against the screen. It's not you who's typing." Relying on their numbers, the pandas took the opportunity to scold Lu Ziyun. Lu Ziyun just glanced at the panda with a look of rubbish and continued to watch the game with his face pressed against the screen. He must devote all his energy to observing Sukuna's techniques and combat habits. At this moment, Itadori suddenly exclaimed, "Gojo Satoru's bottom line seems to have broken." What? How could the limitless limit break? Everyone turned their eyes to the screen. Sukuna failed to hit him with his knee, so he threw a punch filled with cursed power. The limitless figure in front of Gojo Satoru actually sank like a piece of paper. Sure enough, it is not so easy to break the limit, but at least the method given by the noose is still effective. Although 2 consecutive fierce attacks failed to work, Sukuna was not disappointed. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he becomes. Without giving Sukuna time to react, Gojo Satoru suddenly punched Sukuna in the head. However, Sukuna, who had anticipated this, completely blocked it. Sukuna's playful expression shows how at ease he is at the moment. Even though he knew that his opponent had no limits, he still fought tirelessly with Gojo Satoru in physical skills. He has regained his full strength, and his strength has already increased exponentially. Boom! Sukuna found the right moment and used compressed cursed power to throw a swing punch, but it missed perfectly. Is this all you have? Gojo Satoru's mocking words came from beneath his feet. Just a moment ago, in order to avoid Sukuna's tricky attack, Gojo Satoru actually fell flat at Sukuna's feet. With a playful expression, he was staring sarcastically at Sukuna, whose attack had failed. He was enjoying the process of fighting. The long and boring life in the prison gate for 1,000 years did not make his fighting skills lag behind at all. This scene was naturally seen by the people watching the game. They couldn't help but exclaim, "This kind of incredible operation is probably something only he can do." Gojo Satoru, who was lying at Sukuna's feet, stretched out his index finger and gently pointed it at Sukuna. Boom! A limitless spell that can interfere with the atomic level and control space is cast instantly. The powerful curse from the air caused Sukuna's body to crash uncontrollably into the building behind him. Sukuna widened his eyes in confusion, and at this moment he only felt as if a pair of invisible hands were pressing him tightly. Moreover, the output of the cursed force on his body continued to increase. Feeling the increasing pressure, Sukuna's face was distorted beyond recognition, and the wall behind him was covered with spider-like cracks. If this continues, he might be crushed to death. In the conference room of the high school, Hua-Yu, who was watching the game, couldn't help but shiver. That's it. Back then, in the Shibuya subway, it was crushed alive by Gojo Satoru's move, leaving only a pool of blood. Lohou seemed to sense Hua-Yu's fear and patted his friend on the shoulder and comforted him. "Don't panic. We are friendly forces now." Seeing that Gojo Satoru was gaining the upper hand, Itadori asked excitedly, "Is Gojo Satoru going to win?" Others' eyes lit up too. Could it be that this strongest battle will come to an end so soon? Although they haven't seen enough, it's good to win. At this time, the Jewish Okatsu beside him said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid it's not that simple. Pay attention to Sukuna's hand." In the picture, Sukuna grinned, and his 5 fingers formed into claws and dug into the wall. Slash. 8. Instantly, the wall behind Sukuna was cut and shattered. Without the wall to block him, Sukuna's body was also blasted backwards by the strange force. Gojo Satoru was slightly shocked. He didn't expect Sukuna to choose this way to resolve the crisis. Sure enough, the Cursed King from 1,000 years ago was also extremely experienced in combat. Sukuna, who was blown away by Wu Shixian, flew out of the wall and continued to fly, breaking all the stone pillars along the way. Although he resolved the crisis, this incredible manipulation of the curse power caused him to suffer a great loss right from the start. Stop! Sukuna exerted force with his palm, and his sharp black claws dug into the ground, creating sparks. He barely managed to stop himself and knelt on one knee, calming the turbulent waves in his body. However, before he could recover from his shock, his pupils suddenly contracted. The sense of crisis swept in like a gust of wind. The Cursed King is really thick-skinned. Gojo Satoru's ghostly figure is approaching at a very fast speed. As soon as Sukuna raised his head, Gojo Satoru's shoe prints filled his entire field of vision. Bang! The powerful left kick hit Sukuna's face hard. The kick, which contained a strong cursed force, was like a football and sent Sukuna flying, smashing towards the bridge in the distance. Gojo Satoru laughed, excitement flashed in his eyes, and disappeared on the spot. Chasing his prey, he trampled a deep dent in the bridge. As we all know, Gojo Satoru is at his strongest when he fights alone. There were no humans around, no teammates to hold him back, so he could just unleash all his strength and fight violently. His spell power has long gone beyond the comprehension of most sorcerers. No grass grew wherever he passed, and conspicuous footprints appear behind him. Looking at Sukuna, who was still flying backwards in front of him, Gojo Satoru grinned and suddenly raised his foot and stomped hard on the bridge. Boom! Under this blow, the entire bridge broke into two halves. The bridge continued to fall with Sukuna's body, while Gojo Satoru, who had flown into the air in advance, waved his arms at him from above. The huge broken bridge actually stopped falling and rose into the air against gravity under his control. Looking at Sukuna standing on the broken bridge, Gojo Satoru dropped his hand. Swing it out suddenly like hitting a volleyball. The broken bridge, weighing more than 10 tons, was actually flipped over and smashed towards the building behind. He wanted to let the violent impact crush the Sukuna in the middle, completing a hamburger with Sukuna's steak. However, Sukuna's low voice reached his ears. "What a savage fellow, but that's all you can do." After saying this, Sukuna clung to the broken bridge like a gecko. The contemptuous smile on his face seemed to tell Gojo Satoru that this level of attack was nothing more than a child's play to him. The next second, boom, the bridge suddenly hit the wall of the building, creating a huge shock wave and sending debris flying. However, Sukuna was like a loach, and he shot out from the gap at the last moment. With the help of a natural barrier of smoke and dust, Sukuna ran towards Gojo Satoru at full speed without any hesitation. Although he also couldn't find Gojo Satoru's exact location, he locked onto the other party's position with great confidence. The moment he leaped up, he met Gojo Satoru in the air again. The two looked into each other's eyes, their bodies almost parallel at this moment. However, Sukuna was well prepared. He held his arm with one hand, charging up the power of the spell, and suddenly launched the spell with the other hand. A whisper like a judgment of death came from his ear. Slash. Release. Sukuna's operation was smooth and flowing, from dodging to launching attacks, all completed in a flash. Faced with the sudden change, Gojo Satoru just suddenly widened his eyes. In the meeting room of the High Commissioner, everyone held their breath and stared at the big screen nervously. Is this the full power of the Curse King? The broken bridge collided with the building wall, and both sides should have lost their vision. But how did Sukuna know the exact location of Gojo Satoru? Is it just relying on intuition? Is this the confidence that a strong person has in his prediction? You know, in this situation without vision, if Sukuna makes a wrong prediction, the attack will miss. That short gap will be seized by Gojo Satoru, who is at the same level and attacked madly. Sukuna, how dare he? However, Itadori's voice shocked everyone again. Did you hit it off target? Everyone looked on in amazement. In the picture, Gojo Satoru's unlimited was not shattered by the slash, but a huge slash mark was formed on the building behind him. Everyone's eyes widened. How was this possible? Sukuna's attack actually missed the target. Across the screen, everyone can feel a breath of conspiracy. The careful Okatsuju noticed something was wrong. With an attack of Sukuna's level, normally the building should have been cut in half. But Sukuna didn't do that. The powerful curse whizzed past Gojo Satoru's ears, and at the same time filled him with surprise and confusion. I was surprised by the power of Sukuna's attack, but I was puzzled as to why he deliberately misplaced the technique. You know, a strong man of this level will definitely hit the target the moment he locks on. Unless it's intentional, it's very difficult to mess up the technique. However, Gojo Satoru's dazed look played right into Sukuna's hands. While Gojo Satoru was distracted, Sukuna's fist was already in front of him. Although Gojo Satoru has unlimited defense, he still instinctively uses his hands to block. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the air-breaking bombardment continued endlessly. Two powerful men, floating in the air, are fighting to the death. The building behind him began to shake after being slashed by Sukuna. At this moment, the stalemate in the physical battle between the two sides suddenly changed. Sukuna's fist actually broke through the limitless defense. Gojo Satoru's eyes widened. combining the previous attack. He instantly understood Sukuna's little trick. I see, this guy is using field extension. That was the trick that the two natural disasters, Rokuro and Hanami, used against him during the Shibuya incident. It must be admitted that at that time, Levoy Yu's move did have a significant impact on his bottom line. And now the opponent who performs this technique has become the powerful Sukuna. It goes without saying that Nozomi must have told Sukuna this method privately. This way, Sukuna's deliberate slashing move just now can be explained. This guy deliberately slashed the building in a crooked way in order to attract his attention so that he could fight with him in close combat. If he breaks through his limit, coupled with the collapsing building behind him, he will be in extreme danger. Sukuna seemed to see Gojo Satoru's worry and smiled sinisterly. You're pretty quick-witted. You realize my plan so quickly, but it's too late. I've put a lot of thought into fighting you. Die contentedly, Gojo Satoru. Sukuna's mocking words fell into Gojo Satoru's ears. However, Gojo Satoru's expression suddenly changed, and he smiled lightly. Oh my, I didn't expect that the Curse King would take it so seriously. Since you've tried so hard to break my bottom line, I'll just do as you wish. After saying that, Gojo Satoru suddenly grabbed Sukuna's hands and crossed his fingers with theirs. This sudden action made Sukuna's eyes widen in confusion. He never expected that the other party would take the initiative to remove the unlimited defense that he was so proud of. Gojo Satoru held on to Sukuna's hand tightly and laughed wildly. Keep playing the music and dancing. The next second, the crisp sound of glass shattering suddenly rang out. Gojo Satoru pulled Sukuna into the slowly collapsing building. The two people floated in the space of the building, allowing their bodies to fall freely. Both of them are looking for a chance to deal a fatal blow to each other. Not long after, the two of them ran into an office at the same time. The tilted building, desks in the office, and other objects smashed the glass, and a large amount of white paper documents flew in the air. Suddenly, a desk floated right between the two of them. Sukuna and Gojo Satoru stare at each other. Experts fight, and they understand each other tacitly. At the moment when they couldn't see each other's eyes, they both launched the attack decisively at the same time. Sukuna lowered his waist and sat on his hips, raised his right fist high, and accumulated full power of the curse. Gojo Satoru slightly bent his body and clenched his fists, as if he was also planning some powerful move. For a moment, the powerful curse instantly enveloped half of the collapsed and tilted building. The time in the office seemed to stop quietly at this moment. The moment the desk falls, there will be a fatal shot. Boom! The desk fell down, and the strong men looked at each other, as if they had guessed each other's tricks. Inside the High Commissioner's meeting room, Sister Mei, hurry up. Let the crows fly in and see how the battle is going. Shoko urged Mei urgently. Ever since Gojo Satoru and Sukuna crashed into the building, there has been no more scenes of fighting. Mei put out the cigarette in Shoko's hand and scolded with a smile. Why are you in such a hurry? The building is collapsing. Wouldn't it be a death sentence for Crow to go in? In order to continue the live broadcast later, she might take this risk. At this moment, the high-rise building that was originally shaky finally collapsed, accompanied by a terrifying fluctuation of curse power. Gojo Satoru and Sukuna competed head-on, and when they collided, the terrifying power far exceeding that of a thermal weapon resounded through the sky. The battle had just begun for a short while when another building disappeared. Two figures gradually emerged in the smoke and dust. The two strongest men from different eras were unharmed, and they looked at the ruins ahead calmly. Gojo Satoru even joked and pushed all the responsibility onto Ryomen Sukuna. Okay, you don't care about the environment. You destroyed all these buildings. The flowers and plants that were smashed, as well as the countless dead ants and insects, are all your fault. Get out of Fushiguro Megumi's body and kneel down to atone for your sins. Facing Gojo Satoru's dirty talk, Sukuna didn't get angry but laughed. How dare you say such things? The building, the broken bridge, which one was not caused by you? In terms of shamelessness, I, Sukuna, admit that you are the strongest. At this moment, Gojo Satoru suddenly slapped his head and shouted, "Not good." He just now remembered a serious problem. Mei is now broadcasting live to the whole world. Now, I have definitely become the culprit for destroying the city. In the conference room of the technical college, everyone was shocked by Sukuna's incredible move that almost broke Gojo Satoru's infinite defense technique. They had never dared to think about it before, but Sukuna actually did it. Doesn't that mean that something as unbelievable as defeating Gojo Satoru is possible? After all, Sukuna is breaking the impossible again and again. And it can be clearly seen that Sukuna must have done his homework before the battle. Okatsu said, "I watched the video of the Shibuya incident. This technique is a perfect solution for the teacher. Isn't that right, Hwayohu?" For a moment, everyone turned their eyes to Lohu Hwayu. The latter raised his head proudly, not afraid of their gazes at all. Don't the country bumpkins in the technical college know about field extension? To put it simply, domain extension is a refined and enhanced version of the simple domain. It can neutralize the opponent's spells and thus erode them step by step. If it were Hanamika and I, it might take a long time, but if it's Sukuna who's performing the spell, I'm afraid it would only take one chance. But your Gojo Satoru seems to be even more ruthless. He actually took the initiative to contact Wu Boji. Look how scared Sukuna is. Lu Hu's explanation caused everyone in the academy to fall into silence. Their expressions were extremely serious. Angel Lacey said what everyone was unwilling to say. If that's the case, the situation is very unfavorable for Gojo Satoru. Sukuna has already tied with Gojo Satoru without using any techniques. If he uses other means to pursue him, and Gojo Satoru doesn't find a way to deal with it in time, Lu Zian crossed his arms and said indifferently, "He will lose." Then it was my turn. As he said this, he looked at Xia Lu, indicating that this is what you promised. Xia Lu naturally knew that Lu Ziyun had already lost control and felt speechless. Has this guy always been this confident? If nothing unexpected happens, once Lu Ziyun goes up to fight Sukuna, he will not only be killed instantly, but also lose face. His killer move, Phantom Beast Amber, that he has been holding back for 400 years, is also a piece of. Although Lu Ziyun's words were very straightforward and unpleasant to hear, no one refuted them. At this time, Itadori suddenly said, "If that's the case, why don't you open the field?" He believes that Gojo Satoru's domain can be said to have a bug. If the domain is opened, Sukuna won't be able to play any tricks. At that time, the two of them will return to a fair starting point again. Itadori-sen, you think it's too simple. Jujo Yuki smiled and said, "I'm afraid Gojo Satoru's domain cannot compete with Sukuna's domain. This is not about strength or weakness, but the nature of the domain itself. Combined with the Shibuya incident and Tungin's confused explanation, it can be basically confirmed that Sukuna's territory is open. In Hongxing Palace, she personally fought against Lhasa and was nearly killed by Tianyuan. So, she has a lot to say. Even though his own domain was fully open at that time, he still could not escape and was destroyed from the outside by the open domain of the noose. If even the noose can do this, the cursed King Sukuna will be even more terrifying. Open field." As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Lu Ziyun, Igu Yud, Chung Jinzi, and other masters reacted instantly and realized what this meant. The scrap of spellcraft standing in the corner, Kasumi Miwa, was a little confused. What is an open field? I've never heard of it before. For a moment, no one could give a specific answer. Jujo Yuki blinked and looked at Xia Lu with a half-smile. "I'm afraid no one knows more about open fields than Xia Lu." "Xia Lu knows." Everyone turned their eyes to him. Xia Lu smiled and gave an analogy. "You can think of this realm as being able to hold liquid without a container, paint without a canvas, and flowers and fruits without roots." "You mean the open domain doesn't have a shell of the bound domain? How is this possible? It totally defies common sense." Sadness appeared on everyone's face. In this case, can Gojo Satoru's domain really win? Miwa Kasumi said in self-abandonment. Alas, even such a heaven-defying behavior as the open field exists, but I only know the simple Nu-in flow. Xiaolu, simple. Nu-in flow is not simple at all. Whether it was Kujiku Yuki using Hongsing Mia to buy time, or Gojo Satoru's subsequent escape from a desperate situation, they were all inseparable from the Shinkage Ryu. Sanlo and Xia just thought that Lu was just trying to comfort her out of kindness. At this time, Nishimiya Tao, who was riding on a magic broom, asked curiously, "After all this talk, what will happen if Gojo Satoru's domain collides with Sukuna?" Itadori's eyes suddenly widened. Through the screen, he felt something strange in his hands and shouted, "It's coming!" Field expands. The voices of the two powerful men sounded almost at the same time. The infinite void and the enchanted chef spread out instantly. When everyone was wondering whether their hands would open up a domain, Gojo Satoru and Sukuna seemed to have heard their thoughts. They expanded their own fields in an extremely tacit manner. The moment the sorcerer unfolds his domain, it often symbolizes that the outcome of the battle is about to take place. Boom! The dark shell of the infinite space radiates a dazzling light. The demon-subduing chef was like a canvas, savagely taking root and growing inside the infinite space. It seemed as if the black curse aura from hell was madly confronting the guaranteed hit effect of the infinite void. The two strongest realms collided at this moment, and neither was willing to retreat. On top of the huge shrine, Sukuna made hand seals with an evil smile on his face. Although his domain's display speed was about 0.02 seconds slower than Gojo Satoru's, it was displayed inside Gojo Satoru's domain. But it's an open field, so there's no need to worry too much. The longer it takes, the bigger the loss for Gojo Satoru. In the dark storm, Gojo Satoru formed a seal with one hand, and his expression was no longer relaxed as before, but full of determination. He has so much to do. Get rid of the evil Sukuna, save Fushiguro Megumi, make up for the mistakes he made in the Shibuya incident, and free Geto, Sugiru's body. The majestic figure appears extremely resolute through the screen. In such a terrifying field confrontation, if you relax even a little, you will fall into a critical moment from which there is no return. However, Gojo Satoru couldn't help but show excitement on his face. He had a great time fighting with Sukuna. This level of battle is exactly what he has been pursuing all his life. Boom! Gojo Satoru, who should have been cautious, suddenly increased his own cursed energy output, and a huge amount of cursed energy rushed towards Sukuna like it was free. Sukuna was not to be outdone, and a steady stream of black energy rushed over like a flood and a beast. No one would have thought that the two would compete in such a brutal and violent way. You know, once something goes wrong, the domain will be shattered. The party whose domain is broken will fall into the embarrassing situation of the spell being broken. At that time, the opponent's territory will not hesitate to launch endless crazy attacks. Such a brutal confrontation in the field has already stunned the spectators. They're evenly matched. Itadori was stunned. Some people are surprised that Sukuna's domain can actually fight against the almost invincible infinite space. Some people couldn't believe that Gojo Satoru's closed domain could actually compete with the open domain. Especially for those who have experienced it themselves, you should know that the open field can completely defeat the closed field. In a sense, in this domain confrontation, Gojo Satoru is actually the better one. The four natural disasters standing behind Xia Lu also widened their eyes. This time they have gained a lot of knowledge, and their eyes have been opened. Looking at Xia Lu's indifferent smile, they still had a doubt. This guy has been keeping a calm smile since the moment Gojo Satoru and Sukuna started fighting. It was as relaxing as watching a movie. Two invincible realms collided head-on at the same time, but he didn't even feel nervous. So what is the scope of his field? From a beginning to the end, Lu Hu and others never saw Xia Lu open his domain. At this moment, Okatsu suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "It's cracked." Everyone stopped thinking and stared at the big screen. On the demon-suppressing shrine, Sukuna looked like a demon god descended to the earth, while Gojo Satoru continued to form seals with one hand, continuously outputting his cursed power. This is a protracted war. Both sides are extremely clear about the consequences of having their territory breached. However, this clash of the strongest fields did not last long. The black shell of the infinite void began to tremble constantly, and even tiny cracks appeared. Thanks to the open domain, the domain of the demon's subduing and cooking master has spread to the outside of the infinite void. Although the interior of the closed area is extremely strong, the exterior is very fragile. At this moment, the advantages of the open field are fully demonstrated. Everyone's heart suddenly jumped up, and they even forgot to breathe. Itadori clenched his fists and stared at the screen. It can be seen that after the tiny cracks appeared in Gojo Satoru's domain, it began to shatter at a degree visible to the naked eye. Jujuyuki shook his head. Gojo Satoru is already very impressive to be able to fight against the open field for so long. It's a pity that the mechanism is so powerful that the infinite void may not be able to hold out for too long. The next second, snap! The black domain shell shattered. Like broken eggshells, they flew everywhere. Without the covering of the black domain shell, the demon-suppressing shrine stood firmly in the center, and it's still expanding recklessly. Ryumen Sukuna stood high on the shrine, looking very proud. This is the gap between us. Gojo Satoru did not respond. He just stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. He had never thought about such a thing as a domain being shattered, and this was the first time he encountered it. This sudden change made him quickly review the cause, and soon came to a conclusion. The main reason was that I ignored the external erosion of the other party's territory, which allowed Sukuna to take advantage of the loophole. However, Sukuna will not give Gojo Satoru a chance to catch his breath. Swish! The invisible wind blade swept past in an instant. A deep cut was left on Gojo Satoru's neck. The splattered blood reflected the astonishment in Gojo Satoru's eyes. This was without Sukuna making any moves, which was clearly a guaranteed hit from the opponent's domain. His domain had just been shattered, and he had already entered the awkward spell fuse period. His unlimited defense can no longer be activated. Gojo Satoru reached out and touched the wound on his neck, while looking at the huge mouth of the abyss in the center of the demon-suppressing shrine in front of him. Swish! Before he could come to his senses, bright red blood spurted out from his neck again. The wound that had not yet healed deepened again. "Teacher!" Itadori in front of the screen shouted in worry. At this moment, everyone stood up, worried about Gojo Satoru's situation. The technique is broken. Even someone as strong as Gojo Satoru cannot escape this restriction. How can he defend against Sukuna's next crazy attack when he can't use defensive techniques? Just when everyone was worried, white steam suddenly came out from Gojo Satoru's neck. The originally shocking wound was repaired in the blink of an eye. Itadori seemed to see hope. It's the reverse curse technique. Gojo Satoru-sensei was able to perform the reverse curse technique to heal his body during the spell's fuse. In this case, can he use his reverse curse technique to survive the time when the technique is disconnected? Jujuyuki, Okatsu Jude, and other masters shook their heads. Reverse curse technique is just a delaying tactic. As long as he is still within Sukuna's territory, he will continue to endure crazy attacks from all directions. I would like to ask, whose reverse curse technique can be as effective as Sukuna's endless slash? Even if Gojo Satoru could do it, the amount of cursed energy consumed would be extremely terrifying. The situation is still very embarrassing. If Gojo Satoru doesn't get treatment, he will be chopped to death, but treatment will consume a lot of magic power, so the disadvantage in subsequent battles will become greater and greater. At this time, Zhang Xiang, who had been silent the whole time, asked in confusion. Since Sukuna's domain is open and has no closed barrier, why doesn't Gojo Satoru escape from the range? he should be able to escape easily, right? Even if Sukuna's domain can cover the entire Shibuya, Gojo Satoru should be able to use Aoi's teleportation to escape, right? Could it be that the pride of a strong man does not allow him to escape? But Gojo Satoru doesn't look like such a stubborn person, does he? Okatsu explained. It's not that the teacher doesn't want to escape, but he can't escape at all. The technique melted his bottom line, and his song was opened up based on the bottom line. So once the unlimited technique cannot be used, many of Gojo Satoru's techniques will be banned. Bang! Itadori punched the wall and said angrily, I can't fight him, and I can't escape him. What should I do? He now wished he could go on the field to take Gojo Satoru's place and withstand Sukuna's attack. Everyone had no choice but to continue looking at the screen in silence. They believed that Gojo Satoru would not surrender and that he must have other ways to deal with it. If it really doesn't work, I still have Xiao Lu as my trump card, so what's there to be afraid of? The scene changed. The overwhelming invisible slash completely enveloped Gojo Satoru. Sukuna laughed sarcastically and said, How about this baptism of my slashing? Are you satisfied with it? On the other side, Gojo Satoru's handsome face had already been completely changed. The overwhelming slashing blows were repeatedly cutting his face, and blood kept splattering. The dense knife scars on his face are shocking. Even through the screen, everyone could feel the pain Gojo Satoru was going through at the moment. Sukuna, who had completely gained the upper hand, showed a sinister smile on his face. Because of the performance of the domain and the technique, Gojo Satoru has been completely suppressed. You are still standing, so let the storm come even harder. As soon as he finished speaking, the overwhelming slashing attacks landed indiscriminately on Gojo Satoru's entire body. Countless tiny bloodlines splashed. In the blink of an eye, Gojo Satoru had turned into a blood gourd. His entire face had been completely cut up and no longer looked like a human being. It was impossible to tell what expression he had. Only the remaining 6 eyes had its eyes wide open. Bang! Not one to sit still and wait for death. Gojo Satoru suddenly leaped toward the side of the shrine. What we need to do now is to stay as far away from Sukuna's attack range as possible. Even without the teleportation blessing of Tsang, Gojo Satoru's speed is still very fast. But who would have thought that Sukuna, who was standing on the demon-suppressing shrine just now, disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, he stood in front of Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru, do you think I will let you go? Remember, if you dare to compete with me in the field, you will be defeated. Bang! After saying that, he threw a heavy punch and swung it out. Gojo Satoru, exhausted from resisting the slash, still dodged sideways. But in this way, his idea of escaping from Sukuna's territory was completely shattered. Facing the dying Gojo Satoru, Sukuna would never give him any chance to breathe. A whip kick filled with curse power suddenly kicked out. However, Gojo Satoru, whose body was covered with cuts, crossed his arms and blocked Sukuna's attack again. After the dull sound of flesh, Gojo Satoru's bloody face once again revealed a crazy smile. He took advantage of the situation and hugged Sukuna's calf, supporting his severely injured body, and punched with all his strength. What we need to do now is to delay the time as much as possible and get out of the dangerous situation of the spell being melted. However, Sukuna seemed to have anticipated what Gojo Satoru was thinking. He leaned forward at high speed, bent over and hugged Gojo Satoru's thigh, then fell to the ground, rolled suddenly, and clamped Gojo Satoru's knees with his legs. In the blink of an eye, the naked choke in the fighting technique was formed, and Gojo Satoru's legs were fixed in place and unable to move. The sure-hit slash from Sukuna's domain is destroying the body all the time. The increasing number of slash marks on his body made his physical skills unable to keep up with Sukuna. The most troublesome thing is that Sukuna did not choose to make hand seals to perform other techniques, but chose to fight with him in close combat. In other words, he is now facing a double attack from the domain and Sukuna. Bang! Gojo Satoru did not choose to free his legs, but used all his strength to smash towards Sukuna's head below. Sukuna tilted his head, dodging the attack while putting some distance between himself and Gojo Satoru. The two stood facing each other again. Gojo Satoru's body continued to emit white steam, which meant that his reverse curse technique had reached its maximum power. But despite this, it still couldn't keep up with the damage caused to the body by the indiscriminate slashing. Constantly getting slashed, then repaired, then getting hurt again, he is stuck in a vicious cycle and is still missing an eye. Looking at Gojo Satoru, who was at the end of his rope, a sinister smile appeared on Sukuna's lips. In his current state, he is simply unable to fight against himself. Reverse curse technique only delayed his death. As long as Gojo Satoru is killed, it will be Xia Lu's turn. Gojo Satoru, whose face was covered in blood and looked like a human, was able to think calmly while enduring the severe pain. His brain was working rapidly, and a crazy idea came to his mind. After Sukuna engaged in close combat with him, the slashing of the domain did not stop. In other words, the center of this field is not Sukuna himself. Could it be that the heart of the realm is the demon-suppressing shrine standing in the center? The atmosphere in the Gaojuan conference room was extremely solemn. Itadori felt that he was having difficulty breathing. He looked at Okatsu and asked, "If Gojo Satoru destroys the demon-suppressing shrine by force, can Sukuna's domain be ended?" However, Okatsuju poured cold water on the situation. If I'm not mistaken, the demon-suppressing shrine in the center of the domain should just be a concrete product of Sukuna's imagination. Existence or non-existence has little bearing on the disappearance of the realm. If you want to escape the attack from the domain, you must start with Sukuna himself. Itadori became more and more anxious. But now Gojo Satoru is in a state of melting. How can he do it? Miwa Kasumi held her head in panic and said, "Will Gojo Satoru really become a piece of fish on the chopping board if this happens?" "Don't worry. The situation will be reversed soon," Xia Lu said calmly. For a moment, everyone turned their eyes to Xia Lu. What? A reversal of the situation? But in this situation, how can the situation be reversed? Xia Lu's ability is the closest to Gojo Satoru here. Maybe he can see at a more profound level. Xia Lu smiled and looked at Sanlongxia. "Remember, I said that the new Yin flow is not simple at all?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression was suddenly shocked. In the picture, Gojo Satoru's words came out. New Yin style. Simple domain. As soon as the words fell, a blue domain shield instantly appeared 3 feet below Gojo Satoru's feet. Blocked Sukuna's cutting attack. Sanlongxia covered her mouth in disbelief. It's really opened. I didn't expect that this small and simple field could have such a great effect. Sukuna's attack couldn't hurt Gojo Satoru for a while. She looked at Lu with gratitude. At this moment, she completely understood that Xia Lu wanted to tell her not to give up on herself. Even if you only know the New Yin style, you can still become a strong person. Others were shocked that Xia Lu's predictions were so accurate. Just as he finished speaking, Gojo Satoru activated the simple domain the next second, as if he had received a reminder. Okatsu Judas and Lu Ziyun looked at Lu deeply. This man can keep up with Gojo Satoru and Sukuna in both strength and combat thinking. He was able to accurately predict the outcome of a situation that he had never anticipated. When everyone came to their senses, they were all amazed at this monster, Gojo Satoru. It's understandable that the reverse curse technique wouldn't blow, but while the reverse curse technique was activated at full power, Gojo Satoru could actually perform a simple domain. This is totally inconsistent with the common sense of the magic world. But soon, they became confused. Xia Lu said that the situation would be reversed immediately. But can Gojo Satoru achieve this with just the simple domain? Zhang Xiang said pessimistically. Facing Sukuna's domain, this temporary and simple domain can only delay time. If he cannot break free from the restrictions of the technique's fuse, Gojo Satoru will still be unable to reverse the defeat. The best example is when Jujo Yuki fought against Nozomi in the Hongxing Palace. "Swell!" Itadori yelled. Faced with his brother's scolding, Zhangxiang had no choice but to shut his mouth tactfully. In the Sukuna domain, Gojo Satoru, who had gotten a respite, was having his body repaired continuously. The face that was cut to the point of not looking like a human was left with only a faint cut mark, and the lost 6 eyes also grew back. Sukuna said, with some boredom, "Do all of you high school students like to make meaningless struggles?" After saying that, he ran towards Gojo Satoru at high speed. He decided not to give Gojo Satoru any more chances. As Sukuna's feet stepped into the simple domain, the simple domain around Gojo Satoru was being rapidly eroded. Bang! Sukuna threw a punch. However, Gojo Satoru, who had recovered, took a step forward, leaned down, and suddenly hit Sukuna's waist with an elbow. A dull thumping sound reaches the eardrum. After playing it, Gojo Satoru used the reverse curse technique to repair all the injuries on his body. Gojo Satoru is resurrected with full health again. However, Sukuna, who felt a sharp pain in his waist, was not upset but showed an evil smile of success. I saw that the last few spots of light in the simple field under Gojo Satoru's feet completely disappeared. The devilish whisper reached Gojo Satoru's ears. "You're done." Next second, oink oink. The sure-hit effect of the domain demon subduing cook swept through Gojo Satoru's entire body once again. The body that had just been repaired showed even more terrible scars from the slash, and countless tiny bloodlines splashed in the air. It was like a face cut by thousands of sickles, horrible to look at. "It's just a dying struggle." Sukuna behind him laughed again. However, Gojo Satoru suddenly retreated to escape Sukuna's attack. He lowered his body and imitated the way Sanlunxia drew her sword and slashed. New In style. Simple domain. Tis. Looking at the halo that appeared again under Gojo Satoru's feet, Sukuna couldn't help but feel extremely annoyed. "Gojo Satoru, you're so boring. You are no different from a lazy cheater now." Hey. Gojo Satoru's laughter came from Sukuna's side, and at the same time, he launched a whip kick. Bang! Sukuna, who raised his arm to block, suddenly noticed something was wrong. This time, Gojo Satoru didn't take the opportunity to use the reverse curse technique to repair his body. This scene stunned everyone in the college. Why didn't Gojo Satoru use the reverse curse technique to repair his body, but instead continued to fight Sukuna in close combat with his injured body? Could it be that Gojo Satoru's cursed energy has been exhausted? Thinking of this, cold sweat appeared on everyone's head involuntarily. Yes, the amount of cursed energy required to activate the reverse curse technique at the highest power for such a long time is extremely terrifying. It's very rare that Gojo Satoru could hold on for so long. If it were anyone else, they would have been drained dry long ago. The Okatsuju, who knew Gojo Satoru best, shook his head suddenly after a moment of horror. No, impossible. The teacher's curse power is still bottomless, and the pair of 6 eyes that almost never consume power is the best proof. But he still couldn't figure out what Xia Lu said was the point where Gojo Satoru could turn the tide of the battle. In the picture, the simple domain under Gojo Satoru's feet was eroded and disappeared again. But Gojo Satoru didn't care about it all and rushed towards Sukuna's body without stopping. Sukuna snorted coldly. "Fool, your tortoise shell has disappeared. Don't you know it?" Next second, swish, a slash far more powerful than before stopped Gojo Satoru in his tracks. He just stood there, his body like a broken piece of tofu. The most terrifying thing was that the neck was cut in half, and the split back of the neck seemed unable to support the scarred head. Sukuna slowly raised his hand, ready to strike with the power of the curse. Just one last blow, and Gojo Satoru's head will be torn apart. The winner of this war will be himself. However, a chilling smile appeared on Gojo Satoru's face. A shadow passed by. Sukuna's eyes suddenly widened. Gojo Satoru, covered in blood, was actually sticking to his body, with his legs clamped around his waist and his hands tightly clinging to Sunua. He looked like a clinging gecko. What terrified Sukuna was that he didn't even notice Gojo Satoru approaching. Logically speaking, No matter how fast Gojo Satoru is, it shouldn't be so fast that his trajectory cannot be captured by his eyes. The only explanation is, while Sukuna was thinking, Gojo Satoru's body was still leaning back. The posture of holding a gun with one hand suddenly appeared before my eyes. This amazing scene made everyone in front of the screen stand up straight. They knew what Gojo Satoru's gesture meant. But what puzzled them was that Gojo Satoru's technique fuse period couldn't possibly end in such a short time. Can he really use that technique? Suddenly, the genius Okatsu Kosho suddenly thought of something. He suddenly turned around and looked at Xia Lu, who was still calm behind him. Turn the tide of the battle. These 4 words popped up in my mind like crazy, combined with the fact that Gojo Satoru didn't use the reverse curse technique to heal himself just now. Okatsu Jewish suddenly understood. I see. The reverse curse technique that the teacher used just now actually never stopped. When these words were spoken, everyone was puzzled. The reverse curse technique never stopped? But why didn't I see that? I shouldn't have any fireworks, right? Itadori scratched his head. Yes, there are no signs of repair on Gojo Satoru's body. Not even any white steam. His neck was almost cut off just now. And it seems that he didn't use it? Shoko, who was most familiar with the reverse curse technique, tilted his head in confusion. Xia Lu chuckled and said, because Gojo Satoru doesn't heal the body, but the brain. Yeah. Okatsu Jewish nodded heavily, as if he understood me. What? Heal? Heal the brain? You mean Gojo Satoru used the reverse curse technique to heal the broken technique? The crowd was astonished. As sorcerers, they immediately understood what Xia Lu meant. The key point of the procedure fuse is because of the self-protection mechanism of the cerebral cortex. Jujio Yuki once said, during the battle between Hong Shingon and Nozomi, the madman once dug out his own cerebral cortex as if he were mutilating himself, and then used the reverse curse technique to repair it. This kind of incredible operation was used to forcibly get rid of the reverse curse technique. But now Gojo Satoru can even use the reverse curse technique to treat the cerebral cortex more violently. If anything goes wrong, it will be the end. Screen, the one-eyed demon, who crawled out of hell once again, showed a confident smile. The fingers holding the gun emit a red light, reflecting Sukuna's incredulous eyes. Reversal of the technique. The red super laser cannon fired instantly. The dazzling red light illuminates the entire Shinjuku sky. Sukuna was blasted backwards at a high speed by the terrifying power. Finally, it smashed heavily on the demon-suppressing shrine. He was slowly sliding down like a ball of soft cotton. The aftermath of the explosion directly pierced through the tall and straight demon-subduing shrine, and a violent explosion resounded through the sky. Unable to bear the heavy burden, the demon-subduing shrine collapsed like a crumbling building, completely engulfing the master of the domain, Sukuna. Bang! A pair of cursed hands stretched out. As the smoke cleared, the unrecognizable cursed king struggled to climb out. With the destruction of the demon-suppressing shrine and the severe damage to Sukuna's body, the domain that had never been defeated in 1,000 years disappeared. The situation was reversed in an instant, just as Xia Lu predicted. Gojo Satoru used a method beyond Sukuna's knowledge to break Sukuna's open field. He stroked his neck, turned sideways, and looked at the embarrassed Sukuna. His body exudes white steam that repairs the body. The first man in the world to use the reverse curse technique to repair a ritual fuse appeared. The incredible operation saved him from a desperate situation, and he said something ironic at random. Yeah, it's really boring, Sukuna. Gojo Satoru's incredible operation of breaking the healing technique made the spectators go crazy. It's actually true. Okatsu's Jewish voice was trembling with excitement. Although he had guessed a long time ago, seeing it with his own eyes was still unbelievable. As someone who also possesses the reverse curse technique, he knows very well that the reverse curse technique's healing of the body and the healing technique are two completely different concepts. It's like a boiling engine that's about to overload, and all you can do is wait for it to cool down slowly. But Gojo Satoru broke common sense and repaired it immediately. At this moment, everyone in the conference room finally realized how short-sighted they were. They could never do what Gojo Satoru did. They couldn't even think about it. Jujo Yuki stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "Will Gojo Satoru really have no side effects if he heals the cerebral cortex in this way?" At the same time, at the Shinjuku battlefield, in the blink of an eye, Sukuna had used the reverse curse technique to repair his injuries that were severely inflicted by he. The collapsed enchanted shrine behind him also rose from the ground as Sukuna recovered. This means that Sukuna's domain has not completely disappeared, and he himself has not fallen into a spell meltdown. Gojo Satoru looked at the newly erected enchanted shrine and jokingly said, "Oh, your little shabby house is standing again." Seeing that Gojo Satoru dared to humiliate his demon-slaying shrine in this way, Sukuna's face turned gloomy. Without further ado, he once again formed seals with his hands and began the ritual. This time, he wants to expand the scope of the domain's effect to the maximum. Gojo Satoru was not far behind, forming a seal with one hand and expanding his domain for the second time. Infinite space. In the world of sorcery, apart from Chung Jinzi, who can open the field unlimited times like a cheater, no one can open the field continuously in one day. However, Gojo Satoru and Sukuna can refresh everyone's cognition. The domain war that can be easily created has already begun. Boom! The black shell of the domain spread out instantly, and Gojo Satoru was full of confidence, not caring at all about the previous domain being shattered. However, this scene made everyone in the college completely crazy. Has Gojo Satoru's brain been cured? He actually wants to compete with Sukuna in the field. Nailer Wild Rose holds a hammer and a nail, wishing she could give Sukuna a blow from a distance, chilling him to the bone. However, she couldn't do it without a medium. Okatsu analyzed calmly. Yes, is Gojo Satoru angry? Does he want to win back in the field? But the advantages of open fields are here. How should teachers respond? Suddenly, Itadori shouted, "Gojo Satoru's infinite space has changed." Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to the screen. Just as Itadori said, the black shell of the infinite void was actually covered with a thin film of magical power. At once, everyone understood. Gojo Satoru learned from his last lesson and actually reversed the internal and external effects of the barrier. He knew that Sukuna would definitely take advantage of the open domain and start from the fragile domain shell. But in this way, the outside of the infinite space realm will be extremely hard. This time, the territories of both parties were opened almost at the same time. Sukuna's demon-subduing shrine has been completely covered by the infinite void. "Let's start over again, Sukuna," Gojo Satoru said excitedly. As soon as the words fell, the two strongest close combat began again. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists hitting flesh echoed inside the area. The extremely fast punches were dazzling, and dozens of exchanges were completed in the blink of an eye. However, Gojo Satoru was surprised to find that Sukuna's fist had no limits and could touch his body. After thinking quickly, I found that Sukuna could actually maintain his domain and extend it at the same time. Looking at the triumphant smile on Sukuna's face, Gojo Satoru simply gave up thinking about it. No matter what field you are in, just defeat your opponent. Bang! Gojo Satoru leaned down and hit Sukuna's ribs with an uppercut. However, Sukuna, who should have retreated due to the pain, turned around and appeared behind Gojo Satoru. For a moment, the two warriors actually maintained a strange posture of standing back to back and comparing heights. Gojo Satoru suddenly widened his eyes. His 6 eyes were giving a frantic warning. It was not until now that he discovered that Sukuna's domain's guaranteed hit effect was actually in a disabled state. What is he planning? Sukuna, with his back against Gojo Satoru, formed a seal with one hand, with a sinister smile on his face. There was a reason why he insisted on fighting Gojo Satoru, even though his physical skills were completely suppressed. While fighting fiercely with Gojo Satoru, he had quietly compressed the scope of his own territory. However, by canceling the guaranteed hit effect of the demon's subduing cook, we can increase the power of the outer attack. Crack! With a crisp sound, the outer shell of the infinite void realm cracked again. Faced with Sukuna's extremely meticulous calculations, Gojo Satoru's domain was once again the first to collapse, and Fumo Uchuzi faced a second battle for his domain. At this time, Sukuna, who had been silent all this time, once again showed a triumphant smile. Yeah, just like you said, it seems to have started all over again. Swish! Gojo Satoru, who was caught in the spell meltdown, was once again knocked away by Sukuna's slash. His body was covered with sickle-shaped cuts. What? Itadori, who was watching the game in the conference room, couldn't help but shout out. Why did the teacher strengthen the defense of the domain shell? But the time for the domain to be broken was accelerated. However, top masters like Okatsu just felt sweat pouring down their backs. Gojo Satoru is fine, but Sukuna can also easily change the state of the domain. Lu Zian opened his eyes wide with excitement, and at this moment his blood was boiling. The scene that I have dreamed of for 400 years is right before my eyes. Xiaolu, let's make a deal first. When Gojo Satoru dies, I'll take over. The mythical beast amber in my body has been thirsting for a long time. Everyone looked at Lu Ziyun with contempt. This guy is really a battle maniac. But where did he get such courage? If Gojo Satoru can't beat Sukuna, then it's even more impossible for you, Lu Shiyan, right? But they were still very curious about the killer move Phantom Beast Amber that Lu Ziyun had prepared 400 years ago. The attentive Okatsu said, wait, the teacher's injury doesn't seem to be serious this time. In the picture, Gojo Satoru suddenly struck a strange pose. But Sukuna on the opposite side was a little confused. Why was Gojo Satoru's wound so shallow after being hit by his own slash? He was now very sure that the Fushiguro Megumi in his body was not playing tricks, and the power of his slashing attack could not be weakened. Then the only possible explanation is that Gojo Satoru used some kind of move. Sukuna stared at Gojo Satoru, who was in a strange posture. Looking closely, I found that his whole body was covered with a thin film. Hey, you're an antique from 1,000 years ago. You must have never seen this, right? This is a little trick I learned when I was a kid. I haven't used it in a long time. With cuts all over his face and blood all over his body, he still maintained a confident smile. It seemed that the destruction of the domain had no effect on his mentality at all. In the meeting room, Maki, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. The move that Gojo Satoru used was the Falling Flower Love, which is a secret technique of the big three sorcerer families that is not passed on to others. Its principle is to use the power of the spell to automatically deflect the objects and damage it touches, although it has no effect on magical attacks like the Infinite Void. But it is particularly useful when facing Sukuna's slashing attack. However, only the best from the three major families are qualified to learn, although she did not learn it. But back then, in Togen's domain, Zen Temple Jibi used this move to barely resist the domain's avoidance effect. Hearing this, Itadori's face once again showed a happy smile. Then in this case, wouldn't Gojo Satoru be able to easily survive the technique's fuse? In theory, it can be done. Okatsu nodded, but he always had an ominous premonition in his heart. However, the next second, the field expands. There is infinite space. Gojo Satoru's actions once again shocked everyone. This madman with scars all over his body actually opened up his domain again. Chung Jinsi was so frightened that he almost jumped up on the spot. What kind of joke is this? If I remember correctly, this is the third time Gojo Satoru has opened his domain in one day, right? Is he still human? He could only achieve this by cheating, as he was able to expand his domain 3 times in a day. The entire sky of Shinjuku seemed to be covered with a canopy, and the city below was instantly plunged into darkness. So big. Itadori opened his mouth in shock and stared at the screen in disbelief. He felt that such a large coverage area could no longer be considered a closed area, right? Everyone couldn't help but worry about Gojo Satoru. What on earth was this guy thinking? Expanding the range of the barrier in this way will not only reduce the accuracy of the field's attack, but also make the field's shell more fragile. Isn't this approach clearly making it easier for Sukuna to break through the domain shell? As the scope of the infinite space continued to expand, Meimei had no choice but to control the crow to fly higher so that she could have a wider view. Could it be that Gojo Satoru wants to completely cover Sukuna's territory? But does this really work? Even if the infinite space really surrounded Sukuna's territory. But Sukuna is not a fool. He can definitely break through from the inside. As expected, crack. The pitch-black shell of the infinite void showed signs of breaking. Just as everyone was holding their breath, the infinite space suddenly shrank rapidly. The building that was just covered in the sky was once again exposed to the sun, but Gojo Satoru and Sukuna disappeared. Even the huge demon-suppressing shrine standing on the ground disappeared. Meimei only discovered it after she controlled the crow to lower to the ground. In the pit, there was only a black ball the size of a soccer ball floating in the air. Seeing this scene, everyone understood instantly. It turns out that Gojo Satoru has changed the nature of the domain again. The domain that was infinitely large just now suddenly shrank to its limit, and even Sukuna himself and his domain were wrapped in it. Xiaolu's heart moved slightly. From the 200% hollow style at the beginning, Gojo Satoru repaired his brain and broke free from the technique fuse, and then the technique reversed and he opened up in close range. Finally, in the current football-size field, things seem to be developing the same as in the plot. If this continues, Makuluo will still appear, and Gojo Satoru will probably still die under Sukuna's lone space. But it doesn't matter, I will do it. Possessing Flying Thunder God and Kimui, he can reach the battlefield in an instant using various tricks. The Black Flash octagonal cage he obtained has never been used yet. But why hasn't the system released the task yet? Xiaolu shook his head and said, let's wait a little longer. Maybe we need to trigger a special node or dialogue. The battlefield of Shinjuku has been entered, and a magic mirror that even top-level sorcerers cannot understand. The sorcerer who was watching the battle was completely confused by the rapidly changing situation. In the decisive battle between Gojo Satoru and Sukuna, no one could have predicted what kind of shocking reversal would happen in the next second. The black barrier, which was the size of a soccer ball, was particularly dazzling in everyone's eyes. The gold medal commentator, Kuzukabe, finally spoke up. In theory, the smaller the barrier, the stronger its power. After all, concentration is the essence. But in such a small football field, it is really incomprehensible. This is completely impossible. In his entire life, this was the first time he knew that a domain could be changed so arbitrarily. Maki wiped his long sword and said calmly, don't forget, Gojo Satoru stayed in the prison gate for more than 1,000 years. Maybe this trick was learned from that damn place called Yuminjiang. That makes sense. Everyone's eyes lit up. The area that Gojo Satoru is shrinking at this moment is indeed similar to the prison gate. However, just as he finished speaking, he could see through the screen that the infinite space of the black sphere began to move. Although they cannot observe directly, the madly shaking shell of the domain allows them to imagine that you are engaged in a fierce battle. The next second, dense slashing sounds were heard from inside the black ball. It seemed that the black ball could be cut open soon. Meimei's eyes were covered by her hair, and she stared at the screen through her hair. Okatsu was nervous, sweat oozing from his face. Itadori gritted his teeth and clenched his fists unconsciously. Everyone knows that Sukuna has also greatly improved his spell output. If Gojo Satoru's infinite space is broken again, can Gojo Satoru still withstand the backlash? You know, he has used the reverse curse technique to forcibly heal his brain twice in a row. However, everyone's worries finally became a reality. The black sphere suspended in the air began to show dense cracks, like a bomb about to explode. Bang! With a crisp sound, Gojo Satoru's infinite space was shattered once again. The scattered fragments are flying all over the sky. However, as Gojo Satoru's domain was shattered, the person who appeared in front of him, covered in blood and seriously injured, was Sukuna. Ahem. Sukuna's mouth was bleeding. He was holding his collapsed chest and was about to fall. The demon-suppressing shrine, standing behind him, had already been blown to pieces. On the other hand, Gojo Satoru didn't have a single scratch on his body, and his deep blue six eyes were filled with confidence that he would win. Although he couldn't see what was going on inside, Gojo Satoru had an absolute advantage in this field competition. Seeing this scene, everyone felt relieved. Gojo Satoru finally took the initiative. The previous domain battle made them all agree that Gojo Satoru would lose the decisive battle. But now it seems that Gojo Satoru is about to blow the horn of counterattack. Boom! The demon-slaying shrine that Sukuna was so proud of completely collapsed with a roar. Countless skulls and animal skeletons were scattered on the ground. Mei, who was extremely careful, closed her eyes and smiled. 3 minutes and 9 seconds, Gojo Satoru and Sukuna's domains were broken at the same time. That is to say, both of them are now in the awkward situation of having their skills broken. Itadori said excitedly. In other words, whoever escapes from the magic fuse first will win in the end? Then Gojo Satoru will definitely win. Can't he heal the brain through reversal techniques? Many people know the reverse curse technique, but Gojo Satoru is probably the only one in this world who can use it to heal a broken technique, right? However, the angel Lacey, who knew Sukuna best, made everyone's relaxed mood tense again. But Gojo Satoru's healing technique was performed in front of Sukuna. Everyone frowned. So, can Sukuna learn it with just one look? The angel sighed. That guy is not only a demon, but also an absolute genius in the world of spells. Thousands of years ago, Sukuna learned and mastered the method of making souls into cursed objects after just watching Nozomi once. Angel, are you saying that Sukuna may have mastered the method of healing the fuse now? Okatsu, Jewish cold sweat. The angel shook his head. I hope my worries are unnecessary. At the same time, at the Shinjuku battlefield, the two warriors who were both trapped in the magic meltdown started the most brutal close combat again. They all want to inflict heavy damage on their opponent before their recovery spell is broken. Gojo Satoru threw a punch filled with cursed power, smashing through the bridge and blasting towards Sukuna, who was running at top speed. Sukuna kept his distance and barely avoided the attack, looking at Gojo Satoru warily. He knew clearly that in terms of basic curse power attacks, he was indeed not as good as Gojo Satoru. Moreover, under Gojo Satoru's relentless pursuit, the wound on his chest could not be healed. Bang! There was another muffled sound. Gojo Satoru's flying kick hit Sukuna hard, sending him flying dozens of meters away. However, looking at Gojo Satoru rushing towards him at high speed, a disturbing smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Sukuna's mouth, who was seriously injured. Suddenly, Gojo Satoru, who had completely gained the upper hand, stopped chasing and retreated at high speed. With rich combat experience, he has already noticed that something is wrong. From the beginning to the end, apart from extension of domain, Sukuna has never used any technique other than slashing. Even though he was clearly at a disadvantage, he still chose not to use the 10 shadow spells. He didn't even use the legendary Imaksu Luo. Looking at Sukuna's increasingly ferocious smile, an ominous premonition came to my mind. Endless murderous intent enveloped him. Ding-ling-ling. There is a crisp sound of metal spinning from the dark shadow under Sukuna's feet. The trump card in Sukuna's hand is ready to be used. But at this moment, Gojo Satoru's eyes were dull, his nose was bleeding, and a strong sense of fatigue swept over his body. The side effects of multiple healing ritual fuses are finally starting to show. The sudden nosebleed made everyone in the college feel nervous. What they had been worrying about finally happened. Even Gojo Satoru can't forcibly heal the brain multiple times without any damage. Sukuna's lips curled up slightly. I thought your brain structure was different, but it turns out you also have a load. This was already the third time that Gojo Satoru had used the reverse curse technique, and the healing technique failed. And he did it only once. That's right. After watching Gojo Satoru use it, he also learned how to cure the spell's fuse. It seems that no matter what, the 5 enlightenment techniques cannot outlast mine. Facing Sukuna's ridicule, Gojo Satoru didn't care at all. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his nose, and the hand seal appeared again. Field expands. Gojo Satoru, who had gone completely crazy, actually opened his realm 4 times in a row in one day. And something even more worrying happened. Sukuna followed suit and launched his demon-subduing cook technique for the second time. This also proves that he has indeed learned how to cure the spell fuse. The moment their domains were opened, a fierce collision took place. The black ball infinite space suspended in the sky is shaking violently. The sure-hit effects of the spells continuously canceled each other out, emitting a dazzling light. The high school students watching the game opened their eyes wide. Sure enough, just as the angel worried, Sukuna really learned the method of fuse of the healing technique after just watching it a few times. This kind of learning ability is really terrifying. We will win. Gojo Satoru-sensei will definitely win. Okatsu suddenly spoke firmly. You must have never seen the horror of the infinite void, right? As long as Sukuna relaxes for a moment, he will be hit by the teacher's infinite space, and his brain will be paralyzed immediately. That is to say, Gojo Satoru can make many mistakes, but Sukuna can only make one mistake. Just as Okatsu said, Gojo Satoru in the area looked crazy, with his hair flying. The attacks filled with cursed power continued to attack Sukuna. During this process, he even looked for a chance to hit Sukuna, even at the risk of being hit by Sukuna's slash. The 4 domain expansions gave him more confrontation experience. This crazy fighting style put Sukuna temporarily at a disadvantage, and he began to dodge continuously. He also knew that Gojo Satoru had been looking for an opportunity to control himself, and then use the vast amount of information in the infinite void to fill his brain. Before the decisive battle, he spent a lot of energy to collect information about Gojo Satoru and Xia Lu's techniques, and formulated a complete battle plan. Bang, bang, bang. Gojo Satoru swung his fist as fast as an afterimage, and the blow fell on Sukuna like a violent storm. Sukuna, who only defended but did not attack, just used his hands to protect his head. Next step, blue. Whoosh. Gojo Satoru, as fast as a ghost, appeared behind Sukuna in an instant. He would not give Sukuna any chance to breathe, and the cursed power that was released swept in and directly hit Sukuna's body. Boom! Caught off guard, Sukuna was blown away by the powerful attack. Gojo Satoru changed from fist to palm, and the direction of the cursed power of Tsang suddenly changed. Sukuna's body flew backwards as if attracted by a huge magnet, and flew uncontrollably towards Gojo Satoru. Sukuna, floating in the air, had no support at all, and the lamb to be slaughtered was no longer Gojo Satoru, but him. Bang! Gojo Satoru punched Sukuna in the stomach with his full cursed power. At the critical moment, Sukuna blocked the fatal blow with both hands. Although his posture was very awkward at the moment, an evil smile of victory appeared at the corner of his mouth. The mocking words were said again. 3 minutes have passed, and your eggshell is about to be broken. Really? Gojo Satoru, whose face was deformed by the squeeze of his own cursed energy, also showed a triumphant smile. Next second, boom! The violent explosion resounded throughout the streets of Shinjuku. The shells of the demon-suppressing shrine and the infinite space are flying all over the sky. The 2 most powerful realms were completely shattered at the same time again. The huge power of the domain explosion dispersed Gojo Satoru and Sukuna, who were fighting. Sukuna suddenly raised his head, his face covered in blood, and the terrifying smile on his face, half of which was blown off, made the people watching the fight tremble in their hearts. The tense atmosphere reached its peak at this moment. But when they saw Gojo Satoru was unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, in this domain confrontation, Gojo Satoru once again had the upper hand. Itadori clenched his fists excitedly. We will win. At this rate, the teacher will surely win the decisive battle. After his domain was shattered, Gojo Satoru launched another attack without saying a word. Bang! The punch was like a truck hitting Sukuna, and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. After a brief exchange, the two of them actually used the reverse curse technique to repair the spell fuse again. Field expands. The Infinite Void and the Demon-Subduing Cook were launched almost simultaneously. This is already Gojo Satoru's 5th time to expand his domain, and Sukuna's 3rd time. Okatsu's eyes lit up in front of the screen. The meticulous observation of a genius allowed him to notice something unusual. He smiled with relief. I feel that the teacher's domain is developing faster than Sukuna's. That is to say, the teacher's infinite space is likely to hit Sukuna. Within the field, Sukuna's wide-open pupils gradually faded, but Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes remained gleaming with spirit. Looking at Sukuna, standing there motionless, Gojo Satoru smiled. You've been tricked. The guaranteed hit effect of the Infinite Void has already hit Sukuna. Countless new junk information flooded into Sukuna's brain like a flood. At this time, he had lost all ability to move and became a real lamb to be slaughtered. Puff! A blow to the Black Tiger's heart, heading straight for Sukuna's chest. Bright red blood spurted out. Gojo Satoru's palm has pierced through Sukuna's heart. Sukuna was blown away by the powerful impact and crashed into the demon-suppressing shrine behind him. Looking at Sukuna's staggering body, Gojo Satoru knew that this devil was not dead yet. It is not enough to just pierce the heart. In order to completely kill the Curse King while preserving Fushiguro Megumi's body, at least his lungs and liver must be destroyed. In this way, it is possible to kill Sukuna while giving Fushiguro Megumi the chance to be cured by the reverse curse technique. That's right, until this moment, he was still worried about the safety of Fushiguro Megumi. Even with such a great opportunity, he gave up on tearing Sukuna's head off. He thought that he couldn't be like Sukuna and become a madman without any emotions. To the best of his ability, he had planned to save Fushiguro Megumi's life. This was his plan before the final battle. However, at this moment, low voices reached my ears. Furubura Yura. As the strange spell came out of Sukuna's mouth, the ring hidden in the dark shadows slowly turned. Sudden, a pale, hideous-looking Shikigami emerged from the shadows. Moxoluo, who was full of murderous intent, blocked Gojo Satoru's path. What? Gojo Satoru's pupils contracted, and he stood there in a daze. What surprised him was not the sudden appearance of Makura, but why Sukuna could still speak. However, time did not allow him to think anymore. The technique reversed, and he condensed in his hand. He wanted to kill it in one blow before Moxoluo could adapt to the infinite space. However, the demon Su Luo, who should have been hit by Wuliang Kongchu and unable to move, stiffly raised the demon-breaking sword in his hand. As the wheel on its head turned again, boom! The demon-breaking sword suddenly pierced into the boundless space barrier. Spider cracks spread rapidly like cracked ice. Crack! In just a moment, the infinite void was completely destroyed under the attack of the demon-breaking sword. Gojo Satoru retreated at high speed, staring at the greatest enemy in the family's history. Obviously, this most powerful Shikigami in history has adapted to his own infinite space. The devil's hideous face revealed a terrifying smile. With a solemn expression, Gojo Satoru knew that he had to deal with this Shikigami who could adapt to everything as soon as possible. The crowd in front of the screen was frozen in place by this sudden change. Why? Gojo Satoru was about to win, but suddenly a monster showed up. Okatsu was facing a formidable enemy. Machuala. This terrifying Shikigami is the legendary Machuala. Oh, Meimei lifted the braids, covering her face for the first time, and looked at Maki. So this is the treasure of the Zenuan family? Maki nodded and said, "Yes, in addition to the extremely threatening demon-breaking sword. The most troublesome thing is its ability to adapt to everything. By the way, I would like to remind you that the Chanyuan family no longer exists." Itadori and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. How can there be such a perverted ability in this world? I can even adapt to Gojo Satoru's infinite space. Won't Xiaolu's illusion be ineffective in front of this monster? Okatsu stared at the screen, unable to figure out one thing in his mind. That is, although Moxoluo's adaptability is very strong, it can't be that he can ignore the terrifying effect of the infinite void as soon as he appears, right? Sukuna must have been behind this. On the Shinjuku battlefield, Mokoyuo stood behind Sukuna like a personal bodyguard. Sukuna in front was emitting white steam all over his body, and the wound on his chest had completely healed. He smiled with relief. It's really exciting to fight a strong man like Gojo Satoru, but fortunately, this time he won the bet. The bet is that Gojo Satoru says one thing and means another. Apparently, he made the right bet. While the infinite void was controlling him, Gojo Satoru did not choose to kill himself directly, but still held on to the fantasy of rescuing Fushiguro Megumi. The reason why Moxoluo was able to adapt to the infinite space was because of the previous confrontations in several domains. On the surface, the effects of both fields were canceled out, but in reality, he took the initiative to give up protecting himself. This allows the demon void in the body to constantly adapt to the effects of the infinite void. Sukuna looked at Gojo Satoru, who was in a daze opposite him, with a teasing look. "You are still too soft-hearted. If you don't cherish this great opportunity, then what awaits you next is eternal damnation." Gojo Satoru ignored Sukuna and kept thinking about Makoro's adaptability. He absolutely did not believe that the wheel ring on Moxoluo's head could completely adapt to his infinite space with just one rotation. On the other hand, in order to prevent Moxoluo from being killed instantly by Gojo Satoru, Sukuna let Mokurora slowly disappear in the shadow under his feet. Sukuna seemed to see Gojo Satoru's confusion at the moment and blurted out a mocking remark. "Why are you scared? Are you still feeling lost because your infinite space has failed?" "Tisk." Gojo Satoru pretended to be calm and sneered. "I just think you seem to be afraid of losing. You must have done a lot of research for me before the final battle, right? The Curse King is really hardworking." Sukuna smiled evilly. "Compared to you who uses the domain as an ordinary spell, what am I?" Long before the decisive battle, he had formulated an exclusive plan against the infinite void. Although in the process, he was unable to use other spells and was constantly at a disadvantage in the field confrontation. But the rewards of doing this are huge. Now, Moxoluo has adapted to Gojo Satoru's territory, and the biggest problem has been completely solved. Looking at the smug Sukuna, Gojo Satoru calmed down instead. Although Makura adapted to the process of the infinite space, Sukuna himself did not. As long as he opens the domain again, Sukuna must summon Makuro hiding in the shadows to resist. As long as Moxoluo appears again, he will be able to kill it in one move. The hand seal for expanding the domain was formed again. A strong, murderous intent burst out from his eyes. "Oh!" Seeing that Gojo Satoru still wanted to expand his domain, Sukuna sneered and bet, "I bet you can no longer expand your domain. Just finish speaking." Gojo Satoru's eyes suddenly widened, and bright red blood gushed out of his nose. With a dull look in his eyes, he still maintained the posture of forming seals with one hand, but the domain could not be expanded. "What's going on?" The sorcerer in front of the screen was terrified by the scene before him. Okatsu looked at the screen nervously, with cold sweat running down his back. Has it finally come true? Ever since the teacher first tried to heal the broken fuse, that ominous premonition has been lingering in my heart, and now the backlash has finally appeared. It just happened to be at such a dangerous moment. As expected, it was too difficult to use the reverse curse technique to perform such a heaven-defying operation. This will inevitably involve a heavy price of restraint. How naive. Sukuna, who understood the principle after just one look, sneered. All sorcerers' spells exist in the brain, which is located in the prefrontal cortex of the right brain. After the technique is broken, use the curse power to destroy the cerebral cortex, and then use the reverse curse technique to repair it. This kind of destruction and repair behavior puts a lot of strain on the brain, idiot. When the college students learned the principle, they were shocked. It turned out to be like this. They never expected that Gojo Satoru would resort to such a dangerous method in order to defeat Sukuna. You know, the structure of the human brain is extremely complex, and it is extremely difficult to destroy and then repair it. It can be said that every time he repairs something, it is like walking on a tightrope at an altitude of 10,000 meters. If he is not careful, he will be doomed. But Gojo Satoru actually used this crazy and desperate method 5 times in a row. Shoko, a doctor, said with a serious expression, Gojo Satoru has developed serious sequelae. His dull eyes and nosebleeds are the best proof of this. And Sukuna on the opposite side only used it twice. His brain damage is less than Gojo Satoru's. If he deploys his domain now, Gojo Satoru will be in danger. Looking at the weak Gojo Satoru squatting on one knee on the ground, Sukuna couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This was the first time in 1,000 years that he admired someone so much. The battle with Gojo Satoru was simply the ultimate enjoyment, much better than that Xia Lu who only knew how to play tricks. You are indeed very strong, but unfortunately, I am the mountain that you can never cross. Healing the brain is completely different from healing skeletal muscle. You've reached your limit. There is only one result of forcibly opening the domain, and that is sudden death on the spot. Gojo Satoru, whose nose was bleeding, was sweating profusely and his eyes were extremely solemn. Sukuna was right. He really couldn't open it anymore, and he couldn't open the domain anymore. Otherwise, Sukuna would have died on the spot without him having to do anything. But Gojo Satoru looked at Su-Nuwa, who was making hand seals with his hands, and smiled strangely. On the other side, Sukuna has already decided to kill Gojo Satoru, but in order to prevent Gojo Satoru from escaping, he wants to change the enchanted chef into a closed form. Moxu Luo's unique Dharma wheel suddenly appeared above his head, and a sinister word came out of his mouth. It's all over. In the next field, I will cut you into countless pieces of equal size and show them to your students. Especially Xia Lu, who repeatedly ruined my plans. In the meeting room, everyone's heart skipped a beat. The 4 natural disasters standing behind Xia Lu were like bodyguards. Lohu said calmly, It seems that the person Sukuna wants to kill the most is you. He even mentioned you by name when he was about to win. Aren't you going to beat him up? As one of the 4 great natural disasters, it does not take any stance and does not care about Gojo Satoru's life or death. Lohu just wanted to see who is stronger between Xia Lu and Sukuna. Now it clearly knows that these idiots from the technical college have completely underestimated Xia Lu's strength. Maybe Xia Lu can beat Sukuna? If they die, that's even better, because then they won't be under Xia Lu's control anymore and can go wherever they want. Facing everyone's expectant gaze, Xia Lu chuckled and said, You all think Gojo Satoru is going to lose? Perhaps Sukuna's brain has reached its limit? What? When these words were spoken, everyone was delighted at first, and then looked puzzled. Sukuna has also reached his limit, but hasn't he just treated the technique fused twice? Wanting to find the answer, they all turned their eyes to the screen. Sukuna kept his seal and looked at Gojo Satoru, who was half crouching on the ground with a mocking look. It's time to put this so-called war to a successful conclusion. You are just an ordinary mortal who happened to be born in an era without me. There is only one person who deserves the title of the strongest, and that's me, Ryomen Sukuna. Goodbye, second strongest. The field is expanded. Subdue the demons and control the chef. Next second, the demon-suppressing shrine that should have been formed behind Sukuna suddenly exploded like a pressure cooker. This scene left everyone stunned. It's actually true. Is it true that Sukuna has reached his limit as Xia Lu said? The face of Sukuna that was transmitted to the screen through the crow's shared vision looked extremely terrifying. At this moment, Sukuna seemed to be in a worse state than Gojo Satoru. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as bleeding from all 7 orifices. Apparently, Sukuna, like Gojo Satoru, suffered from the serious side effect of the technique being broken. But he only treated him twice? Could it be that Fushiguro Megumi's brain configuration is worse than Gojo Satoru's? Okatsu suddenly realized, it is the infinite space. Although Sukuna was only frozen in place by the infinite void for a few seconds, he still suffered severe brain trauma. The damage caused by the infinite void plus Sukuna's own 2 spell fuses are enough to prevent him from opening the domain. Everyone, that's it. The ever-changing situation has brought both sides back to the same starting line. Gojo Satoru, who had not yet finished speaking, suddenly laughed out loud and said sarcastically, "Oh my, what happened to our cursed king? Why did the domain suddenly explode?" As he spoke, he pointed to the crows in the sky and said confidently, "My students are watching you. Do you think I will let you leave alive?" Hearing this, the high school students watching the game also became excited. They felt Gojo Satoru's determination to win. Sukuna had just wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth when Gojo Satoru's fist was already in front of him. While dodging in a hurry, I saw that face that looked like a madman. At this moment, he finally understood that Gojo Satoru was essentially no different from him. If he turns evil, it is entirely possible that he will become a cursed king like himself. The two of them once again engaged in close combat. Inside the High Commissioner's meeting room, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If Sukuna only relied on physical skills, he would not be able to defeat Gojo Satoru. Kyusuke became interested and asked everyone, "Has any one of you ever been beaten by Gojo Satoru?" For example, when he was teaching, once these words were spoken, everyone's expressions were mixed with different feelings. Maki has no curse power. Itadori and Kujisaki have just entered school and escaped from Gojo Satoru's claws. The panda and the dog curled their necks and said, "We have only received his basic attack, which is very painful anyway." However, Okatsu and Hyakinji, who possessed the reverse curse technique, were not so lucky. The two couldn't help but shiver, and some were unwilling to recall the miserable past. Gojo Satoru's fists, which are strengthened by spell power, can be superimposed with its San technique. I can't imagine the feeling of them hitting me when they really hit me, Kyajinsi recalled. In short, the pain was unbearable and the after effects were very strong. I can still experience that feeling in my dreams at night. Shinjuku streets. Gojo Satoru's swinging punch hit Sukuna in the face, who was caught off guard. Without waiting for Sukuna to react, the furious Gojo Satoru actually pressed Sukuna's head directly and rubbed it against the wall crazily. Gojo Satoru was running very fast with a look of madness in his eyes, and Sukuna behind him was sucked into his palm like a garbage bag. Bang! The next second, Sukuna was smashed to the ground. Countless pieces of rubble completely covered Sukuna. In the air, Gojo Satoru gathered power with one hand, and a steady stream of cursed power continued to flow into his clenched fist. Sukuna's eyes widened. He has already sensed the direction of that powerful curse power. Boom! The terrifying force blew the surrounding buildings to pieces, and the countless scattered rubble was like a compressed ball of paper that was forcibly rolled into a ball. The one squeezed in the middle by the rubble was Sukuna. However, Gojo Satoru's next attack did not yet begin. Sukuna actually broke through the blockade and attacked Gojo Satoru. Sukuna, unwilling to continue taking the beating, leaned down and dodged Gojo Satoru's whip kick. Sukuna immediately activated Extension of Territory and raised his right leg high to chop down towards Gojo Satoru's head. However, just when the leg was about to hit Gojo Satoru's body, the metal phalan above his head actually began to tremble slightly. Sukuna, sensing a bad premonition, decisively gave up the attack and retreated. Just as the backflip was completed, Gojo Satoru's heavy foot had already landed on the ground. crushing the place where Sukuna had just been standing. Fortunately, Sukuna dodged in time. Otherwise, it would have been his head that was shattered. The technique of teleportation of Tsang allowed Gojo Satoru to instantly appear behind Sukuna. He raised his big hand and wanted to take the phalan above his head. Gojo Satoru's only goal now is to solve the trump card hanging over Sukuna's head. Sukuna had anticipated this, raised his hand, grabbed Gojo Satoru's wrist, and suddenly threw him forward. Gojo Satoru was thrown out directly. Gojo Satoru, flying in the air, was quick-witted and grabbed the traffic light railing on the side of the road. Gojo Satoru, who was squatting on a lamppost, looked at Sukuna below and joked, "Not bad. You've been hit so hard by me, but you're still so clear-headed." Sukuna walked slowly, stretched his neck, and sneered. "To use your modern language, you were just scraping my skin. What about your other powerful techniques? Take it out, and please me." After saying this, Sukuna's smile became even more gloomy, and the Dharma wheel on his head began to sizzle. Crack! The crisp sound was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. One circle. The phalan rotates, one circle. Okatsu analyzed. Could it be that Sukuna was beaten on purpose just now, in order to make phalan quickly adapt to the teacher's lack of bottom line? Itadori asked the most concerned topic. How many times does the Dharma wheel on Sukuna's head need to rotate before he can completely adapt to the unlimited curse? Before this, teacher Gojo Satoru had opened the domain 5 times in total, and Moxaluo happened to appear on the 5th time. So I guess it may take 5 times for Sukuna to fully adapt to the teacher's lack of bottom line. Gojo Satoru on the screen retracted his mocking expression and looked seriously at the Dharma wheel above Sukuna's head. He who has 6 eyes saw the truth. 4 times. Phalan only needs 4 times to adapt to its own limitless nature. And now it has been rotated once, which means it only needs 3 times. You have to attack efficiently. Gojo Satoru, who got the answer in his heart, smiled easily. You still need to adapt 3 times, right? If the phalan rotates 3 more times, it will be able to adapt to my limitless nature. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the college felt nervous. Only 3 times? Doesn't that mean that after 3 times, Gojo Satoru's basic techniques will be completely adapted to by Sukuna? At that time, the unlimited defense will lose its effect, and many techniques directly or indirectly derived from the unlimited will lose their threat to Sukuna. Wouldn't this result mean that Gojo Satoru would completely lose hope of winning? Everyone in the high school behind the screen was extremely worried, but Gojo Satoru seemed extremely relaxed. For the first time ever, he and Sukuna stopped fighting. The two of them put their hands in their pockets and walked leisurely across the traffic light. Gojo Satoru laughed and accused Sukuna again. "Okay, you ran a red light. Wait for the fine." Sukuna sneered. "Gojo Satoru, are you still a child whose IQ has not fully developed? Or did the healing spell fail and damage your brain as well? Does the King of Curses need to wait for traffic lights? So what if he ran a red light? Who could do anything about it?" At the same time, he couldn't help but feel sad for this arrogant sorcerer. Haha, when the phalan completes 3 rotations, that will be your death. I want to see if you can still laugh by then. However, Gojo Satoru gave Sukuna a sneer in response. 3 times is more than enough. It won't even take 3 times before I can kill you. On the Shinjuku battlefield, Gojo Satoru suppressed Sukuna in terms of overall strength. However, this time the Curse King came prepared. Moxaluo has become a powerful enemy that can restrain Gojo Satoru, and his adaptability, like a plug-in, has reversed the situation again. The remaining 3 turns will determine the life or death of both parties. The rotation was completed, and Moxaluo broke through Gojo Satoru's unlimited power, basically establishing the situation of the battle. The rotation failed. Gojo Satoru killed Sukuna. 2 powerful men flying in the air, shuttling through the streets of Shinjuku at high speed. A tug-of-war of chasing each other continues. Sukuna just dodged and defended, while Gojo Satoru was looking for a chance to kill. Crack! A metallic spinning sound. The golden Dharma wheel on Sukuna's head actually completed its second rotation. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. How could this happen? We've only fought for less than 10 moves. How come a Phelan started turning so quickly? Itadori stood up suddenly, gritting his teeth, and said anxiously, "It is obvious that compared to the first time, the rotation time of the Phelan this time was significantly shorter." Kusakabe looked at the still, smiling Gojo Satoru on the screen and couldn't help but yell, "Be serious, Gojo Satoru. You only have 2 chances." The others were also extremely anxious. Doesn't Gojo Satoru have any sense of urgency? Looking at the ghostly figure of Sukuna in front of him, Gojo Satoru was not without a sense of urgency, but was looking for the best angle and time to attack. The cursed ball condensed by the clockwise rotation in his hand has locked onto the direction of Sukuna's escape. Next second, 2 blue J balls were thrown at the 2 positions in front of Sukuna in a predictable manner. However, the cunning Sukuna unexpectedly predicted Gojo Satoru's prediction. The strange body movement actually managed to dodge Gojo Satoru's attack. Gojo Satoru did not stop for a moment. He spread his hands, and the powerful curse power materialized, and the blue curse power continued to rise. The air around suddenly became manic. Sukuna, who was clinging to the wall like a gecko, suddenly looked up. I unexpectedly discovered that 8 jade balls of the same size appeared above my Phelan's head. The 8 blue jade balls surrounded Sukuna tightly in the center, leaving no room for escape. Gojo Satoru grinned and said, "Eat as much as you want." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, 8 blue jade balls exploded. The terrifying destructive force tore through the wall, causing the surrounding ground to tremble wildly. The damage caused by scratches alone left deep grooves on the wall, just like using a slotted spoon to scoop ice cream. Sukuna dodged the attack in a panic and looked back at the broken wall with some relief. However, before he could be happy for long, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. I turned around suddenly and found Gojo Satoru's crazy, smiling face approaching me. Just now, Gojo Satoru took advantage of the gap in the attack of the Azure Ball and teleported behind Sukuna. This is Sukuna's weak defense area. Bang! He mercilessly and swiftly kicked Sukuna in the ribs. The terrifying impact force caused Sukuna to fly backwards hundreds of meters uncontrollably. Blood is flying in the air. However, Sukuna, whose ribs were broken by the kick, once again showed the devil's unique evil smile. The Phelan above my head made a clear sound again, like a fatal note. To him, this was the most beautiful sound of nature, but to Gojo Satoru, it was like a countdown to his death. This is already the 3rd time the Phelan has turned. Everyone watching the game in front of the screen stood up suddenly. The 3rd time? How is that possible? Why did it come so quickly? Everyone knows that Gojo Satoru has fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. As long as the Dharma wheel on Sukuna's head rotates once, the outcome of this decisive battle is basically determined. Gojo Satoru will die. Itadori stared at the Dharma chakra on Sukuna's head on the screen, fear already filling his body. He was the only one who was more nervous than Gojo Satoru. Anyone can see that the 3rd rotation of the Phelan is faster than the 2nd. What is going on with this increasingly shorter adaptation period? Could it be that Moxo Luo's ability is really so powerful that it is abnormal? Senpai Okatsu, is it the time or the number of attacks that Sukuna takes that determines the speed of the rotation? Facing Itadori's doubts, how could Okatsu calm down and analyze at this moment? However, Lu Xiun, who was becoming more and more excited, gave the answer. Both. For example, the first time might take 10 seconds, the second time only 5 seconds, the 3rd time even less, and so on. In other words, the longer it takes, the more disadvantageous it will be for Gojo Satoru. But he still has that killer move called Su Shi Z that he hasn't used yet, right? From the beginning of the decisive battle till now, he has not missed a single frame. Hearing about Su Shi Z, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and placed their hopes on the strongest killing move. Gojo Satoru must be waiting for the best time to release. On the other hand, the third rotation of the Dharma wheel once again sounded a wake-up call to Gojo Satoru. Without any hesitation, he instantly increased his whole body's magical power, and his deep six eyes became brighter. Gojo Satoru entered rampage mode, making it difficult for the crows in Mei-Mei's live broadcast to keep up with his pace. However, the old fox Sukuna deliberately came to a huge stone pillar and played the King of Qin, circling the pillar with Gojo Satoru. At this time, the big-hearted Gojo Satoru still looked indifferent, without the slightest bit of nervousness. Nervousness is an emotion only the weak have. He was confident that he could kill Sukuna with one blow before the Dharma wheel above Sukuna's head turned 4 times. The reason why I didn't use the hollow style, the psychic style, or other powerful techniques was to give Sukuna the stereotype that he only knew how to use AO. Sukuna, who has been stunned, will definitely not be able to cope with the sudden changes that follow. Thinking of this, Gojo Satoru stopped chasing. Sukuna, who came out from the stone pillar, saw an extremely terrifying scene. Gojo Satoru, who didn't play by the rules, didn't choose to chase him, but stood there waiting for him. The hand holding the gun was pointed at his forehead. Gojo Satoru grinned. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Reverse H. The red light illuminates the faces of Sukuna and Gojo Satoru. Sukuna's eyes widened in horror. He could clearly feel that Gojo Satoru's sudden change in technique had stopped the Dharma wheel from rotating for the 4th time. The destructive laser cannon-like H emits a dazzling light. Boom! The huge stone pillar behind Sukuna was destroyed in an instant. The terrifying curse power carried countless pieces of rubble, all of which smashed onto Sukuna's body. The violent vibration caused the glass of the entire building to shatter at this moment. Wait until the aftermath dissipates. Gojo Satoru snorted in dissatisfaction. I should have used instantaneous virtual form earlier. In the huge pit of ruins ahead, Sukuna walked out in a miserable state. Sukuna did not die despite this powerful attack at close range, but his body was completely charred, having been blasted to pieces by the who just now. He's not dead yet? Damn it! How thick is the skin of this Sukuna? Itadori couldn't help but yell. If this continues, the wheel above Sukuna's head will definitely complete its final rotation. Xiao Lu, who possesses a Sharingan, saw clearly what Gojo Satoru was really doing. Don't worry, let the bullet fly for a while. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their eyes to the screen again. Gojo Satoru, who failed in his first attack, tried the same trick again. He raised his hand and used Song Suction to control countless pieces of rubble to trap Sukuna. Have you run out of ideas? Sukuna couldn't help but laugh as he watched Gojo Satoru using the same trick again. While he easily used his magical power to resist the rubble, he couldn't help but laugh at Gojo Satoru crazily. Why? Does Phelan still have a last bit of urgency left? Is it making you desperate? However, Gojo Satoru had a sly smile hidden in his eyes, and he slowly uttered words that frightened Sukuna. The just now hasn't exploded yet. Sukuna, who had completely freed himself from the rubble, stood there in confusion. What exactly does Gojo Satoru mean by this? The next second, Sukuna got the answer with his body. Boom! The violent explosion resounded throughout Shinjuku. At this moment, Sukuna's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt as if he was blown away by hundreds of grenades. Sukuna grimaced in pain. He was blown into the sky and lost control, and faced Gojo Satoru, who was ready to attack. At this moment, he finally understood what Gojo Satoru meant. It turns out that the building structure is circular. After feeling that Gojo Satoru's he just now failed to kill him with one strike, he decisively changed direction and circled the room. Only the meaningless stone-breaking attack was just to fix himself in place. In this round, I completely defeated Gojo Satoru in terms of tactics. While thinking quickly, Gojo Satoru had already teleported in front of Sukuna. How could he miss such a great opportunity? The clenched fist of my right hand is filled with all my magical power. The crackling sound of thunder and lightning is extremely harsh. Black flash, a punch suddenly thrust out, accompanied by a black lightning snake. This punch pierced Sukuna's heart, and black lightning filled the bodies of both of them. The 2.5th power of Black Flash plus Gojo Satoru's already incredible attack made the power of this punch infinitely amplified. Inside the meeting room, everyone was surprised and delighted. I was surprised because Gojo Satoru actually chose to use Black Mountain, and I was delighted because this move not only hit the target with certainty, but also had a pretty good effect. The future Black Flash expert, Itadori, muttered to himself. It turns out that the teacher can also use Black Flash. How terrifying is the Black Flash that he created with his infinite curse power? At this time, Sukuna, who was pierced through the heart by the Black Flash, had already lost consciousness. His four eyes rolled back, and he had completely fallen into a state of suspended animation. Blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth, and Sukuna lowered his head helplessly without any struggle. The undefeated Curse King is about to fall to the ground. With a clang, the metal hair wheel above his head fell uncontrollably at Gojo Satoru's feet. The power wheel that can adapt to everything actually made a crisp sound again. Fate is so unfair. The Phelan was able to complete its rotation at the last moment of landing. This crisp sound represents the last adaptive rotation of the starting wheel at the last moment. Gojo Satoru, whose pupils shrank rapidly, had already sensed that familiar, terrifying killing intent. The body that wanted to continue chasing Sukuna suddenly lost its balance and fell into the black shadow group under its feet. A pair of huge pale hands suddenly emerged from the dark mire. The change in the situation was beyond everyone's expectations. Sukuna, who should have been dead, survived by chance again. The high school sorcerers watching the battle felt like they were on a roller coaster. Before I could experience the hope of dawn, despair enveloped me instantly. Itadori held his head in his hands, his eyes wide open with despair, and yelled, "What a joke! It's fake, right? How is this possible? That damn Dharmachakra has already fallen to the ground. Sukuna is cheating. There's no way he can beat Gojo Satoru-sensei." The others were also stunned. They all thought the teacher had won, but Sukuna could actually come back to life in this way and put Gojo Satoru in a desperate situation again. Obviously, Sukuna had been knocked unconscious by Black Flash. However, no matter how unwilling you are, it will be of no avail. In fact, not only the people in front of the screen couldn't understand it, even Sukuna himself couldn't have expected it. It was as if there was a magical power in Mei that helped her. Even though he lost consciousness, he could still clearly feel everything happening around him. Now that Moxaluo is restraining him, the moment he comes out of shock, Gojo Satoru will die. The other side, the moment Gojo Satoru was stunned, the demonic illusionary Luo suddenly attacked from the shadow and stabbed Gojo Satoru's body. The splattered blood reflected the panic in Gojo Satoru's eyes and the ferocious and terrifying smile of the strongest Shikigami. Gojo Satoru flew backwards at an extremely fast speed. For the first time, he felt unwilling to lose the golden opportunity. At this moment, he also felt the injustice of fate. If he had known this, he should have used Black Flash to blow Sukuna's head off. But at the last moment, he couldn't bear it and chose to attack the heart. In the meeting room, Lu Xiun, who was watching the game, shook his head and sneered. How ridiculous! A battle that could have been won was missed because of a woman's softness, and it puts oneself in an irretrievable situation. As a top warrior, he naturally saw that Gojo Satoru hesitated in his decision at the last moment. The fist with Black Flash was originally aimed at Sukuna's head, but the place that was hit in the end was the heart. If this isn't a woman's softness, what is it? A fatal mistake in decision-making puts Gojo Satoru in a desperate situation. Everyone in the college turned their eyes to Lu Xiun. However, Lu Xiun was not afraid at all and continued. What? Am I wrong? Gojo Satoru is indeed very strong, but he is too kind. In my opinion, it's better to forget about Fushiguro Megumi. What? Everyone was shocked and wanted to refute, but didn't know how to say it. Although Lu Ziyun's words were extremely harsh, they made sense. But Gojo Satoru would definitely not abandon his companions, no matter how hard anyone tries to persuade him. Fushiguro Shire, who was sitting in the corner, did not raise his sword to attack directly because of Lu Ziyun's words. At this moment, he was grateful to Gojo Satoru, even though before the war, he had privately asked Gojo Satoru to try his best to save Fushiguro Megumi. But he didn't expect that Gojo Satoru would go to such an extent. Xia Lu was about to speak when a system notification sound suddenly came from his mind. Ding! A new life choice has been triggered. Task Option 1. The awakening of the old generation of sorcerers. Convince everyone to listen to Lu Ziyun's advice and ignore Fushiguro Megumi. Reward: 600 billion detonating talismans. Task Option 2. Is it lonely at the top? I am the strongest. You have the power of reincarnation, so you don't need to be low-key. Let everyone see who is the strongest. Reward: Naruto's mouth-to-mouth trick. Task Option 3. I heard that Sukuna is the king of flash resistance. Let him taste the power of the Black Flash Octagonal Cage boxing champion. Beat Sukuna into Chaos on beef balls. Reward: Heavenly Hand Strength. Holy shit. 600 billion detonating talismans? What does the system want me to do? To destroy all of Shinjuku? Not to mention Gojo, Satoru, and Sukuna. Even if I possess the power of God, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to survive. It's very powerful, but it shouldn't be used in the world of spells. Moreover, if according to the original plot, Fushiguro Megumi gave up because of her sister's death, then what Lu Ziyun said is indeed correct. But since I am involved, there is naturally nothing to worry about. As for the second reward, seriously? Why does he want to talk nonsense? To convince Sukuna to brainwash him and let him join high school? Although in a sense, Naruto's mouth-to-mouth technique is the strongest regular ninjutsu. Not only did he convince Nagato to risk his life to use Samsara to save Konoha, but even Obito, who was unable to hide his tears, was moved with sympathy. But Sukuna's evilness is far beyond the reach of Obito and others. So it's better to choose the third option and use the Black Flash Octagonal Cage to beat Sukuna into chewy beef balls. By the way, the title of Flash Resistance King refers to the title that Sukuna was awarded after resisting Itadori's Black Flash 8 times in a row and still being able to jump around. Although we have to admit that Sukuna has a thick skin and even continuous Black Flashes can't do anything to him. But what if I use Black Flash and 8 gates? How should you, the Curse King, respond? The most important thing is that the reward is Heavenly Hand Power. This is an incredible ability. He already has the necessary strength to use the Rinnegan in advance. Simply put, Tianchili is equivalent to a high-end version of Injustice game. If Flying Thunder God needs to leave a mark, then Tianchili can switch positions with the target anytime and anywhere without the need for pre-shaking. Being able to change positions in an instant is the ultimate art of shrinking the earth. It's decided to be you, God's hand. In just a few seconds, Xiao Lu already had the answer in his mind. Now that I have made up my mind, I just need to find the right time to enter the market. If I remember correctly, this war of the century is about to come to an end. If things continue like this, Gojo Satoru will still not be able to escape the fate of being cut in half by Sukuna's lone space. The most annoying thing is that Gojo Satoru suddenly became a clown before his death. He said he didn't let Sukuna-sama have a good time. From the beginning to the end, it is absolutely impossible for Gojo Satoru to say such a thing with his personality. In Xiao Lu's opinion, even if Gojo Gashin loses and enters the revolving lantern world, you should also say stubbornly, I am still invincible. You Sukuna are just the one favored by luck, and other sarcastic words. Thinking of this, Xiao Lu looked at the screen. Sorry, this is not the world painted by JJXX, but my Uchiha Xiao Lu dynasty. The time to enter the field has been determined. so I will choose to use the self-destruct form of the hollow style when Gojo Satoru performs it. At this moment, Xia Lu was a little excited, but the students in the technical secondary school were extremely nervous. On the screen, the huge figure of Mokuryuo stood in front of the unconscious Sukuna. Itadori looked at Gojo Satoru, who was stabbed by Mokurora, and comforted himself softly. It's okay. The winner has not been decided yet. Hasn't Gojo Satoru's void style been used yet? He once told me that he is the strongest in the world. Even if Wu Bo Li is fully adapted, Gojo Satoru must have many ways to deal with it. And this injury can be easily repaired with the teacher's powerful reverse curse technique. However, Shoko, who was proficient in the reverse curse technique, noticed something strange. She frowned and stared at the screen. Gojo Satoru's healing speed has obviously slowed down. Repairing his injuries should be as easy as drinking water or eating for him. But now it seems that Gojo Satoru has been greatly affected. The demon-breaking sword in Moxaluo's hand must be terrifying. When these words were spoken, the others felt nervous. In their eyes, Gojo Satoru is an invincible existence. Even though he often claims to be invincible, no one will refute him. Facing Sukuna, they also firmly believed that Gojo Satoru would win. But the appearance of Moxaluo caused everyone to waver. At the same time, Gojo Satoru himself also felt a hint of fear rising in his heart. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. The defeat was gradually turning in his favor. Looking at the blood on his hands, he suddenly smiled with relief, and a strong sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. Yes, what are you struggling with? What are you afraid of? It's not easy to meet a strong man of Sukuna's level. Just go ahead and fight. Now he has to try his best to enjoy the upcoming battle. It's still uncertain who will win. In an instant, Gojo Satoru's attacks had hit Moxaluo's body continuously. However, Moxaluo, who had already fully adapted to song, was not hurt at all except for being pushed back. The ferocious face revealed a weird smile. In its eyes, Gojo Satoru's attack had completely lost its threat to it. Bang! Looking at the unharmed Makuo, Gojo Satoru shook his arms and exclaimed, "What a perverted ability." At this moment, he has determined that it is difficult for his song to cause effective damage to Moxaluo. Then use reverse cursed technique. We must kill this strongest Shikigami with the increased output of he before Sukuna regains consciousness. However, Sukuna, who was protected by Moxaluo, suddenly opened his devil eyes that emitted black energy. The cursed king, who was in a state of suspended animation, regained his life under the protection of the great Moxaluo. A red light appeared, and just when Gojo Satoru aimed at the top of Moxaluo's head, the latter's huge figure disappeared. Instead, there are thousands of Shikigami rabbit. Gojo Satoru, who was surrounded by enemies, had completely lost his target. The surroundings were filled with lively little white rabbits. It seems that you have mastered Fushigiro's 10 shadow magics. Gojo Satoru did not retract the he that had accumulated energy, but instead pointed his finger at the black shadow on the ground. It seems that my black flash made you feel very comfortable. How long do you plan to rest, Sukuna? Boom! A huge roar resounded throughout the entire building. The powerful force of the thunder instantly penetrated all the buildings. A large number of rabbits were instantly annihilated. The few remaining ones stepped on the broken stones and fled everywhere. The smoke and dust dissipated. Suddenly, 3 figures rushed out at high speed. Sukuna, who was running in the front, suddenly stopped and stood facing Gojo Satoru, who was chasing him. And Mokuryuo was like a personal bodyguard, guarding Sukuna all the time. Sukuna grinned evilly. Find out the situation. It should be you who should escape now. Gojo Satoru. As Sukuna finished speaking, Makuro moved to Gojo Satoru at high speed to contain him. Gojo Satoru instantly understood Sukuna's intention. Sukuna lets Makura, who has adapted to no limits, attack, while he himself plays the role of a combat assistant. This can not only prevent Moxaluo from being killed by you in the first place, but also take the opportunity to attack you. Obviously, the main attacker now is the strongest Shikigami, Maxuluo. Call out. Sukuna, who has no moral principles, suddenly throws a fire extinguisher at Gojo Satoru. The moment the fire extinguisher came into contact with the unlimited protective cover, it exploded. The dry powder filled the entire corridor, and Gojo Satoru's vision was completely obscured. In a flash, Maxuluo appeared silently above Gojo Satoru's head. On the other side, Sukuna put his hands together and aimed at Gojo Satoru's head. Seeing this extremely familiar starting posture, the spectators' eyes suddenly widened. Wait, is Sukuna's posture like this a way of piercing blood? Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, the condensed and compressed water arrows shot out. Almost at the same time, Maxuluo in the air had already swung down the demon-breaking sword. Bang! Although Gojo Satoru decisively raised his hand to block Maxuluo's arm, the moment he was touched, his own inviolability was no longer effective. The water arrow coming at you at high speed has already reached your forehead. There is no way to avoid it. At the critical moment, Gojo Satoru actually held on to Makdareo's attack with his left hand and raised his right arm to block it. In the blink of an eye, blood and bone fragments on the arm splattered everywhere. Although this water arrow failed to pierce Gojo Satoru's head, it did cause considerable damage to his arm. As he leaned back, Maxuluo's demon-slaying sword whizzed past his ears. Gojo Satoru retreated with a solemn expression. Sukuna's way of taking advantage of every opportunity allowed a 2-on-1 situation to be created. The most important thing is that he has recognized Sukuna's blood-piercing move. This is not the so-called red blood manipulation technique, but the Shikigami manipulation technique. I didn't expect Sukuna to be able to use the Shikigami's technique directly without summoning it. The 10 kinds of shadow magic can actually be used to such an extent. After a brief confrontation, Sukuna suddenly sneered. A strange handprint that has never been seen before is formed. Haha, don't get me wrong, it's not just 2 against 1. The next second, a dark shadow appeared beside Sukuna. A strange monster that looked like nothing slowly emerged. It has the antlers of, the face of, the limbs of, and the tail of. Obviously, this is the new Shikigami that Sukuna created by combining the 5 major Shikigami of the 10 shadow magics with one special method. Chimera, Crocodile Spit. 2 gigantic Shikigami stood on the left and right of the Curse King. The aura emanating from Crocodile 2 is not weaker than that of Maxuluo. Sukuna, who was about to fight 3 against 1, showed an evil smile. However, Gojo Satoru, who is thought to be even more nervous, returned to his usual playful attitude. As the king of curses, you actually need help. But you look so funny in the middle, just like what people say, the cutest height difference. Sukuna no longer wanted to talk nonsense with Gojo Satoru, so he drove the 2 Shikigami to attack Gojo Satoru. Maxuluo rushed forward several times, and the crocodile behind him attacked from the side, like a tiger, coming out of the mountain. One has an extremely sharp sword that can destroy demons, and the other has sharp claws that can tear apart any special grade cursed spirits. The most difficult thing is that Sukuna, who had been hiding in the shadows, has taken the opportunity to get under Gojo Satoru. For a time, sieges from 3 sides continued. During this process, Gojo Satoru constantly challenges the limits of his body, while dodging fatal attacks with extremely strange body movements. He also took the opportunity to counterattack. Gojo Satoru's sense of distance when facing the enemy's pincer attack has reached an incredible level. Maxuluo's demon-destroying sword and crocodile's sharp claws always pass by Gojo Satoru. He found the right moment and once again avoided the attacks of the 2 Shikigami and went behind them. Maxuluo and E2 looked at each other, and Gojo Satoru behind them had already raised his hand and aimed at the back of Maxuluo's head. Reversal of the technique. The terrifying red laser cannons all hit the back of Maxuluo's head. Its entire upper body has been completely enveloped by the aftermath of the curse power. However, after the aftermath of the curse dissipated, Moxu Luo slowly turned his head, and that face with a hideous smile seemed to be saying, "Gojo Satoru, are you tickling me?" At this moment, there was silence in the viewing room. The perfect hit Ani didn't cause any fatal damage to it. Until this moment, they realized what kind of invincible enemy Gojo Satoru was facing. Moxu Luo's adaptability once again refreshed everyone's cognition. Staring at the strongest Shikigami in front of him, Gojo Satoru also realized that the output of his own technique had dropped significantly. But even if the output is very low, it won't cause this much damage. This is obviously due to its ability to adapt to offset a lot of power. In this case, just as Sukuna said, his conventional techniques were completely ineffective. Thinking of this, Gojo Satoru suddenly smiled a murderous smile. It's time to settle the score with these three monsters. Since conventional techniques are no longer effective, let the indiscriminate hypostyle end it all. Inside the viewing room, 3 against 1. How can this be considered a fair fight? Itadori shouted in dissatisfaction. If that was the case, they would have known not to listen to Gojo Satoru and let Xiao Lu, Okatsu, and Lu Ziyun attack together. Aren't we more numerous than others? Who is afraid of whom? Okatsu, with a gloomy face, seemed to have made up his mind and walked towards the door with a knife in hand. He couldn't bear to watch this unfair battle any longer. No matter how Gojo Satoru scolded him, he had to intervene. The sonorous words came out of his mouth. "I want to join the battle." Return. Okatsu had just taken a few steps when he heard an indifferent voice coming from behind. Lu Ziyun stared at Okatsu with disdain. "Little brat, don't get in my way. If anyone wants to go, I'll go first." I had already lined up before the fight started. Okatsu stopped walking. Huge curse power continued to surge out of his body, and he glared at Lu Ziyun with a cold look. If Lu Ziyun blocks him again, he will not hesitate to use force to resolve the obstacle. He just wants to help the teacher share the burden now. What's more, he was not familiar with the strongest person in front of him 400 years ago. For a moment, the atmosphere in the viewing room was extremely solemn. Xiao Lu looked at Okatsu and Lu Ziyun with interest. Logically speaking, he felt that Okatsu Judea was stronger than Lu Ziyun. But considering Lu Ziyun's killer move, Phantom Beast Amber, he was unable to come to a conclusion for a while. Although everyone says that mythical Beast Amber is a big thing that Lu Ziyun has been holding back. But that also depends on who you are facing. In front of Sukuna, who has activated the divine weapon release state, there's indeed no room for him to perform. But this does not mean that we should underestimate the power of the mythical Beast Amber. But what is certain is that Okatsu Judea has more room for growth and more talent than Lu Ziyun. At this moment, Chung Jinsi at the side broke the awkward atmosphere in the meeting room. "Wait a minute, Okatsu. What Lu Ziyun said is not without reason. You know the teacher's character well. Although he doesn't like others interfering in his battle with Sukuna, he is definitely not a bravado person. If his strength is really weakened to the point where he is not as strong as you and me, I'm afraid he will take the initiative to ask for help." Hearing this, Okatsu was still worried. But Sukuna is 3 against 1. Even if he fights alone, Gojo Satoru has a chance to kill Sukuna. Kyuzukabe covered his face and sighed. All you do is fight and kill. Do you really think Sukuna has no other cards? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at him. Still got a trump card? In addition to Makuluo, does Sukuna have any other hidden cards? Everyone was uneasy and unwilling to believe it. Meimei smiled softly and explained the reason on behalf of Kyuzukabe. Don't forget, Sukuna has another code name called Two-Faced Four-Armed Illusionary Devil. He has never used this form before. I guess that should be Sukuna's strongest form. The strongest Curse King 1,000 years ago is not as simple as everyone thinks. Then she explained why she couldn't do anything for the time being. As long as Gojo Satoru wins, we will win completely. On the contrary, if Sukuna wins, he must be aware that he will face a crazy encirclement and suppression from us next, especially Xia Lu, who can pose a threat to him. At this point, everyone understands. Okatsu lowered his head with some guilt. Meimei was right. The cunning Sukuna dared to challenge Gojo Satoru to a duel. He must have anticipated everything that would happen next. The forehand imaginary ghost state is probably his last trump card. Before Gojo Satoru forced Sukuna to reveal his final trump card, if they attacked rashly, not only would they be unable to help, but they would probably be wiped out, just like the situation thousands of years ago. Besides, Gojo Satoru is the strongest when he fights alone. Going into battle now might disrupt his rhythm and be counterproductive. Xia Lu, who was sitting next to him, nodded in approval. Meimei is indeed right. Sukuna in the imaginary state of 2 faces and 4 hands is also called Shinbukai. Judging from the fact that he cut Lu Ziyun into mango cubes with one move, he is indeed very strong in this state. The reason why the people in the later period of the high school were able to fight Sukuna in this state for so long was because of Gojo Satoru. To put it simply, Gojo Satoru slashed Sukuna 99 times, and the remaining 1% was dealt by Okatsu and others. He even wanted to complain that Sukuna should be regarded as the first villain in history to die of exhaustion. Just when Okatsu felt guilty, the martial arts fanatic Lu Ziyun showed extreme disdain. He wasn't targeting anyone except Xia Lu. Everyone here was a loser. He didn't understand the strategies Meimei was talking about. He only cared about whether it was Gojo, Satoru, or Sukuna, and wanted to decide the winner as soon as possible. If Gojo Satoru wins, he will challenge Gojo Satoru, and vice versa if Sukuna wins. The scene changes, and Moxaluo and Jutu are madly chasing Gojo Satoru on the highway. The battle shifted from indoors to outdoors. With more space, they could use their hands and feet more freely, and their moves became more fierce. As Gojo Satoru retreated, he lowered his head and narrowly avoided the sharp claw attack from Jaw's pit, and then a black flash pierced its abdomen. At the same time, he tore off its tail with both hands. However, this chimera formed by the fusion of Shikigami actually possesses the reverse curse technique far beyond that of ordinary people. Just after it stood firm, its pierced chest and torn tail did not recover. Gojo Satoru retreated while thinking quickly. Moxaluo has adapted to most of his techniques and is difficult to kill, while Gudu has a strong recovery ability and is also extremely difficult to deal with. Therefore, if you want to deal with these 2 super Shikigami, you have to kill them instantly with 1 strike to have a chance of winning. Boom! Moxaluo didn't give Gojo Satoru much time to think. The demon-destroying sword swept across suddenly. Countless pieces of rubble were thrown at Gojo Satoru. Far away from Sukuna, Moxaluo seemed to have his own combat consciousness. He was no longer reckless and became more and more difficult to deal with. A large number of rocks stopped around Gojo Satoru without any suspense. However, the demon-destroying sword with unlimited natural resistance had already quietly arrived above Gojo Satoru's head. Feeling the chill coming from his crown, Gojo Satoru once again dodged the fatal blow by leaning sideways. Suddenly, a tail suddenly emerged from the ground behind him, and its sharp tail thorn pierced towards Gojo Satoru's waist. After just a few sessions of adjustment, the 2 Shikigami have already developed a perfect understanding of each other. Gojo Satoru glanced at the tail, attacking from behind, and grinned. He raised his left arm to clamp the tail that was spitting out from his jaw and blocked Moxaluo's heavy punch with his right hand. Then the cursed power suddenly burst out, knocking the 2 Shikigami away, and taunted. It's fine if it's a sneak attack, but the target of the attack was the kidney. It is said that the temperament of a Shikigami follows its master. Sukuna, you should reflect on this. By the way, the Shikigami summoned by Fushiguro are more upright than the other and will not accept any rebuttal. Gojo Satoru said mercilessly to Sukuna, who was hiding in the dark. Although he still looked calm on the surface, he was very aware of the potential danger. His biggest enemy has always been just Sukuna. That guy hasn't joined the battle since he came to the open area. If Sukuna wasn't watching from behind, he could have charged up his hollow style right now. I'm going to scatter the ashes of these two Shikigami. Deep in the shadows, Sukuna stared at the battle situation on the field without missing a single frame. Gojo Satoru's mocking words naturally also fell into his ears. He just sneered at this and didn't care at all. He is the king of curses, the ultimate source of evil, and he has no psychological burden no matter what despicable means he uses. Moreover, he did not expect that Moxaluo and Gutu could kill Gojo Satoru. Otherwise, the gold content of the strongest in the contemporary era would be too worthless. The functions of Moxaluo and Gutu are twofold. One is to consume Gojo Satoru's physical strength as much as possible. Shocking words fell into everyone's ears. Inside the main hall of Hongxing Palace, Louhu and the others silently closed the door through which they were peeking. Even though they were very unhappy with the news, they had to admit it. This is the most sinister ancestor in the world of curses. It cast a disdainful look at Tian Yuan and said disdainfully, "Obviously, your plan to let Zhang Xiang test you has been discovered. Zhang Xiang is now being beaten meaninglessly, and no valuable information can be obtained." Jujio Yuki couldn't hold back any longer. "That's enough. I have the confidence to defeat Nose. At the very least, we can drag him down with us." Although the ridicule of the Nosuk was directed at Tian Yuan, as a member of the high school, she also felt uncomfortable listening to it. This timid tactic is really not suitable for her with her bold personality. Not to mention, thinking about this, Jujio Yuki glanced at Louhu and others. She believed in Xia Lu's ability, and these people must be here to deal with the noose. Well, if they join us, we will definitely catch the enemy off guard. Tian Yuan slowly opened his eyes and said calmly, "Wait a little longer." Upon hearing this, Jujio Yuki felt a little unhappy. He always felt that Tian Yuan was paying less and less attention to the score. To put it bluntly, I am too afraid of death. Even if it is good at planning, can it really win the game with a lasso with such a mentality? Although the 9 phases diagram of the cursed fetus is a product of failure, its hidden potential should not be underestimated. The strength of a first-level sorcerer is already at the top in the sorcery world. Their powerful spell power output and spell manipulation make them the only ones who can be compared with them in the sorcery world. Nanami and Mei Mei are the goals that students have always been pursuing. However, there's an unbridgeable gap in front of the special grade sorcerer. The noose-trapped Sang Sang did not give up. His blurred vision gradually revealed the figures of Itadori and his brothers. In a trance, 3 hands appeared behind him, and a constant stream of power was being injected into his body. The extreme anger seemed to break through the shackles in the body. Every cell in my body is cheering. As long as one remains as the 9 phases of the cursed fetus, one will never be able to escape from the grip of the noose. But now, he has given up this identity, and from now on, he will live only for his brother. Zhang Xiang jumped up directly, and the vortex-like blood ball in his hand condensed rapidly. The 1,000-year-old monster in the distance looked at the bloated figure in astonishment, as if he had been reborn. For the first time, he was shaken by the word death struggle, and one can vaguely feel that the reason why Zhang Xiang can be reborn is because of the power of spirit. So, this time did the soul win the game? During the last Shibuya incident, when he used this body to meet Gojo Satoru, he unexpectedly had an uncontrollable strong reaction. So at that time, I thought that the power of the body was stronger than that of the soul. But now, Zhang Xiang gave him a big surprise. He had a hunch that if he could thoroughly understand the mystery of the body and soul, he would be able to make further progress. The spiritually inspired swelling phase has been reborn, and the blood is flowing out more quickly. However, the noose just stood there without caring. He once lived as Jia Mao Xianluan and is extremely familiar with the core secrets of the red blood manipulation technique. The initial speed of this technique is its fastest speed. As long as you dodge the first attack, there will be no more threat. Thinking of this, Loasawa's body suddenly flipped backwards and the blood arrow almost brushed his scalp. The next second, a fog that confused the vision suddenly appeared around the venue. Looking at the ghost lantern flying out of the fog, Zhang Xiang knew that this was a trick used by the other party using the cursed spirit. In that case, let's use my brother's technique to deal with it. He raised his hand and swept it across the air, drawing an arc. Then, the blood-piercing arrow seemed to have eyes, and it quickly circled around the surroundings and then shot towards a noose in the fog. You can still track me? Seeing this scene, even the calm and composed Xiaosua couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that Zhang Xiang could actually integrate his brother Bad Xiang's technique into his own blood-piercing technique. Thinking of it, for the first time, an excited smile appeared on his face. It's really eye-opening. Is this still the failed experiment he abandoned back then? It's really amazing. Although he said this, the movement of the noose did not stop at all. A scream. A huge eyeless owl suddenly soared into the sky, and sitting on it is the noose. The blood arrow of the enhanced expansion phase drew a strange arc in the air, as if it had a navigation system, and quickly chased after the noose in the air. Laugh. The extremely sharp blood arrow pierced through the owl-cursed spirit without any hindrance. Without its mount, the noose could only fall from the air. Zhang Xiang's eyes were determined. His goal was to shoot the noose down from the air. Next, it's time to borrow the power of my younger brother Shui Tu. Wing King! As he shouted, a pair of blood wings formed from blood appeared on his back. Bang! As the noose fell to the ground, Zhang Xiang's fist was already at his face. The two began a crazy physical contest. The punches were so fast that they left afterimages, making people dizzy. The more he hit the noose, the more frightened he became, while the more he hit the Zhang Xiang, the more excited he became. However, the noose will not fight according to the opponent's rhythm. He dodged the incoming punches and kicks with his body like a loach, and instantly circled behind Zhang Xiang, creating some distance between him and him. Then, a giant octopus tentacle attacked silently. At the last moment, Zhang Xiang condensed a shield made of blood in front of him. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The sky was stained with blood, and the tentacles and blood shields canceled each other out at the same time. When the blood mist dissipated, I saw the noose sitting leisurely on the branch. Don't you understand? I know all your moves. What's more, the toxins in your blood will have no effect on me as your father. However, these words had no effect on Zhang Xiang, who only wanted to avenge his brother. He exhaled a breath of foul air and said firmly, "Just like my brother's bad face, elegant." Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, the swollen fist has already struck. The roaring voice sounded again. "Be as free as your brother Shui Tu." The palm of the swollen hand actually flew out of the arm, with a long stream of bright red blood acting as a link to the body. The unexpected move finally allowed him to grab the noose by the collar. Then he suddenly threw him over his shoulder. Boom! The earth cracked, and the trees were broken in half. Just when it stood firm, he saw a flying hand again. The 5 fingers, like machines, locked onto the collar of the noose tightly. The blood recycling ability made the noose fly backwards uncontrollably. A terrifying roar rang out in the sky, and the rage for revenge was completely ignited at this moment. Like my younger brother Yuji, full of power. Boom! In his eyes, he had already won the moment the Phelan turned for the last time. Even if Gojo Satoru struggles to his death, it is only a matter of time. Therefore, he had to kill Gojo Satoru in the easiest way possible, save his energy, and then face the encirclement and suppression of the high school. Rather than saying it was a siege by the college, it was more like being on guard against Xia Lu's strange technique. The second point is to trick Gojo Satoru into using his fall style as much as possible. The virtual move before the battle still makes him feel a little scared. Although the power had been enhanced, it still destroyed his arms at such a long distance. If I hadn't dodged in time, I might have been killed instantly. Looking not far away, Gojo Satoru was playing with 2 Shikigami as if he were playing with children. Sukino was a little unhappy and warned Moxuluo from a distance. How long do you want me to wait? I want to see much more than this level. Remember, you are no longer the Shikigami of that brat Fushiguro Megumi, but the shadow of me, the cursed king. Let me fall in love with you completely, Moxuluo.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.